The story began in a large square where a huge number of people had gathered. Everyone was waiting for the execution. The accused was brought to her knees before Milady. Svetlyavka looked at the one who was involved in her accusation, but the lady said nothing. However, the girl did not understand at all why the lady did this to her, so she asked why and led her to the point of execution. Alexandra made an offended look. The lady publicly began to blame Cherise for having committed a serious crime, despite being a half-blood member of the royal family. The accused only silently looked at it, because she did not believe in this masquerade, knowing that all this was arranged on purpose so that Alexandra could become the empress. The lady even cried. She pitifully showed tears and asked why her sister did that. Cherise was starting to get annoyed, but she was still silent. In the end, the sister decided not to play in front of the public anymore and to finish the idea sooner. Cherise was put on the gallows. And although Alexandra said in public that she didn't want to say goodbye to her sister that way, but approaching her, she whispered that she wished her a quick death. Suddenly, a message popped up in front of Cherise's eyes, asking her if she wanted to end the game. The girl cursed while her sister backed away from her. She couldn't believe that the game would end like that, but she didn't mind the fact that she had to go on. People were clamoring to finally see the bloody spectacle. However, the girl did not want it to end like this. It was wrong, because even if this is the end of the game, she would like to finish everything herself. A strange message popped up again, and the girl made the choice to finish the game on her own. The guard suddenly shouted, not understanding what had happened, and Alexandra looked around in surprise. She began to look around, realizing that her sister had not appeared on the gallows. The lady also did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, behind her, she noticed her sister, who was standing in front of her and smiling cheerfully, rejoicing in her victory. That's the end of the game. The girl took off her virtual reality glasses, turning off the game. She stretched, straightening her arms and bemoaning her loss. Recently, a new virtual reality game was released, in which you had to choose one of the heirs and make him emperor. The first part of the game was quite easy, but the second part, where you had to choose an emperor and prevent the end of the world, was difficult, and the girl still couldn't pass. The main character, Cherise, is a secret hand that chose the emperor from the characters presented. To choose and create an emperor, players could freely set their status and choose their occupation. She chose a pharmacist. First of all, she wanted to prevent the character from being poisoned by collecting herbs, creating various potions and selling them. Thanks to this, she managed to earn a lot of money so that her sister could become an empress. However, Alexandra did not believe her, and finally sighed as if Cherise was an empty place. The girl put on the glasses again, wanting to try to play again, but this time to change everything. But suddenly strange inscriptions began to appear on the glasses. In a moment, the picture started to freeze, and the girl could not understand what was happening and tried to reload the screen. She even began to knock on them a little, although she was worried that the glasses might break, and they were very expensive. In the end, everything settled down, and she calmed down. The picture became clear again, and the girl started to enter the game, but noticed that she received some kind of message in the game. Opening it, a red rabbit immediately jumped out to meet her, holding a scroll in his hand. The girl was very surprised, because I have never seen such a thing. The previously unknown character unfolded a scroll, on which it was written that she was allowed to get to know the characters better, and the offer itself was only valid for a minute. She carefully began to read the message and also calculate the total amount for it, because the offer was not free. Having checked everything carefully, she only laughed at the fact that someone could do such a thing because it was ordinary spam. The girl pressed refusal, but something went wrong, on the contrary, giving consent. The girl wanted her money back immediately, but was told that it was a special offer, so no refunds were possible. She got very angry. But that was not all, and in a moment the girl began to be drawn into an unknown dimension. There was no need to hesitate. She began to open her eyes. Everything around was blurry. The girl did not understand what was happening and why she was lying on the ground. Someone's commanding voice reached her ears, telling her to get up and get on all fours. After that, she felt like an electric shock and quickly got up. The girl began to look around and noticed that her hands were too small. She raised her head and saw a familiar place, in which she had already been several times, and she also received a new message in the notifications. It said that the purchase would be completed soon, but when she saw the amount, the girl was very frightened because she did not have such an amount. The system reacted to this because there really was no such amount in the wallet, but they were not going to release it. But on the contrary, they changed the status to a debtor, which frightened the heroine even more. While she was reading the message, another girl was still standing in front of her, and she did not understand at all what was happening with the blonde. Of course, she did not see the heart with messages, so she tried to address the girl once more and repeated her order. In the end, Charisse calmed down a little and paid attention to the one standing in front of her, recognizing her as Alexandra. But she could not understand why she was so young, because in the game she was already 15. She suddenly came to her senses, because she realized that now was not the time to think about bad things. Without paying attention to her opponent, she again climbed into the system settings, trying to find a way out. The girl wanted to try to delete the account, but the system did not allow it, saying that the debt must be returned first. Alexandra got tired of waiting, so she pushed her. While the older one tried to get her attention, Charisse was disgusted by this behavior, so she told her in a sharp tone to stop beating her. Alexandra was somewhat surprised, but quickly came to her senses, pretending that she was not surprised by her sister's behavior because she was probably not too strict with her. The girl carefully looked at her older sister. In front of her was definitely the same well-known Princess Castalia, whose appearance did not match her character. The lady suddenly took out a stick. The girl realized that her sister had come up with the idea to beat her, so she had to come up with something, but suddenly her attention was drawn again by a message. The system loaded all of her character's memories from before she entered the game. Of course, these memories wished for the best. They mocked the girl kindly. Now she remembered everything. Castalia is a country in which the emperor's family was respected, but her character, Charisse, was far from that, because she was a half-blood. It was because of this that she was always looked askance at, so her life was different from that of other aristocrats. However, it was she who had the opportunity to choose the next emperor, but no matter what choice she made, everything always ended badly, because the main character turned out to be a thief. Nevertheless, she decided to take matters into her own hands, because thanks to her character's memories, she now knew what to do. And first it was necessary to escape from Alexandra. Then she wanted to leave the palace and find a safer place, but stopped for a moment because she didn't know if she could make a decision on her own that easily. Controlling someone else's body was unusual. The system sent her the first training task, which was to successfully escape from her sister, otherwise it would be a loss. Meanwhile, the princess began to approach her. However, Charisse did not move, even when Alexandra was already very close. She kept waiting for the right moment, deliberately letting the enemy get closer. The princess did not expect anything at all, so when she came as close as possible, the younger sister suddenly broke out and hit the lady on the chin with her head. While the princess was coming to her senses, Charisse immediately jumped out of the room, and behind her, Alexandra was already throwing curses at her, promising to take revenge. While she was running away from her sister, she noticed that there were many empty rooms along this corridor, so she decided to hide in one of them. It was a pity for a moment. She knew that the sister did not have a very good character, but did not understand how it was possible to raise a hand against the younger one. Suddenly, she noticed the same rabbit. He turned to her and laughed slyly. The girl got angry for no reason and ran after the criminal, wanting to take revenge. The rabbit opened the door to one of the rooms, and the heroine was sure that he will catch him there, but when she followed him, she did not notice the enemy, but only an empty cell in which a web could be seen. The girl went into the middle and began to look around for the rabbit, but it seemed to fall through the ground, which greatly disappointed her, because she did not believe that she could stay in the game forever. She started screaming, in the hope that the rabbit would come out of hiding, but suddenly she forced herself to be silent because she remembered that the first thing she had to do was hide from her older sister. The girl began to listen to the steps that sounded outside, and when they died down, she breathed a sigh of relief and fell to the floor. Charisse decided to wait for some time in this room. While she was hiding, she had the opportunity to take another look at herself. The girl was surprised that she found herself in the game at such a time and learned more about the heroine's past, because the game started when she was 15. She paused a little but decided to think about the situation in which she now found herself because she needed to return 10 billion stones, and she did not know how to do it in such a negative environment. Charisse noticed a dusty mirror and approaching it looked at herself. Everything would be fine, but it will be very difficult to solve this situation in such a small body. However, almost immediately she began to think positively because she noticed, which was very cute, so she decided to take advantage of it, hoping that she could make some money. But first she decided to check something and open the control panel. The girl was glad that the buttons were the same as in the game, and then looked at the task. First of all, she needed to pay back the debt, and this was the most important task that would keep her from leaving the game until she completed it. But secondly, she needed to become the heir. It was shocking, because this game was not just about becoming the emperor, but about the brutal confrontation of all the heirs, secretly setting each other up. The eternal emperor of Castalia was something like a god in this world who lived for almost 200 years and had 14 grandsons worthy to occupy the throne. 11 of them really competed to get the throne, but the main character, Charisse, went the other way and decided to choose a more suitable candidate for this role. But she didn't know if she could survive in this cruel world. Besides, there was a third task that was encrypted. The girl was sure that nothing threatened her now, but suddenly behind her she heard the already familiar voice of her sister, who was angry that she had found her. Alexandra grabbed her sister and pulled her to her. Charisse understood almost immediately how she was able to find her. After all, when you become the heir to the throne, you get the opportunity to fly in the air. Suddenly, everything began to break into pixels in front of her eyes, and the girl returned to what she started with because she could not complete the task and escape from her older sister. When she returned, everything started from the beginning, namely, Alexandra spanked her again, but the girl did not stop. On the contrary, she began to think about how to stop treating this situation as a game. The essence of the tasks after completing the game has not changed. Charisse realized that she had not correctly understood the essence of the task because she was told to escape, not to get out. In the end, she realized that instead of trying to escape, she needed to enlist someone's support, but that was a difficult task, especially in a place where she was hated by everyone. While she was considering a way out of the situation, Alexandra continued to abuse her. The girl noticed that all her sister's actions were repeated, so she checked her escape once again, as before. She was already preparing to run away, because if she didn't leave here, she would be beaten again, although this was the least of what she had already experienced. The girl was already ready to strike, but suddenly realized that the room had become very quiet, so she turned to find out what was the matter, and saw Alexandra, whose nose was bleeding. The older sister also did not immediately understand what had happened, but after paying attention to the blood in her hand, she immediately became angry with the younger one because she dared to hit her. Charisse understood that she had caused trouble because she did not want it, but suddenly she had a successfully completed task for it, but now she needed to help stop the bleeding in a minute. She realized that she was definitely finished, but noticed that there was a reward for the task, even if it was only 10 stones. She thought it was quite funny because such money was given to children for pocket expenses. The girl quickly pushed you. After all, her life was now in danger, so there was no time to think about money. Charisse decided to try the task. Alexandra was already preparing to attack her, but stopped abruptly because her younger sister covered her nose with a scarf. She hoped that now everything would be fine, but suddenly a maid ran into the room. Her eyes were full of concern. When the maid saw the condition of the princess, she was very frightened. Charisse was glad to see the nanny, hoping that she had come to save her. The girl ran to meet the woman, but she passed her by and did not even look at her. The maid was only worried about Princess Alexandra. The young lady, in turn, simply stood silently and did not even move. The maid reported that she came running because she heard some screams. Charisse was disappointed by all this. She suddenly remembered that the nanny was not on her side. Besides, no one was ever on her side in this palace. While the nanny was very upset with the younger princess, the girl herself was not going to run away, but she understood that the woman had no right to behave like that. The girl heard well what bad words the maid used to address her, and the woman was shocked that she spoke. But there was no time to deal with it now. She had to help Alexandra. The nanny started scolding Charisse very much for doing this to her sister, even though she was the emperor's child, so she could feel very sorry for harming her. However, the girl did not pay attention to this. Most of all, she was worried that she was no longer considered a member of the family. It became interesting whether she would have been treated differently if her parents were alive. Meanwhile, Alexandra came to her senses and easily pushed the nanny away. The princess said that she had to take measures against her younger sister. A magical circle formed around the young lady. Alexandra was angry that Charisse first broke her nose and then put a rag on her. Suddenly, pieces began to break off from the ground. The princess uttered a spell that was the embodiment of Alpha and Omega, the symbol of the imperial family that was passed down from generation to generation. In the story, it was said that in the majestic confrontation between the emperor and the dragon, the former came out victorious, forever imprinting his name on the pages. As a reward for this feat, the heavens rewarded the emperor by giving him a second heart, which had the power of a dragon. Since that day, this relic has been passed down from generation to generation. The girl understood what the older sister was trying to do now, but she knew that she was forbidden to use force against the younger ones, and even more so until she herself was 10 years old. Suddenly she got a notification again and thought it was a new task. But as it turned out, the system tried to evaluate Alexandra's skills, but she was not able to figure it out right away. But almost immediately the system stopped counting, because it discovered that because of the debt, Charisse could not use her abilities until she paid off at least half of the debt. While the princess was gaining strength, she ordered the maid to kneel down. The nanny immediately obeyed and rushed to the girl. Having reached the younger sister, the nanny immediately grabbed her hand. The girl tried to escape, but the nanny wouldn't let her, demanding that she apologize to the princess. She still tried to free herself, but the nanny held her tightly, preventing her from escaping, and also said that she regretted being assigned to serve such a worthless princess. The strength gradually began to leave the girl, especially when she began to understand that there were no parents nearby who could protect her. The nanny threw her sharply to the ground. Alexandra again ordered the younger sister to be put on her knees. Approaching her, she angrily spoke for her to kiss her hand. Charisse knew that such a gesture meant complete submission to her master, but it was not something a princess could order another member of her family to do. However, the girl was not going to listen to her older sister, and instead of obeying the order, she bit her leg hard. Alexandra began to shake her leg to free herself from the frenzy. The girl finally let go of the princess while she cursed at her and also tried to insert her words. Meanwhile, the sisters quarreled loudly, and their voices echoed in the corridor along which the tall man was walking. He heard the cries of children. Meanwhile, Alexandra was furious, especially because of her younger sister's latest prank, and was already preparing to give her a fatal blow. Charisse understood that her life was in danger, so she stopped paying attention to the task. She could not believe that there was no adult nearby, but she decided to call out for help. Suddenly they entered the room, and a loud voice asked what the matter was. The princess stopped immediately, holding the magic ball in the air. The nanny also looked at the guest in shock. Charisse also looked up to look at the one who stopped her execution. She seemed to recognize this man at once, who said that he did not remember that his sister had children to teach. While everyone stood looking at the man in a daze, the girl was finally able to stand up, not believing that he had come to save her. She examined him once more. Baikal Win Castalia was a prince of the Northern Empire. Charisse couldn't believe he was real at all because he looked like a god of war. The prince reported that he heard strange noises, so he decided to check who was trying to teach etiquette lessons here. Without paying attention to the younger princess, he immediately turned to Alexandra. It was clear that the princess was very frightened, so she immediately apologized for the noise. The prince scolded his niece and pointed out that she had acted foolishly and reminded him of the rules regarding the use of force. He had already returned to the exit, but the nanny stopped him, informing him that it was all Charisse's fault, who started it, but His Majesty did not want to listen to the maids. The man pointed out to the maid that she was primarily the servant of the younger princess. At these words, the maid was not jokingly frightened and did not say another word. The woman, barely able to stay on her feet, eventually fell to the floor. Meanwhile, the prince approached the younger princess, and she looked at him. His look seemed quite frightening to her, but she did not show it. The prince held out his hand to her, asking if she was not injured. The girl also held out her hand to him, saying that everything was fine with her. He looked at her silently for some time, waiting for her reaction. But without waiting, he asked if she was not afraid of him. She did not immediately understand what he wanted to say by this, but she immediately pretended that she was very scared, which, of course, the prince did not believe. It was news to him that there was a child who was not afraid of him. In fact, in her eyes, he was not scary, especially since the system automatically began to scan the character, giving new characteristics about him. The prince had digestive problems. The girl wondered why the system wrote about these data at all. Meanwhile, the program has announced that it will soon provide new pharmaceuticals challenges. This situation surprised the little princess. Meanwhile, Baikal turned to his assistant and ordered him to take the girl home. When Jackal came to her, he held out his hand for her to grab. The girl wanted to get up, but stopped for a moment, looking at the prince. The system made itself known again and gave a new task that required the princess to help the prince cure his illness. She was given 48 hours for this task. The girl did not know how it was possible to complete such a difficult mission in such a time, but the reward of 1,000 stones attracted her attention most of all, so she set about it. It became interesting what exactly the price of the reward depended on. I even thought that it depended on the risks. Nevertheless, the girl understood that this was a great opportunity. There was no way she could miss it, so she rushed to the prince, calling him father. Charisse hugged the prince, which shocked everyone around. The nanny began to scold the girl, but she did not pay attention to it and only stuck her tongue out. The girl realized that this was a great opportunity to make money, so she decided to cure the prince in order to earn a little. The princess looked up and asked Baikal to take her away from here. The prince told the girl to call him by his first name, not his father, but His Majesty's aide pointed out that it seemed the little princess would now call him that. Charisse was glad that the jackal understood her intentions, but she needed a little more grace to complete her plan, so she brought tears to her eyes. She lightly took the prince's hand and mentally said goodbye to her real maturity, but she understood that it was too late to back down. She decided to assure the prince that she was a good and polite girl. His Majesty was somewhat surprised by such behavior, but did not take his hands away. She looked again at the system data to make sure that she was the daughter of Baikal's younger sister, so they were related. She wanted to forget that he left her, if only he would take her now. The girl deliberately drew attention to the fact that the prince was a little sick, so she asked to give her a hand because she wants to be a good daughter, but the husband gave up, that she wanted to tie his neck. The princess was a little wary and began to quickly explain why she asked for his hand in marriage, but the prince smiled slightly, saying that he was only joking. Charisse continued and said that it would only be necessary to make a small prick on the finger, and when a little blood would flow out, he would immediately feel better. Suddenly, the prince turned his attention to the girl's hand and asked if she really wasn't hurt anywhere. The princess immediately hid her scratched hand, concealing that it was due to a recent quarrel. She just smiled and said that she fell while they were playing. The prince was silent. The girl knew very well that elders did not like naughty children, so she had to be calm and obedient in order to be adopted. The girl did not want the prince to pay attention to her wounds, so she smiled slightly at him. Baikal pretended to believe it, so he told the aide that he had changed his mind. Jackal understood that now there was no need to take the girl home. The prince confirmed and took the baby in his arms and informed that he will do it himself. He also said that if she was not afraid to call herself his daughter, he would like to look after her. The princess was not believed that she succeeded, and someone finally took her side. The system sent a notification again, saying that the training was successful, and now, in order for the character's body and the real body to merge, it will go into sleep mode. When the prince was already leaving the room, the last thing he wanted to say was to Alexandra. He emphasized that the girl should no longer dare to harm her younger sister. The man stopped for a moment and looked intently at his niece. Making it clear that the prince's words had reached her, the princess bowed. In the end, Baikal forbade her to leave the palace for 3 months. When they left the room, Jackal asked the prince what they should do with the little princess now. The man exhaled and said that after her statement he could not leave her. He also ordered the assistant to interrogate the nanny to find out what happened, then do everything according to the laws. The servant did not object. While she was fast asleep, the system started sending messages again, warning players to be careful, as the body would not be able to regenerate immediately. However, he also wished that the girl could eventually find a family that would love her, even if it was just a dream now. The princess opened her eyes when she noticed that she was lying in bed. She stood up a little and stretched. Now the girl felt much better. The bed she was sleeping on was very soft, so I assumed that it was quite an expensive thing. A pleasant aroma entered the room. After sniffing, the girl thought that it was cream soup. It was very good to live in comfort, but she did not know where she was. The weather was warm and sunny outside. Suddenly, someone entered the room and the princess turned her head to the guest. The maid came in and introduced herself to the girl as Sophia. She was the eldest daughter of the Everville family, who had long served the prince. The girl thought for a moment because she remembered this name well. The 500-year history of Castalia remembered the names of not only the nobility. Dozens of different families served the imperial family, and the Everville family was one of them. They even said that it was the most loyal family. The princess had heard that this family would not cross itself even under the threat of death. She was glad that such a person was nearby, so she decided to do anything to get closer to her and smiled. The maid liked the girl very much, so she immediately approached the princess and, hugging her, informed her that from today she was also appointed as a nanny. Sophia informed that it was an order of His Majesty because he could not leave the princess in such conditions. In the previous home, she was treated terribly and became angry because of it. However, Charisse understood that all this was only because of her surname, because she also belonged to the Wynn dynasty. Meanwhile, the maid began to quietly help the little princess put herself in order and also informed her that breakfast would be soon. The nanny helped the girl get dressed and do her hair. When they finished, the maid asked the princess if she liked the outfit, and Charisse happily confirmed. Walking down the corridor, the girl asked the nanny if her father would have breakfast with her. Sophia said that the prince would also be there. Suddenly, the lady asked if she could eat only rice. The girl began to question whether she could not eat at all because she was not hungry, but immediately she was ashamed of herself for her stupid behavior. The nanny just laughed. However, the girl could not tell the princess how long she would stay here, and the princess thought that the nanny was not happy to see her in this house. What was wrong? She could not wish it, for Charisse was the daughter of Kiena, to whom the prince always treated with special kindness, although he had other brothers and sisters. After these words, the girl finally understood what was the matter, that she was taken here, but still she could not understand why the prince left her for so many years. Although all this was just a game scenario, the girl thought that she was taking it too seriously. The nanny promised with great tenacity that no one would dare to offend the girl in this palace, and if someone did, he would regret it very much. In the end, Sophia asked where the princess would like to have breakfast. The girl thought about it and said that she would like to have a picnic outside because the weather was wonderful. They came to the park. The table was already set in front of the girl, and she was quite impressed by the variety of dishes. She knew that Castalia was an empire of creativity, but even the table was set with special taste. Baikal was already waiting for her at the table. He asked the princess if there were any dishes that she did not like. Charisse smiled and replied that there were no such dishes. His Majesty was somewhat surprised, but the princess knew that adults loved non-capricious children. The prince took a closer look, realizing that the princess could very well become his daughter. The man still could not believe that the little princess was so unpretentious. Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared in front of Charisse again about the task to heal the prince. The girl was quite surprised by this because she thought that everything had already passed. Port mentally assured herself that the prince should not worry and she would soon manage everything, but she needed his hand. The girl had not done such a procedure for a long time, but she was sure that everything should work out. In reality, when she was little, her grandfather always pricked her finger when she had stomach problems. However, she also remembered how angry the grandfather was when he found out that his granddaughter had enrolled as a pharmacist, when he had invested a lot of money in medical. The events of the past upset her a little, but she didn't want to mention it now. First of all, she wanted to eat, and then take care of other things. Running her eyes over the table, she appraised the dishes to figure out what she would like to try first. The girl saw the chicken and started reaching for it, but suddenly a plate was placed in front of her. The girl looked at the plate in surprise, asking what it was. The prince explained that it was pea soup, very healthy, but the princess did not really want to eat it. Then they put a plate of stewed cabbage in front of her, but her little girl didn't really want it either. This surprised the prince because Charisse said that she was not picky. At these words, the girl gave up and said something. If necessary, she will eat everything. Jackal, who was standing next to him, only laughed cheerfully and emphasized that it is not necessary to make a child vegan. Baikal exhaled, concluding that the girl did not really like vegetables. So I asked that such dishes be prepared for her so that she could eat. The assistant went to give it to the cook. In her mind, Charisse was a little offended by that they were making fun of her, but she decided not to pay attention to it and started to eat. Having bitten a piece, she was immediately distracted by the delicacy. An older lady came to the table saying that the princess should not deny herself anything and brought her more supplements. The woman introduced herself as Nanya Lidensky, the count's wife. The girl was glad to meet her and also said that she trusts the woman with all her worries about the table. The lady allowed the princess to address her as you. After some time, the girl, having emptied several plates, thanked the countess for a delicious breakfast and turned her attention to her father, who was sitting nearby at another table. The man turned away from the wine and looked at the princess, immediately recognizing that she wanted to tell him something. Charisse got a little tired. The princess stopped for a moment but almost immediately ran up to the prince and took his hand and said that she would like to ask something. She asked him if she could prick his finger with a hot needle. The man looked at the girl in surprise. The girl was smiling happily, but she could feel the shocked looks of the adults on her back and did not understand why they were looking at her like that. Jackal even suggested that the princess wanted to mock his majesty, but Charisse immediately began to deny it, saying that she only wanted to help cure the disease. The assistant thought, because he had never heard of such a strange kind of magic. The girl didn't answer anything. She was just happy that she was finally believed. The nanny and the countess also stood nearby with an equally shocked expression. The little lady thought that she would probably be just as surprised if she was offered such a treatment option, but something had to be done about it. However, suddenly the assistant asked the princess how she knew that the prince had stomach problems. The girl was somewhat confused about this question. Charisse began to look for options because she couldn't tell the truth, so after thinking quickly, she admitted that she saw how her father ate only a little sweet in the morning, so she thought that he had some problems. Jackal was impressed by such observation of the princess, but the girl expected to receive at least some praise from the prince, but he only remained silent, which worried her. She thought that the father doubted the knowledge of the 4-year-old child, so she wanted to justify it somehow. When the assistant asked what kind of treatment it was, Charisse answered that she dreamed of a dragon. The girl told a little more about her dream and said that it was the dragon who told her how to treat the prince's illness, as well as about the various effects of herbs. She continued and said that the dragon taught her to use these herbs for medicinal purposes. When the girl finished, then she looked back at the elders, hoping that they believed her. The nanny, the countess, and the assistant began to discuss among themselves everything that the princess had said. The girl thought that it would be nice to use the knowledge of the plot of the game to justify herself, but still her words sounded quite true. While the adults thought about her proposal, the girl quietly stood aside, until suddenly the prince himself decided that her proposal should be tried. Even the assistant was a little wary that the prince decided to trust, but the man was calm and asked the countess to bring everything necessary for the procedure. In the meantime, the nanny herself approached the princess and, taking out the notebook, asked what accessories would be needed for her to hand it over to the countess. The girl thought about it and asked Sophia to bend over because she wanted to tell her in her ear. In a couple of minutes, the nanny recorded everything and went to give the notes to Nanya. The woman took the notebook and immediately looked at it. The girl asked for a clean needle to be brought to her, and to prevent pain, she needed the thinnest and longest one available. Disinfected bandages are also required. After reading, the countess closed the notebook and thought that the princess was very cute, so she decided to start cooking right away. While the countess was preparing everything, Jackal approached the princess and asked why she told everything only to the nanny. The girl blushed a little. Then quietly she decided to tell that she was just worried about her father because he might get scared, that he can be hurt. Such an assumption quite surprised the assistant. The man immediately began to assure the princess that the prince would not be afraid of such a thing. The girl only mentally hoped that it would really be like that. First of all, this palace was the residence of the emperor and was an inaccessible building. She played this game 8 years ago, so she knew how difficult it was to get here, finding spies, bribing servants, and arson. Everything was so complicated that she had never been able to get into this palace before. And only now she was able to come to this castle when she was adopted, for which she was infinitely glad. In the end, everything was ready, and Nanya came with a tray with all the utensils on it. Taking the needle, the girl wanted to start the procedure, but the nanny stopped her for a moment, assuming that the princess wanted to stick the needle under the nail. Charisse objected. In the end, she began to show exactly how she wanted to perform the procedure. First of all, it was necessary to tie the desired finger with a ribbon. Then it was necessary to heat up the needle. Jackal immediately asked the princess why this was necessary, and she explained that this way there would be less pain. The assistant wrote everything down, but in fact, the girl was surprised that the assistant did not know that tetanus could be caused by contaminated utensils. She didn't say it out loud, so she immediately turned to her father. The girl concentrated because she was a little worried. Only a little blood was needed, but the main thing was to choose the right place, after which she made an injection. After she lightly pricked her finger, she almost immediately received a notification from the system about the successful completion of the task. The princess was even a little frightened by such a sound. Charisse stopped paying attention to the system and immediately asked the prince how he was feeling. Baikal thought a little, but answered that he began to feel better. The prince looked at the finger on which there was a drop of blood. He asked the princess how she did it. The girl began to answer by wrapping her father's finger. The jackal noticed to the prince that the princess did very well with the task, so it was worth praising her. His Majesty agreed and put his hand on the girl's head. Charisse immediately rejoiced after hearing these welcome words, while the assistant noted that the girl was not only a good girl, because even the doctors were not capable of such a thing. He noticed that doctors were always afraid to even say a word in front of the prince, not to cure him, and the girl even managed to prick his finger. After that, the girl received a notification from the system, which indicated that the problem with the stomach had not completely passed, and she thought that she might need to prick another finger. The system then gave another task that said the princess needed to fully heal the prince. The little lady froze a little, then read that herbs were needed in the garden for this. She looked at the prince again, and the system informed her that the problem of the prince's illness would continue until then, until the princess makes a special potion for him. However, the girl also noticed that the reward for completing such a task would be as much as 10,000 stones. The princess thought about it. An idea came to her. A tree that begins to bloom with the beginning of spring is a plum, a symbol of fidelity. Its flowers begin to break through the snow. The fruits of this tree, if made into syrup, were considered a natural remedy for the work of the digestive tract. It helps with minor problems. The girl also remembered that after training, men are usually tired and walk without energy, so if she distributes such a drink, she will be able to raise her reputation. She saw plum trees not far away. They grew on the territory of the imperial palace, and she was sure that the fruits were not thrown away. I would also like to know how much longer I will be able to live here. However, she could not ask now, because she noticed that the adults were still talking, and also noticed that the weather was beautiful today. The sun warmed pleasantly. The princess looked at her reflection in the cup of tea, wondering how much longer she would be able to enjoy this life. Suddenly, her father's voice distracted her from looking into the cup. The girl was a little startled when the man announced that it was time for him to leave, because there was a lot to do. Baikal noticed the girl's concern and immediately told her not to worry about Alexandra, because the princess was forbidden to leave the palace for 3 months. However, this was not the point, because she was worried that if she did not win the trust of the prince, then all her efforts would be in vain. The princess rushed to the prince, shouting the word "daughter." The man was somewhat surprised, and the girl reminded him that he had promised to adopt her if she proved herself useful. But the prince almost did not react to this, and the princess thought that he had forgotten about this promise. She was a little disappointed, not knowing what to do because she had no right to retreat. Besides, she had nowhere to go. The girl understood that she was not the only one who bore the surname Win. and that in order to survive in this world, she needed to hold fast to the divine prince. At the moment, Baikal was the only one who could help her. The prince thought about her words. The man whispered that the girl in general could become his daughter. Looking at her, he said that the children playing are good. This surprised the princess because she thought that good children are those who like to study more. The prince said that today was good weather to play in the garden instead of sitting in the palace doing nothing. The girl asked if she could really do it. His Majesty said that the princess should report to him tomorrow how well she will spend her time playing today, so let her not worry about anything. After that, the prince left the girl alone. She still had things to do after dinner, but she didn't expect to be told to play. She stretched, thinking that what will be will be. In addition, making plum syrup was also a kind of game. In the office, Jackal was the first to speak, saying that he was surprised when the prince removed the charm. His Majesty did not take his eyes off the documents and only replied that if the princess so wanted, he saw no problem in allowing her. However, it still surprised the assistant because he understood that the princess had no idea how amazing it was that the prince allowed her to touch him. Nevertheless, the prince saw nothing wrong with it. Looking out the window and seeing the little princess, he noticed how incredible she was. Jackal also went to the window, and looking at the girl said that finally it will be a little brighter in the palace, because after the return of the master, the situation here will change a little. Charisse had no idea that other adults were watching her. After asking the nanny where the plum trees were, she laughingly ran to where Sophia pointed. Baikal asked if the girl really looked like her mother. With a warm smile, the assistant confirmed, saying that she was like a little star. The prince noticed that after his younger sister, the girl was the first one who dared to come so close to him. The assistant agreed, saying that she was just like her mother. There was a file on the girl on the table, which contained all the information. Kian's mother is Win Castalia, but the father is unknown. It was also said in the documents that the girl is blessed, but Charisse didn't look like that at all, just a mispronunciation. Nevertheless, during the interrogation, the previous nanny said everything exactly the same and said that the girl was blessed. Jackal did not know how she managed to remember everything at once because he did not think that such a thing could happen to a child. Maybe before she was just withdrawn, but when she realized that the prince was able to help her, she immediately spoke up. His Majesty thought about it. Northern and southern parts, one state that was divided in two. The Castilian Empire was ruled by two emperors, but equality was only lip service. The real power was in the hands of only the northern emperor. It was the very first swordsman to face the dragon, Leochides Royal Castalia. Baikal exhaled, not very surprised by the fact that the old man was still not tired of sitting on the throne, and asked how long he had been ruling. The assistant said that the mark exceeds 150 years. And everything would be fine, if only the emperor at least loved his family. But the prince was sure that the ruler did not even know how many descendants he had. Jackal could not answer this question either, but he knew one thing for sure. The emperor took great care of his 3 children, Gina, China, and Win. However, the prince wanted to know what had happened while he was away at the palace and why Jen had grown to hate Win. His Majesty threatened that these scumbags would definitely have to answer for everything they had done. Jackal promised to prepare a plan to destroy. Baikal also ordered Sophia to check if there were any jewelry in Charisse, but the assistant suggested that they could have been taken and the remains melted down. The prince thought about it and said that the princess could not use the melted jewelry of the impoverished aristocrats, so she should immediately find a good craftsman. However, I gave up this idea almost immediately and thought that it would be a good idea to entrust the manufacture of jewelry to a craftsman, but it would take a lot of time. His Majesty understood that he could not allow even the slightest delay, and therefore ordered Sophia to use the first level of the 4th floor and take what Charisse would fit. The assistant immediately wrote a letter to the girl and sent it by pigeon, assuming that the nanny would only be happy about it because it was a great honor to visit the place where the prince's magic had been cast. Although it was only the 1st level and there was nothing but clothes and jewelry, Jackal still considered it a great honor. In addition, the assistant noticed that there were also jewelry that Baikal once wanted to give to Kienya. The prince said nothing to this. Baikal was flooded with memories from the past, when his little sister was only happy to see him and always wanted to play with him. However, he only silently turned away from her because he believed that contact with him could tear the girl apart. Glancing furtively at his sister, he then wondered if the children liked the decorations. One evening, when the sister had already grown up, she informed him that she was going to leave the palace because all these wars for the throne were not to her taste. Then he was sure that if she left the palace, she should have lived a happy life, but one day he received a strange letter. But when he read it and arrived at the scene of the tragedy, suddenly the memories stopped, giving the prince a slight headache. Jackal noticed that the prince put his hand to his head for a moment and asked if everything was all right. Baikal immediately replied that this happened often, when he remembered that terrible day. The aide asked why the prince's memories of that day were erased by magic that even he himself could not remove. His Majesty suggested that he might have weakened from the years he had spent at the bottom of the lake. But the assistant was very surprised by what he heard and thought that all this was done to deliberately weaken the prince. The prince replied that then he would have done it in a different way, without pointing to whom, although it was clear without words. His Majesty decided to turn away from the difficult topic and move on to more serious matters because they had something to discuss about Kiana's daughter. Meanwhile, Charisse ran non-stop to the garden, which had plum trees, and did not even know how much time had already passed. She stopped, trying to catch her breath because it had been a long time since she ran so hard that she choked. However, she was so tired that she decided to rest in the shade of a tree. She looked at the sky, lost in thought. The girl made sure that the prince was a good father after all. First of all, she wanted to become his daughter so that he would be proud of her. After that, thanks to this power, she will be able to easily complete all tasks and return home. In other words, all this was in order to fulfill his plan. The girl quickly got up and was ready to start running again, while Sophia barely caught up with her. When the nanny came closer, she immediately said that she had good news and told her that His Majesty allowed them to visit the 4th floor. However, the little princess could not accept the nanny's joy and was somewhat shocked, not knowing what to answer. The divine prince lived in the midnight 3-story palace, according to the design of which there was no 4th, but then he had to somehow get to this floor. The nanny quickly explained that everything was quite simple because the 4th floor was built by the prince with the help of magic. When he grew up, he used the dragon's heart for this. On this floor, he kept valuables, paintings, and various fragments. All subjects were divided into 5 levels depending on weight. These are very expensive items, so this clearance is significant. Sophia couldn't contain her happiness, knowing that everything there was incredibly valuable. The girl was blinded by the nanny's joy, and she only spoke that it should have been said earlier. Nevertheless, the maid would like to go to the 4th floor right now and asked if the princess would mind, but the girl did not know what to answer because she had come here to pick plums. Charisse asked the nanny if it would be possible to postpone the trip. When the girl asked the reason, the princess pointed to the tree because it was for its sake that she came. The princess said that she wanted to make compote from the fruits of that tree, and the nanny did not understand why. The girl said that this is an Ursulum tree, and its fruits are not edible at all. The little lady was surprised that the nanny gave the plum such an interesting name. The nanny also informed that even the most unnecessary things are not thrown away in the imperial palace, so the fruit is most likely now in storage. Hearing this, the girl became a little quiet and told Sophia that if her business was not urgent, she would like to go get her father's gift a little later. The girl was surprised at first, but then she agreed with a smile and said that the prince allowed the girl to play as much as she wanted. Taking the nanny by the hand, the girl first wanted to check whether there were Ursulum fruits in the warehouse, because she had to prepare something else. Meanwhile, the prince continued to deal with important matters, and the aide said that there were several that were worth paying attention to. The first of them is the dragon's heart. However, the prince seemed distracted again by thoughts of his younger sister's daughter, saying that even in this she was similar to Kiana. Jackal rolled up the tray on which there was a ball. The man said that it was the measuring device that he had placed by the princess's bed yesterday. During this time, it should have been filled, but the device remained empty. Therefore, it is unknown whether she can use the power of the dragon. The prince finished and said that in other words the girl was like an ordinary person. He thought, because if she starts fighting for the throne from the age of 11, then there will be only one result. The aide suggested that the girl should immediately give up the battle and leave the palace early, but the prince said that it made no sense. He said that he had already seen many times how such family members, leaving the palace, became simple aristocrats, but still supported their factions. Everything remained as it was, and nothing changed. Such relatives simply continued the battle for the throne, but outside the palace. Jackal even began to worry because he did not know what to do. At such rates, the princess will not be able to defeat even the weakest opponent, and she will not be able to protect herself. His Majesty thought for a moment, but finally announced that there was one way. The assistant almost immediately guessed what method the prince wanted to say, and immediately rushed to the table shouting that it was very dangerous. However, Baikal was sure that everything could work out for him, but Jackal was still worried and asked His Majesty to think about it again. The assistant did not stop trying to convince the prince, but he only replied that otherwise the reputation of the princess would suffer. The man did not immediately understand what the prince meant, and Baikal explained that if Charisse is weak, rumors will begin to spread that she is not able to cope with her duties. He also emphasized that in such a case, the reputation of not only the little princess, but also her mother would be trampled. The assistant had nothing to answer. The prince also reminded that even thieves are in awe of the Win family. As the jackal said, members of the imperial family cannot move and enjoy protection without a title, so the prince finally decided to adopt Charisse. The assistant did not object to the prince's plans, but immediately replied that he would first deal with the preparations. When the assistant left the office, the prince took out the ribbon with which the little princess had tied his finger. Now he will have a daughter. Baikal already had 2 children, and as descendants of a divine prince, they were quite strong from childhood. The dragon's heart was in perfect condition, so His Majesty had never worried about the children until now. The prince was very angry when he thought again that he and the girl had been treated terribly before. He looked out the window, thinking of a man whom he considered very cruel, even though he was his great-grandfather. Suddenly, the prince remembered that the princess had been taught by the dragon to heal with a needle. The assistant did not immediately understand what His Majesty was talking about. The prince explained, and then Jackal confirmed it, and also said that the dragons were indeed the guardians of the imperial family, so it was likely. However, Baikal was not sure about this, and the assistant thought that the princess might have told a lie, but that was not what the prince meant. He thought the princess made it up. The man came to this conclusion because he remembered that the girl's previous nanny said that the princess had never studied anywhere before. At such a pace, it was obvious that the girl did not know how to speak, write, and even banal table etiquette, but she already knew all this very well. He thought that someone really could have taught the princess, and even began to believe that it really could have been a dragon. However, almost immediately, the prince decided that he should not believe guesses. He ordered the assistant to spread the gossip that there was one princess who was under the protection of a dragon. Jackal immediately beamed at this, happily accepting the task, and also offered to spread the word that the prince was going to adopt this special princess. The aide also asked how the prince was going to tell his sons about it. His Majesty thought for a moment and replied that they were soon to return from the academy, and then he would tell. There was also a question about Princess Alexandra, and the aide asked whether the prince would continue to demand that the girl be placed under house arrest. The prince replied that this kid bullied Charisse a lot, so she'll be writing letters of apology all month long. The man assumed without a mistake that the princess would not like it very much, especially if she had to write these letters with her own hand, but otherwise it would not work if the prince did not feel her dragon aura. Nevertheless, Jackal enthusiastically began to write a letter to Alexandra with Baikal's order. The prince immediately noticed that the assistant liked it very much. His Majesty was sure that this was the beginning of the Win confrontation, and now it was necessary to restore the trampled pride. After that, the assistant asked the prince what he should answer to the princess, because first of all it was necessary to inform her about everything, but Baikal decided to wait. He said that he would tell everything himself as soon as the girl gets a little used to life in the palace, because now she can only get scared and run away. The prince turned his attention to the table and the document lying on it. Taking it, I read that it was a list of things that are necessary to adopt a girl. The assistant also emphasized that the prince will not be able to raise the girl in the same way as his sons. His Majesty thought about it, but decided not to say anything to the jackal. One of the servants entered the office and for a moment distracted the men from the conversation. The servant said that Princess Charisse would like to get the prince's permission to use all the Ursulum fruits. The assistant was surprised to hear this because he also knew that these fruits were not edible. He wondered where she would use them, but the decision was up to the prince. Baikal thought. He didn't say anything to the girl about the fact that he had problems with his stomach, and besides, she also used a method of treatment that the prince would not have guessed about. The man thought that this time the princess must have had some idea, so he decided to let Charisse use these fruits for her own purposes. After the servant went to carry out the order, the prince returned to the assistant and told him to add one more item to the list. Jackal prepared to write down, but was not prepared for the fact that the prince would ask to add to the item to find books that taught how to raise girls, as in ordinary families. It didn't matter to him how many books were needed for this. He was ready to read and analyze them all in order to become the best father. The assistant noticed that the prince had somewhat strange desires, but still decided to think about where he could get such a book. Meanwhile, the princess was already in the warehouse. The nanny and the older man gathered fruit in baskets. Sophia asked the girl why she needed these fruits. The little lady replied that she wanted to make a medicine out of them, which helps when her stomach hurts. Grandfather was somewhat surprised because he had worked in the garden all his life, but he had never heard that Ursulum had healing powers. The man also said that while taking care of these trees, he always threw away the fruits. This upset the girl a little, although she understood why these fruits were considered inedible. However, the girl decided to tell, saying that the dragon himself told her about it, so no one could know this information. The girl understood that it was a great opportunity to constantly talk about the dragon, because then she was believed, but she hoped that everything would be fine. When the adults finished stacking the fruits, the girl clapped her hands and announced that now was the time to cook the Ursulum fruit compote. Finally, the company started making compote. The nanny said that first you need to pour sugar, and the girl got down to business. When the girl looked at the huge mountain of sugar, she was sure that there was too much of it, but the princess answered that it was necessary so that the fruits would marinate well there. The next step was to wash the fruit, and the nanny asked the girls how best to do it. The princess stressed that there should be no traces left on the fruit. Suddenly, Charisse noticed that among some of the fruits there were already overripe ones. Such cream was not good either for eating or compote, so I quickly started sorting through it. While she was sorting through, someone behind her shouted. The nanny asked the grandfather what had happened, and he answered that someone had hit him. The princess realized that she had to be more careful. Then Uncle Tomby asked the princess what he should do next. The girl immediately refused, which has one dangerous task for him. The princess asked the man to clean the fruit from the stones, and the grandfather immediately got down to business, completing the task with ease. The girl was happy with such zeal of the older man, but suddenly she noticed that he was getting the bones too quickly and thought that it was not necessary. She knew from real life that the bones had a high amount of amygdalin. If she wanted to make syrup faster, it is better to pull them out. In small quantities they were not dangerous, but if you ate a lot of them, it was poison. Previously, the cash registers in the restaurant often displayed apricot pits, and once she ate one. She thought it was candy. Noticing that the child put something in his mouth, his mother immediately ordered him to spit it out, because children cannot do this. There could be problems. Immersed in her memories, she did not immediately notice that she was being called. After regaining consciousness, she returned to the elders. The girl was asked what to do next. Charisse refused, that now everything had to be mixed. The nanny noticed that the princess's expression had changed. The princess immediately replied that everything was fine, but in her mind she was already longing to return home. Next, it was necessary to put the fruits in the jars, filling them halfway, after which the compote was almost ready. Approaching the cans, the princess said that now it was necessary to leave them in this state for 100 days. Everything would be fine, but the princess began to worry that she would have to wait as long as 100 days. She didn't want to think that the prince would still have stomach problems this whole term. The nanny noticed the princess's concern, so she informed her that there was one magic that could speed up the infusion process. The girl immediately wondered how much faster everything would pass then. Sophia was unsure about this information, but she replied that it could probably take several hours. The girl looked at the cans, hoping that she would be able to finish cooking by tomorrow. In this way, she would already be able to treat the knights with this syrup in the morning, so she sat down in an empty seat and began to wait for the nanny to return. And so another day passed. The next morning, the princess woke up early and, looking out the window, tried to catch a dragonfly flying by. After a few minutes, a nanny came into the room. The girl noticed that the princess woke up early and asked if she was tired, but Charisse denied and asked Sophia to do her hair. The nanny thought a little about what kind of dress she should wear today, but the princess thought that she could choose any. Finally, the child was combed and dressed. The princess thanked the nanny for her help, and Sophia even said that the girl should not go to the lake today, otherwise the fishermen will faint. Charisse did not take this joke very well. Then the nanny took the princess to breakfast. The girl wondered in her mind whether the fruit had already set, so she wanted to check it quickly. Sophia noticed that the princess was a little sad and assumed that she was worried about the compote, so she suggested that she go to the kitchen first to check that everything was ready. A servant met her in the kitchen. The kitchen workers were glad that the princess herself visited them. The cook immediately approached the princess to say hello and assumed that it was Charisse who had prepared the medicinal syrup yesterday. The woman led the princess to a separate room where she actually moved all the jars of syrup. The little lady immediately noticed that the compote was in excellent condition, besides there was no dust. The cook thought that it was in this condition that the compote should be put on the table, but the girl stopped her and said that it was necessary to strain the drink first. After that, add the liquid itself to the jars, because for the medicine you need not the Ursula itself, but the broth from it. It is necessary to store such a potion in the same way as other medicines. The cook thanked the princess for her help. Charisse also got down to business, although the woman said that the workers were supposed to do it, but the princess replied that she also had to make an effort because it was her idea. The princess personally wanted to bring the syrup to her father, so when she finished pouring the medicine, she took one glass and cheerfully carried it to breakfast. The little lady was overjoyed and believed that the prince would like the taste of the medicine, but she was not ready for the fact that His Majesty would not be in the palace. Jackal said that he had gone on business. The girl was very disappointed by what she heard. The assistant noticed the concern of the princess because she could not even imagine where her father had gone. The man asked the girl not to worry and explained that the prince always woke up very early and immediately got down to business, and at dawn he came to train with other knights. Hearing calmed the little princess, and she thought that the prince was very persistent, that even stomach problems did not stop him. She said that in that case she would come later, but stopped and thought and asked Jackal if it would be a problem if he visited his father for training. The man thought a little but decided that it would not cause any problems. On the playground where the knights were training, all the boys turned their attention to the little girl. Running past the soldiers, the girl stopped for a moment to ask if anyone had seen the divine prince. The boys fell in love with the little lady, and one of them finally managed to tell where His Majesty was right now. To a strange commotion, Baikal himself went out to meet the princess. Smiling, he asked why she had come because it was dangerous here. Noticing her father, the girl immediately rushed to him, which caused surprise among the soldiers because they did not know that the prince also had a daughter. Throwing herself into the arms of the prince, Charisse said that she came because she missed him very much. The prince was pleasantly surprised, even though they had seen each other yesterday. The way the prince communicated with the girl greatly surprised the knights, because they had not heard such a thing from His Majesty before. However, once again paying attention to the little princess, they immediately dismissed all doubts and understood the reason. The princess made a slightly offended look, because she thought that she was the only one who was bored, and also announced that she had brought a present. The prince said with a smile that in that case he should apologize, and asked the princess what kind of gift she brought. The girl was happy and clapped her hands and signaled for a tray to be rolled into the arena, on which the syrup she had already poured was poured. The princess explained that these are medicines that help with stomach aches. The voices of the knights shouted from behind that they too were in pain. Noticing the ardor of the warriors, the prince only looked at them for a moment, making it clear that as soon as they approached, their end was near. The boys immediately stopped. Charisse asked her father what had happened, but he said that it was nothing to worry about. When the girl leaned against him, the prince again looked at the knights warningly. He made it clear to his subordinates that they should not even think of approaching. The knights were very disappointed by this. Meanwhile, the nanny poured a little decoction for the prince. After he tasted it, I was surprised that the unpleasant sensations really passed. His Majesty was pleasantly surprised by the girl's skills, but he did not like how kindly she treated the other knights. Baikal didn't really like that the princess gave out this precious drink so carelessly, even though he barely had enough for himself. Before he could reach for the cup, the girl immediately stopped him and warned him that he should not drink this drink cold, otherwise his stomach would hurt again. The prince did not answer anything, only silently looked at the little princess, seeing in her an angry cat, which made it difficult to even be angry with her. However, what was Prince Baikal really like? He was excellent in martial arts as well as magic. The prince was highly developed in all directions, but if we talk about his weaknesses, then they were cats. He didn't admit it to anyone, but when he compared the girl to a cat, he thought she was very cute. However, His Majesty was greatly displeased when he saw how his knights lost their heads playing with his daughter. The girl kept saying that she wanted to ride on her father's neck, but one by one the knights wanted to ride her themselves, which the princess refused. The prince thought that the girl liked to pretend, but immediately forced himself to calm down, because the parents could not know what the children were thinking about. Baikal almost immediately forced himself to come to his senses because he was deep in thought, and they needed to continue training, so he ordered Sophia to take the princess. For the time being, the prince decided not to hurry with education. He still had a lot of time, and first he needed to read all the books. Charisse approached him again, taking his hand. She found out that he wanted to give her a present, so she came to thank him. She also whispered something in his ear. When the girl left, one of the knights asked the prince what the princess told him. Baikal said that the princess asked to be called by her first name. The man realized that this little one never stopped surprising him. In the end, the prince forced himself to distract himself from thoughts about his daughter. The time for rest had passed, so now it was necessary to start training, and having prepared, he ordered the knights to attack. Meanwhile, the princess received a notification that the task was successfully completed, as well as an additional reward for helping the knights. When they returned to the palace, the girl immediately asked where they were going. The nanny answered that now we have to go to the 4th floor. She also said that getting there was difficult, but that's why the place was so safe. The girl indicated the direction where they found themselves in front of a huge portrait. Looking at the picture, the girl thought that it was her, but Sophia said that it was a portrait of her mother. The nanny slightly pushed the picture, and the gate leading to the 4th floor immediately opened in front of them. As soon as they went inside, the nanny began to tell and show the girl what and where it was. The princess carefully considered everything. Charisse wondered if the prince was so strong, why didn't he sit on the throne? Suddenly a tiara caught her eye. This thing shone so brightly that the princess was immediately fascinated by it, so she immediately approached and took it. The girl immediately put it on and asked the nanny if she could take this crown, but Sophia was a little hesitant to answer. She said that this thing belonged to Kiena, but the girl immediately realized that the prince never had time to give it to her. The nanny got a little confused after confirming this. The little lady was also a little sad, looking at the jewelry in her hand, and wondering why the prince did not give these jewelry as a gift, although she saw that the jewelry was very beautiful. She could not find the answers to this, but she knew one thing for sure. The size of this tiara meant exactly how much the brother loved his sister. She also noticed how carefully each stone was selected. The girl put the ornament back and smiled. She wondered how her mother felt, knowing that she had such a good brother. Exhaling heavily, she also wanted to have such a family. The nanny's heart sank at her words, and she told the princess that if she liked the ornaments so much, she could take them, but Charisse knew they were her mother's. However, Sophia said that if the prince saw the girl wearing his sister's jewelry, he would certainly be happy. The girl was only happy to hear, so she decided to take them. The nanny said that the tiara fit the baby very well, so she could leave it on. The girl thought that she looked like a real princess in this tiara. Picking up the little one in her arms, the nanny said that she is already a princess. She also suggested Charisse to go explore other floors in the palace, because there were still many wonderful things in this castle. The little lady happily agreed. The nanny warmly said that the girl should have more servants because she deserves better. The princess was surprised that she needed someone else besides a nanny. And so the whole week passed. It was raining heavily outside, autumn was approaching soon, so the weather would become colder. The princess also paid attention to this, because of which she did not want to get out of the warm bed. The nanny said that you should dress warmer today and called 2 new maids. One of them, Shami, a servant of the Everville family, immediately came up and said that she had brought warm sheepskin boots for the princess. And the second, Henna, also a servant from the Everville family, brought the girl a dress filled with magic so as not to spoil her delicate skin. After looking at all these wonderful things, the princess was very happy and wanted to wear them right away. Just last week, these 2 maids were chosen to serve the princess. The girl was surprised that they were found so quickly. The maids immediately got to know the princess, and she reciprocated, after which she immediately received a notification from the system, which told her to calm down the maids, because their hearts were beating too fast. While the girls talked among themselves, evaluating the cuteness of the little princess, Charisse was very surprised that this task also related to medicine. Then she turned her attention to their eyes. The girl sighed with regret, but there was nothing to do, because stones were also given for this task. She already knew what the maids were thinking, so in order to calm them down, she approached Shami and hummed and allowed herself to be hugged. Suddenly, the maid noticed a wound on the princess's hands and asked about it. Charisse completely forgot about these scratches, but thought that they had not yet come off when she was running away from Alexandra. She knew that such a wound would not go away in a couple of days, even with cream, but she did not care now. The girl smiled and said that she should not worry about it. However, almost immediately she stopped and realized that this could be her chance to raise the maid's interest in her. The princess said that she had recently injured herself a little, and it still hurt a little, but everything would be fine if the maids applied cream to the wound and handed Shami a jar. The maids were very moved by this, and immediately agreed to help the princess without further ado. A friendly atmosphere began to stir in the room. The new servant was happy to be near the princess, and the system sent a notification about the successful completion of the task, giving a reward. Already now, the girl looked at the girls, giving each of them an assessment. They are the kind who were a bit rude but sincere and friendly. The nanny approached her and informed her that the rain will probably not end soon, so she should exercise these couple of days. The princess was interested in what exactly? Sophia noticed that there were subjects that each member of the family had to master. They included history from Leocad to the current ruler. All princes and princesses started with this. After that, you could start other lessons. After hearing this, the princess realized that it was only for the best because this information could help. Seeing the girl's interest, the nanny was also happy that the child had such a desire for knowledge, so she decided to start immediately. Sophia took the girl to the study room. She began to draw diagrams on the board and said that children should learn this subject by the age of 5. The girl was supposed to be taught this subject by the previous maids, but since this did not happen, the nanny herself decided to teach her and drew a verbatim genealogy of the princess's family. When the nanny finished drawing, Charisse immediately found her place in this tree. Sophia praised her for her attentiveness. While the girl was talking, the princess sat quietly. She agreed to these lessons because she thought it would be useful, but still the classes were boring. Suddenly, the girl noticed something and quickly jumped up, pointing at something unknown. The nanny was alarmed. The princess started to point her finger at something, and Sophia looked at the board, but Charisse was pointing higher, there, where the little white cat was sitting. The girl could not understand whether she was the only one who saw the animal because Sophia pretended not to notice the cat. The nanny exhaled and offered to take a short break. However, the princess only smiled and said that it was not necessary to interrupt the lesson. About herself, she decided not to pay attention to the cat. The nanny decided to listen to the princess and continue the lesson. The girl took out an unknown stone and said that the recording was starting. Charisse thought it looked like a camera. In the meantime, the teacher continued and told that the state was divided into 2 parts, and Leokid, who was her great-great-grandfather, ruled for more than 100 years in the north. The princess was also told that after the emperor ascended the throne, all his descendants were called the new generation and consisted only of his direct descendants. The girl already knew that. The absolute emperor Leokides, who took possession of the dragon's heart, After his coronation, he destroyed all his brothers and sisters. And only those who were born from the second generation of his own children, forming the current imperial family, were considered his descendants. That is how the princess became the younger sister of the dark magician. This was discussed from the very beginning in the game tutorial. While the nanny continued to tell, the girl mentally remembered that after these events, depending on the names, 3 factions were formed, which began to fight with each other. Suddenly, the nanny sharply drew a chalk across the blackboard, emphasizing an important point, namely, whether Emperor Leochid can continue to rule the state and why it was necessary to divide the country into 2 parts. The reason was that the emperor wanted to give his descendants an equal chance and thus pass the power over South Castalia to the rest of the family. Actually, since then, the war for possession of these lands began. The princess thought that the emperor did this on purpose to strengthen his own position on the throne. However, she now understood that there was no room for feelings in this game. It was Charisse Wynn Castalia who was the most inconspicuous of all the 11 heirs. The girl suddenly decided to ask the nanny what happened to those who did not bear the surname Wynn. Sophia replied that such people were immediately kicked out of the palace as soon as they turned 15. The princess was shocked by what she heard. Noticing the girl's fright, the nanny immediately explained that everything was not so bad because after being sent, such people were given the status of a count and also given land. However, this did not reassure her. The girl began to feel that day by day she was drifting further and further away from her real self to Charisse, so she wanted to return as soon as possible. However, her own confidence that she would be able to return became less and less because she was only an orphan princess who was despised by everyone. Suddenly, she realized that it was not necessary to return because now she was with those who loved her, and if she returned, she would not be with them. A sudden notification from the system distracted the girl from her thoughts. She carefully began to read the message, which even shocked her a little. The nanny noticed that the girl suddenly fell silent, so she asked if she was tired. The princess came to her senses and immediately replied that she was just thinking. Nevertheless, the lessons were finished for today, and the nanny put away the chalk. The girl was even very surprised by this because everything was too fast. But the nanny replied that she was forced to do it because the person behind her was looking too sternly. Charisse looked around. The prince even smiled, saying that the princess was so engrossed in the lesson that she didn't even notice him entering the room. The cat, who was in the room all the time, also began to slowly descend, and the princess noticed it, but decided to ignore it. Instead, she told her father that she learned a lot today. Suddenly, the animal nimbly jumped onto the prince's shoulder, which surprised the girl, and she thought that it was the prince's pet. The man asked her if she had any other business. The princess replied that she had nothing else planned. At this, the prince took her with him because he wanted to show something. The girl was interested and followed. In her head, the princess began to imagine moments when her father would tell her that she did not try hard enough to become a real princess and would drive her away. She didn't want to leave it like that, so she rushed to her father and stopped him to ask where he was taking her. Baikal thought about it and only said that if she found out she would be shocked, so it was better to just watch. Such an answer only frightened the girl more, so now she was almost sure that they wanted to expel her. She didn't like all this terribly, and a red warning light was already screaming in her head. It was almost maddening. She looked at the prince again, trying to understand what he was thinking, but as always, it was impossible to read something. Now she thought that was why that window had popped up, but she remembered Sophia's words about the fact that they are sent only after the 15th birthday. Charisse thought she might have misunderstood everything and just wasted the stones, but she now had a choice to buy or not. However, she decided to accept the offer. It was just an accident. While the prince was not looking, the girl turned to the program, where she confirmed the purchase. About 30 minutes ago, the princess received a notification. It looked strange, and it didn't look like a message. The notification started popping up. It turned out to be an ad offer, especially for her. The system offered her to buy tickets with hints. The program seemed to guess that the girl was worried that she might be kicked out of the palace in the near future. In addition, she made a considerable discount on this offer. Charisse noticed that the price was 99 stones instead of 1,000. However, she understood that everything looked very suspicious. There was a strange premonition, as if some cheap thing was deliberately passed off, and then the price was reduced, knowing, moreover, how difficult it was for the princess to collect these stones. In addition, she noticed that as soon as she refuses the offer, the message will disappear, so she considered that if she buys it and forgets about it, she will only be in the red. However, she was also worried that the system could calculate a discount in the price of the debt, which, on the contrary, would only increase it and make her a slave. It was a very important decision, so I decided to postpone it for later. However, because of the closed message, the notification kept flashing in front of my eyes. In the end, she made the decision to buy tips, so she was sure that now she would not be kicked out and was ready for anything. When the door to the room opened, the only thing the princess was not ready for was seeing a whole bunch of different gifts. She even covered her mouth with her hands in delight. His Majesty paid attention to the admiration of his daughter. Charisse asked what it was all about, and the prince replied that it was all for her, along with her own room. This quite shocked the little lady. However, the princess recalled that the prince hinted that she would not be disappointed, and her father explained that he wanted to decorate the room even more magnificently, but he was not allowed. Jackal emphasized that this should not be done, because the more decorations, the greater the chance of the child injuring himself. Then the girl asked what the prince's words meant, that it might shock her. The man explained that the girl could have had a heart attack because of such a surprise, so he was worried about it. Of course, the princess understood that this was impossible, but now the problem was that she had bought some suspicious piece of paper and did not know what to do with it. She fell down on the floor in frustration, and the prince thought that the girl would not like this gift. He offered her to exchange the gift. The princess immediately came to her senses and stopped being upset. She looked around the room once more and realized that it was specially prepared by the prince, just for her. While I was preoccupied with these tips, I didn't even pay attention to it. She was ashamed of this behavior, so she decided to make amends and immediately thanked her father for the gift, saying that she liked it very much. For herself, she decided not to pay any more attention to this purchase. Like a normal child, Charisse immediately began approaching the wrapped gifts and opening them one by one. She realized that the prince carefully selected gifts for her and also personally decorated the room. This is the first time with her. In one of the packages, the girl found pencils for drawing. Baikal watched the girl all the time and saw her admiration. The princess was sure of one thing for sure: the prince really cared about her. Having finished examining the gifts, the princess ran up to her father to thank her once again because she had received such a gift for the first time. The prince was glad that his daughter liked it and said that he called Sistani for help for a reason. The girl was surprised to hear this last name. His Majesty noticed that the girl already knew about this family. The princess refused that Sophia mentioned them. The Sistani were also called great builders. However, that was not all. And the prince announced that he had also involved Terensky artists and organ sculptors. All of them helped to decorate the room and choose gifts. When he heard, the girl was incredibly surprised because all 5 grand duchies took part in choosing gifts for her. The girl was so moved that she bowed before her father, thanking him for everything. The prince was surprised at this, to which the princess replied that it was a dragon's style of greeting. However, Charisse was still interested in the question of why His Majesty cared so much for her, because she was not even his own daughter. Baikal only told her that it was not worth thanking so much. The prince said that now that she had such a room she could go and play, while he would meditate nearby and took a book in his hands. It suited her, so she immediately agreed. The princess wanted it to continue as long as possible. You can't do anything with the hints that she acquired earlier, so she decided to use them. However, she understood that she should be more careful in order not to get caught, so she quickly began to pretend that she was choosing which gifts to play with first. She decided to pretend she was drawing, while she immediately opened the system and ran the first attempt at the prompt. The system had many conditions for use, and the main one was that after reading the prompt would disappear immediately. Charisse didn't worry about it because she had a good memory. She confirmed her agreement, and the system immediately counted her that she had 9 clues left. There were 10 in total. When the hint appeared in front of her, after reading it, the girl seemed not to believe in its truthfulness. In the message, the system warned the heroine to avoid ending the game, because in this case all the stones she collected will disappear. Even if she repays the debt, everything will have to start from the beginning. Also, the system offered the heroine to buy a special chest in which you can store goods so that it does not disappear, but the girl did not remember anything like that. However, she immediately thought that this item could be a product from Dragon Street. The girl already knew this place because all possible rare and magical things were sold there, but the items there were very expensive because only the entrance to the shop cost 1,000 stones. Previously, when she played, because it was very expensive there, she did not visit the store a couple of times, but she took into account the hint about the chest. Then the heroine decided to use the next hint, and the system told her that while she has a debt, various fines are imposed on the character. However, Charisse already knew this and hoped that the following clues would be more informative. She began to look for other clues, but all of them were already familiar information, until suddenly the little lady came across something interesting. The following hints were about hidden tasks and their rewards. The girl read and understood that they were more useful, but did not know where to buy additional episodes. In the end, the heroine decided to use the hints a little more, but suddenly noticed that there were only 4 of them left, so she thought of saving them. Having closed the system panel, the girl began to think about where to find a task with achievements. When her father turned to her, the man approached the girl, noticing that she did not really like drawing. Charisse jumped up in surprise. He drew attention to the fact that the princess had long since sat down to draw, but the paper was still empty, so he offered to play with something else. In order not to express herself, the girl exclaimed that she just wanted to draw her father. The prince was surprised by this, and the girl explained that she simply did not know how to do it correctly, to which he said that it was impossible to finish what was started quickly if it concerned art. The girl did not understand what the prince wanted to say with these words, but she was afraid that he would ask what she was doing all the time, so she breathed a sigh of relief. His Majesty continued to read a book while the princess drew, but suddenly the girl approached him to ask something. She sat on his arms and said that she knew that the twins were coming back soon, so she was afraid that they might not like it. The prince was surprised by this. The girl tried to explain that it wasn't that they didn't like her, although in fact she was thinking about it, because for them she would suddenly appear as a sister. Nevertheless, she was still worried, because she knew little about the brothers themselves, only that they were the sons of His Majesty. Idris was very intelligent and shrewd as a fox, and Gurgis was strong and honest like a bear, but he was also quite naive. The princess was sure that with one it would be enough to just be cute, but with the second, the one who is like a fox, it would not work. The prince tried to calm the girl down and said that these two were not so childish as to be at odds with their younger sister and did not pay attention to anyone but each other. Charisse again felt this kindness and care from the prince, so she thought that he could really adopt her. She wanted to ask about it directly, but suddenly thought that it would not be bad if she was told about it at some party. While she was thinking, the prince suddenly asked her who she thought her real father was. The princess immediately thought, remembering her childhood from real life and her father, who spent all the time in the hospital, and she was next to him. The smell of antiseptic and the sounds of a pacemaker were all she remembered from that time. It seems that he was still smiling in a kind way, but she was not sure about it exactly because it was a long time ago. But of course she could not tell about this, so she answered that her father should braid her braids, sitting the girl on his lap. The prince asked what else he should do. It was difficult for the girl to squeeze it out, but she asked her father to go shopping with her, and also to theme parks. The prince thought because he did not know what these parks were. He wondered how much he still didn't know. The princess was even a little surprised that Baikal really thought about it, because he even raised his own sons in Spartan conditions. However, she still wanted to explain everything to him in a simpler way, and said that, first of all, her father should always be on her side. Even if she does something wrong, don't fight right away and don't drive her into a corner. She wanted it to be so. She thought that it would be wonderful if the prince immediately came to her aid in such a case. His Majesty said that the girl should not worry about it, because if the princess did not do everything would be considered right, but no one would dare to contradict her. Charisse immediately paid attention to what to do when someone like Alexandra appeared, but her father's reaction almost did not scare her. The prince refrained because he understood that he could scare the girl, so he simply replied that such a thing would not happen. While they were talking, the prince quickly braided the princess's braids, which pleasantly surprised her. The prince smiled and reminded her that she had asked for it herself, but Charisse thought she blurted out the first thing that came to mind. Suddenly, the prince said that the girl could get whatever she wanted. He did not know about the park, but he promised to build it for her. He also said that no one would dare to insult or hurt her again, and swore that he himself would never leave her again. Hearing this, the princess could no longer hold back tears, and they poured out of her eyes. She could not take her eyes off her father. She realized that at first she had wrongly explained to herself what a father's love should be, because now she noticed that she felt much warmer than she had imagined. If she has such a family, then she will forget to think about turning back and will hug the prince more tightly. The princess eventually fell asleep in the prince's arms when the jackal entered the room. His Majesty warned the assistant to be quieter. However, the assistant was shaking with worry because he brought some documents that urgently needed to be reviewed. Baykal only reluctantly refused because he thought that the assistant meant to wake up the child, who had fallen asleep from crying, and get to work. Jackal noticed that the prince was still reading the books he ordered to be bought and thought they were interesting. The prince immediately said that he was reading them to learn. The prince quoted a couple of facts from the book, and the assistant thoughtfully asked the name of the book. In the end, His Majesty said that if these are so important documents, then let him leave them here and go. The princess woke up from their conversation and looked at her father with still sleepy eyes. The prince asked her when she woke up. In response to her answer, he said that he had accumulated some cases that needed to be completed. The assistant was glad that the prince was teaching the girl responsibility. He also noticed that the appearance of the princess made His Majesty a little softer. He noted that the girl was sweet and kind. It felt like a flower had blossomed in their palace. It was a bit strange for the princess to hear this, because she had not done anything special, so it seemed flattering to her. The prince decided to interrupt this conversation and ordered Jackal to return to the office. The servant immediately listened, but turned his attention to the prince. His Majesty almost smiled so widely for the first time, and the assistant realized that if the prince had not tried to hide it, but he liked the praise of the little princess. Returning to the office, the prince immediately asked how the adoption was progressing. The assistant said that as soon as the two princes returned, it would be possible to arrange a party for this. The prince asked if there was any information as to when they would return. Jackal said that the boys had already passed all the exams the day before, so they should return soon. He also conveyed Sophia's request to the prince. The girl asked to make the plum blossom with the help of magic, because the princess made medicine from them, so the nanny wanted to make them the theme of the party. His Majesty agreed that it was a good idea, and also ordered the servants to start putting up the posters. The assistant reported that everything was ready. He also said that soon enough rumors will start to circulate on the streets. When people saw the poster about the fact that Prince Baykal decided to adopt Charisse, they immediately started talking about it. People only knew that the girl was blessed and could not speak, so she simply existed imperceptibly before that. Some even believed that the prince did it only out of pity for the little girl, but everyone was waiting for this news to come out of the palace walls. However, many have even heard how this princess received the blessing of the dragon himself and was so intelligent that she was able to make medicine out of poison. Some people asked themselves one question because they believed that Jen's faction was the main one, and so it was until Princess Alexandra was punished and Prince Baykal returned. Someone even began to think that once Princess Charisse came of age, she could become a strong candidate for the throne. Talking about it only fueled people's interest. While working in the garden, the princess accidentally sneezed and immediately realized that someone was talking about her. Suddenly, her grandfather approached her and informed her that the princess was all dirty. It was the first time he had seen a member of the imperial family so fond of gardening. The girl came here to collect medicinal herbs and reported that there were a lot of them in the garden. Grandfather could not but agree with her. Although the central and side gardens were planted with decorative flowers, he always found the necessary herbs there. Looking around, the girl understood what her grandfather was talking about, but even so, she harvested quite a lot, so now she was ready for any task. Along the path, the girl found various herbs that could relieve either inflammation or cough. There were also flowers and herbs in the greenhouses that helped heal wounds, and they were no different from those medicines that were in reality in the pharmacy. The princess was in a good mood, and her grandfather only advised her, but warned her that she should have been more careful. He said that there were many useful things in the palace, but we should not forget about pests and even snakes that could be in the grass. Of course, it will be possible to cure it with holy power, but it is better to be careful. The princess quietly agreed to this, but immediately wondered what the level of medicine was in this world. During the game, the heroine never sought medical help. There was no need. However, she knew that things were different with the common people, because they were not as strong as members of the imperial family, so they could easily injure themselves. If they get injured and leave everything as it is, then a big trouble could happen. Thinking about this, the girl immediately asked the gardener how exactly he was being treated. Grandfather answered that in case of something he goes to the medical office in the palace. He said that the servants from the palace use the normal medical supplies from the cabinet. The girl immediately asked if those who do not live in the palace are treated then. Grandfather thought about this a little, after which he assumed that in this case people would most likely come to the Hafneus temple and the necessary medicines would be sold there. Hafneus is the goddess of love and faith. Among the gods of the religion of Castalia, she was the most important and the most symbolic goddess. Of course, because of this, her temple had a high status. She was called the only force capable of opposing the imperial family. However, the princess heard for the first time that medicine was sold there, so she asked the old man how much the medicine might cost. She thought about 100 gold. But she was completely unprepared for the fact that the grandfather would call the price about 10,000 gold. She believed without a doubt that the people there had lost their minds, because for such a price even a rich family of 4 could live on that money for a whole month. Then the girl decided to ask about the doctors because it would be possible to get treatment from them, but the grandfather was not positive about it because the situation was difficult. There were fewer doctors in the state than priests. In addition, it will not be possible to see a doctor if you do not wait a certain time. The girl asked how long the wait was. And again, Charisse was unpleasantly surprised because grandfather said that it was different in each temple, but in general the wait took up to a year. The princess understood that this was almost a tragedy because what was to be done when the disease progressed and there was no time to wait? Time is life. She didn't even want to think about how many people could die while waiting for help, spending time on it. Then the girl asked if there was any way to speed up the waiting process. Grandfather said that it was possible, but did not manage to answer right away. In the end, he said that in order to advance in the waiting line, it was necessary to bring a considerable amount of money to the temple as a donation. The princess was speechless. Charisse realized that order was not manifested in importance or record, but in money. Everything turned out to be very simple. Those who had money received treatment, and those who did not, even after a long wait, eventually died. In the game, she once completed a task about an old woman named Paba. In the place where she treated people, there were no medicinal herbs, which caused a great commotion. Then this task was very short and with an easy task, so she started to do it, and it seemed to her that Paba was replacing the doctor in all matters. Since there are doctors in this world, only those who had a license could treat. In this case, if everyone kept quiet about it, then the existence of the pub would be practically illegal. The girl did not know what to do. On the one hand, it was right that only licensed people could treat, but if people weren't sure, they could get to a specialist. Even if they raised money, she couldn't blame them for looking for alternative ways to get treatment. If Charisse had thought about it earlier, she wouldn't have wasted her energy. Grandfather noticed that the princess began to worry about ordinary people. He told her not to worry because they had the goddess Hafneus, who reaped all evil. He gave the child an apple and told her to pray and thus strengthen her faith during her illness. The girl only smiled at this and thought to herself that if people start to be treated properly, then the blessing of the goddess will be unnecessary. Left alone, the girl began to think about how to start things, because there were still many things to decide. The princess realized that there were two pressing problems in this world. The first of them is the low accessibility of the common people to medicine, and the second is the actual low level of medical knowledge. It was a romantic fantasy game, so you can't do anything with such a setting. That's how it was in the Middle Ages. First of all, this is a game where she needs to complete tasks related to her pharmacy. It didn't matter how fancy the game was, even here there was a caste, so if you decided to become a pharmacist out of nowhere, people would think you were trying to trick them into giving out expensive medicine. The princess realized that she could imagine it even without looking at such a situation. The girl remembered that the clues talked about 3 types of tasks: hidden, unexpected, and achievements. She hadn't tried the achievement tasks yet, but thinking about it, she was sure that such tasks would be important to the scenario. In the game, there was even a task to stop the end of the world. The princess could not know when the story of the tasks would go beyond the palace, so she first wanted to raise the availability of medicine for the common people. Someone came up behind her and called her. The girl calmly returned. An unfamiliar boy with a malicious smile asked her how she dared to be so defiant in front of him. Charisse swallowed the apple and, looking inquiringly at the boy, asked who he was. The boy was even more angry at this. The boy raised his head high and showed with all his appearance that he was much better than her. He introduced himself as Ashwin Gen Castalia. The princess was not at all impressed by this audacious look and did not understand what he was up to, because even while playing this game she did not know about him, so it is obvious that he was from the app. Looking at him, she could not understand what was special about this young man. But first of all, this was the territory of the White Knight Palace, so she did not understand why he came here brazenly and also started a quarrel with her. This, of course, was annoying, and there were 2 options for solving this issue. The first is to ignore it. However, she was sure that later it would lead to some public ridicule of Charisse at some event. The second option was to teach this boy, and the girl chose exactly that, because she had the pride of the Wynn family. Ashwin didn't even pay attention to the fact that the girl was getting angry. He wanted her to start calling for help because she was scared. He wanted to threaten with his dragon heart, but he did not expect that the little princess would rush at him without a shadow of fear. Charisse bent the entire tree with an unknown force and hovered over the enemy, showing that she was not afraid of him at all. Prince Gen also did not give up and shouted at the princess that she behaved as vulgarly as her mother. The princess, in turn, kicked the boy and shouted for him to apologize immediately because he dared to insult her mother. Ashwin looked at the girl, not understanding what was happening to her. Her eyes glowed brightly, and an unknown aura blazed around her. The prince did not give up and threatened her with Alexandra, saying that she would not leave it so easily, because for her, Charisse was just a joke. The princess calmed down a little and just laughed at this. This assumption was not at all wrong, because before Prince Baikal took her away, it was like that. But now everything has changed. Without explaining anything, the girl asked the prince if he had heard anything about the red medicine. He just looked at her questioningly. She immediately explained that it was a bright red medicine that could drive a person insane if dripped on a wound. So she said that she would first injure the prince and then use this medicine on him. The boy was not kidding when he realized that poison would be used on him. The prince understood that she threatened him, but the princess did not hide it and only warned him not to set foot in this garden again. At this, Ashwin quickly got up and rushed as far as the eye could see. The princess did not pursue him, only showed her tongue in pursuit. After that, the girl reached out contentedly, realizing that she had shown Wynn's strength, and now the family would not be treated so disrespectfully. She thought it would be a good idea to inform His Majesty that this ill-wisher was coming here, but she decided to think about it after she got back. While the princess was fighting with Gen's representative, someone was watching her closely. One of them noticed that the girl looked weak, so he wanted to go down to help, but he did not expect that she would fight off the enemy herself. Idris did not expect that the cousin would turn out to be much better than it seems at first glance. Gergis did not want his brother to interfere, because then his father might find out that they were hiding here. The second, in turn, reminded that this girl was able to make medicine from Urslam, so with her abilities he wanted to take the princess to her grandfather so that she would help him. Gergis clarified whether the brother meant to bring the girl to cure the grandfather. Idris thought it was worth a try, because if everything worked out, they would get extra points. However, the prince was interested in how exactly the brother was going to bring his sister to his grandfather because she had just driven away Jen's representative on her own. But the second believed that this was not enough and that the enemy prince should pay for bullying Win. Ashwin, meanwhile, tried to escape as far as possible from this garden, promising that as soon as Alexandra returned, he would avenge Charisse for everything. Suddenly, someone stopped the prince and he suddenly slowed down, covering himself with his hands. One of the Win princes blocked his way, telling him in a threatening tone that Jen dared to step on someone else's territory. Prince Ashwin immediately felt the energy of Gergis, and it started to scare him. The boy said it was all a misunderstanding and he was just passing by. Idris also came behind to clarify what the misunderstanding was, because they clearly saw what he was doing here. The prince was at a loss for words to say something. He thought that the twins were still at the academy. Ashwin understood that he was in trouble. Although Gergis looked scary, he could only get a couple of smacks from him. It was a different matter with Idris. When the twins spoke to him again, Jen's representative was completely confused and just started begging for forgiveness. He began to explain that he did not know about the return of the brothers and promised not to do this again, begging him to forgive him one last time. The twins looked at each other in silence at first, after which Gergis asked his brother if they would forgive him for the first time. Idris smiled in agreement. The boy was about to leave, but one of the brothers stopped him, reminding him that Jen thought they were still at the academy. Approaching him, Idris assumed that if they really weren't there, then Ashwin would continue to humiliate Win, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. The next day, Charisse told the prince about the situation. His Majesty praised his daughter for teaching one of the Jens a lesson. While the girl was eating the cake, she noticed that Baikal was much better at braiding her hair. The princess said that if she saw Ashwin again, she would chase him away. His Majesty was again praised by the princess and informed that he had finished braiding his hair. Charisse got up with a beaming smile and thanked her. The prince asked if she would go play now. The girl confirmed, but suddenly noticed that there was a whole pile of documents on the father's desk. She also remembered that the faces of the assistants also looked very tired, and it could not even be compared with the knights on the training platform. So she decided that she wanted to stay here today and watch over the prince. The princess also planned to help the workers relieve fatigue, which would give her more bonus points. The princess thought that as soon as she did something similar to the knights, the assistants would immediately get upset. The girl smiled at them, mentally apologizing for liking them so much, blaming Jen. Now I wanted to think about which medicine would be suitable for them. Suddenly, the princess heard a meowing sound again and saw a familiar cat. She was sure that it was His Majesty's pet. The animal approached Baikal, but the prince did not seem to pay any attention to her. The princess immediately began to draw what she saw, and then decided to ask her father about it. Suddenly, she realized that while drawing this cat, that ominous rabbit came to her mind, which began to worry her. The prince stretched on his chair, not believing that he had almost finished with all the documents, when his daughter came up behind him, drawing attention to herself. The princess came up and showed him the picture, asking what kind of cat it was. His Majesty was surprised that there was an animal in the office. After carefully looking at the picture, the prince was quite surprised. He asked the princess if she was really able to see this cat. Charisse was somewhat surprised by her father's reaction, because she did not understand why she could not see the cat. She was sure that she had definitely seen her. She confirmed again what she saw, which made the prince think. With a sharp clap of her hand, the same cat jumped out of the portal next to the princess, and Charisse was even a little frightened by the unexpectedness. The animal stretched, after which it immediately rushed to its owner. The prince said that he was a little surprised because people couldn't see familiars and introduced his own named Mill. Now the princess knew what kind of creature it was and why it appeared only when the prince was near. However, the girl was interested in why others could not see this creature. The prince said that it should be so, and that she could see them was strange. The prince said that in order to see a familiar, one must be endowed with innate abilities and at least have the strength of a half-dragon. This was exactly what was available to the strongest of the imperial bloodline. The princess thought about the power of the half-dragon because she thought that she was the weakest of the weak, so she did not understand why she could see the familiars. She knew she couldn't have a familiar of her own, so she thought it was some kind of enhancement from the resettlement. The prince told her not to think too much about it and reminded her that she was special because she had received the dragon's blessing, so she was worthy of being chosen as a familiar. His Majesty also said that his sons also had familiars, so he told the girl to somehow ask them to show their creatures. Charisse knew about it. When she was born, she also had a familiar, but one day he became disappointed in her and left her. In the past, the princess was blissful, that is why she did not recognize her familiar. So the little lady was glad that His Majesty did not guess about it, fortunately. Suddenly she remembered this rabbit again and began to think who he could be. Thinking about this, the princess immediately asked her father if he had not seen what the emperor's familiar looked like at that time, but the prince replied that he had never seen him because he was hidden from prying eyes. Charisse was wary. She seemed to understand something. If the owner of that familiar was so strong that he was able to drag her into this world, then she couldn't think of anyone other than Emperor Lycord himself. The princess began to think what to do if this rabbit really turned out to be a familiar of the emperor himself. Couldn't she ask him directly if he sometimes dragged her here? However, she realized that this was impossible because the characters of the game were not capable of such a thing. She was distracted from her thoughts by someone's shout from behind. Looking around, she saw one of her maids, Shami. The girl began to apologize for the noise because she accidentally broke the teapot. Realizing that everything was fine, the princess breathed a sigh of relief because at first she thought something bad had happened. The maid quickly began to collect the fragments. Charisse suddenly turned her attention to the maid's hands and immediately asked what kind of wounds they were. Shami said that yesterday she was cleaning silver candlesticks in the palace with other maids, and it seems that this is why she got a rash on her palms. The girl thought for a moment and almost immediately understood that it was an allergic reaction, because this metal contained nickel. It itched and itched too. The maid assured that nothing terrible had happened and everything would soon pass, but the princess could not calmly look at the girl's mutilated hands. Charisse could see that it made Shami uncomfortable. She began to think what to do. It would be nice if there was some kind of antihistamine medicine, but there was none in this world. Suddenly the princess remembered an ointment and began to talk about it, but the maid did not understand what the girl meant until the little lady reminded her of that day. She wanted to run to her room for healing ointment, but she was quickly caught and prevented from escaping. The prince informed that things of the imperial family cannot be given away just like that, especially if it was a gift from the high priestess's temple itself. Such is the law. The girl wanted to explain that this ointment would allow the maid to recover faster. The maid was touched by the kindness of the princess. However, she didn't want to put the lady in trouble, so she said she had her own ointment. Taking it out of her pocket, she opened it and showed it so that the princess wouldn't worry. But as soon as the smell of the ointment reached the princess, she immediately began to brush off this terrible smell, thinking that even rotting flesh smelled more pleasant. Still nagging the maid, she asked her when exactly she bought the ointment. Shami thought, trying to remember. In the end, the girl remembered that it was about 10 years ago. She decided to buy it then because she thought it was of high quality and had a lot of poppies. The princess was shocked by what she heard and could not believe that the maid did not understand that the expiration date of this ointment had long passed, but suddenly she remembered that in this world they did not know what deadlines were. But an even bigger problem was that the ointment was made from poppy seeds. Although this plant had beautiful flowers, drugs were usually made from poppy milk. Poppy is a raw material for the production of opium, which caused a strong addiction, and in this world, milk from this plant was applied to the hands as a medicine. The girl was shocked. The girl forced herself to calm down. In the past, of course, the poppy was used as medicine. Due to its intoxicating effect, it also had an analgesic effect. However, she was still sure that it was better to make medicine from safe calendula. In addition, it grew in the flower garden of the palace. Nevertheless, the princess was not in favor of using that ointment, so she asked Shami not to apply it again. The maid was surprised. The girl replied that she had already used it for too long, but the maid was thinking that the longer you use the medicine, the better. That's what my mother said. However, the princess only became more annoyed when she heard this false information. Charisse didn't even know where to start to eradicate these false thoughts from everyone. While she was annoyed, the system sent her a notification that a new episode had appeared, in which she had to solve the issue of low-level medicine and start with the task of Shami's old ointment. The princess was angry that the system so maliciously proposed a solution to the problem because it was very important. The father approached the girl and told her not to worry about the maid. He said he would order the medical department to give her the best treatment, but the maid thought she was being kicked out, so she almost ran out of the office. His Majesty had no intention of doing any such thing, but hinted that the maid could only do worse at the moment. Shami understood everything, so she decided to accept the prince's proposal. Baikal immediately turned to the princess and said that she should also go and play somewhere else, but Charisse wanted to stay here. The princess wanted to come up with an energy source while she watched the work of the workers. The prince thanked her, but insisted that she go anyway, thinking that it would get more and more boring here. The princess decided not to argue and agreed. The girl left the office annoyed that the message from the system regarding the new episode was still being displayed in front of her. The princess kept turning away, not wanting to accept this offer, and thought that if they cut the price a little, I would accept it. The system thought a bit about her words and eventually reduced the price by 1 crystal. The girl was very indignant at this bullying and was ready to leave. The program did not give up and continued to lower the price, which nevertheless attracted the attention of the girl. She wondered why they were trying to sell her this application. At the last moment, the system reduced the price by as much as 100 crystals. The princess stopped, and after thinking decided to accept the offer. Charisse considered herself generous, so she decided to watch the episode anyway. In addition, she remembered Shami's illness and wanted to do something for her. The girl accepted the offer and began to wait until the system analyzes everything and skips the purchase. In a moment, the system issued a message, in which it was said that such an ointment as a maid was used by many other people, so the girl should be helped not only by the maid, but also by everyone else. In order for the princess to make a new ointment and distribute it to all those in need, she was allocated 2,160 hours. It turned out to be a task achievement. Of course, the princess was happy to receive her first task of this type, but she was shocked that it required the help of 90,000 people to complete it. She estimated that she was given 3 months to complete this task. During this time, it was necessary to find everyone who used such an ointment and replace it with a new one. And although the reward for this task was 100 million stones, the princess could not even imagine how much the production of this ointment would cost. The lady started rehearsing the program. The morning came the next day, but the girl could not sleep and kept thinking about how to make a good ointment and reduce her expenses. Calendula was used to heal burns and damaged areas of the skin. It would be perfect for an ointment. However, the problem was that it would take at least a month to make the oil for the ointment itself, and to distribute it to so many people is to say nothing. The heroine understood that there was too little time because she was not sure that it was possible for a 4-year-old child to find so many people on her own. The nanny entered the room, noticing that the princess had woken up early today. Charisse was glad to see her. Sophia came to pick up the girl for breakfast, but noticed that she was very upset. The princess did not leave her thoughts because of the hopeless situation. The girl thought that the princess continued to worry about Shami. The nanny tried to calm her down. She said that the maid is currently receiving good treatment at the prince's order, and then she will be released from work that can lead to metal poisoning. The nanny said that after breakfast, she would help the princess choose a beautiful dress, because today there were to be important guests. She smiled and said that her older brothers are coming back. The entire palace was decorated to welcome the young lords back. An orchestra stood at the door. By this time, the princess was already dressed and prepared to meet her brothers after asking the nanny if she looked good. The herald announced the arrival of the young princes, and the twins immediately followed him into the palace. They immediately approached their father, showering congratulations. His Majesty was glad that the sons had arrived unharmed. Although Baikal sent the twins an official letter informing them about the little princess, he now wanted to introduce them officially. Idris immediately smiled at her and greeted her, but Hurgis decided to remain silent. The princess understood that this was her chance, so she had to be as cute as possible. She came a little closer and also said hello to her brothers. However, it did not make any impression on the twins. Gergis thought that something was wrong with the girl, and Idris approached ominously. Clenching her teeth, she realized that she had made a mistake. It was impossible to pretend to be cute in front of him. She should have guessed that she would be exposed. However, in a moment, the twin only smiled and said that he immediately felt that she was his sister. His Majesty turned to the brothers and said that it would be good if they played a little with their sister to get closer. Idris assured his father not to worry and that they would now take care of their little sister. Charisse rushed to Gurgis with joy. The brothers said that now, after the greeting, they could return to the secret base. The princess was surprised because before that she had never heard of any secret base, and her brother informed her that it was a small building that adults did not know about. The princess was immediately interested and gladly agreed to go there with her brothers. The boy said that this is not a place where you can take anyone. He extended his hand to his sister to guide her. He asked her if she was ready, but without waiting for an answer, he immediately cast a spell that would take them to a secret place. Holding hands, they went together into the portal, and the girl began to be dragged inside with her brothers. In a moment, they were already at the secret base of the twins, but after the transfer, the girl did not feel very well. Her head was spinning and everything was floating in front of her eyes. The brothers did not say anything, but in their minds, they considered the girl a weakling. Idris sat down at the table and apologized for starting a conversation about it right away, but they had brought their sister here for a reason. The young prince wanted to ask her something. The twins heard that the princess had made a cure from Urslam that helped their father and the other knights, so they wanted to ask something, but it was secret. In the end, they admitted that the grandfather's condition was very bad. The girl became alert, immediately thinking about the emperor. She knew that although he looked very young, he was already over 200 years old. One of the brothers offered a deal. Idris pressed painfully because he knew that his sister still had enemies in the imperial palace, and in general, for most, she was like a speck in the eye. Charisse alerted her ears even more because she knew that all this was true, so there was nothing to even answer it. The young prince smiled and said that he didn't really want her to be alone with the enemies, but if the twins were around, then it was a different matter. He said that if she could help the emperor, then in return, they would help her in the confrontation. Also, the brother emphasized that in any situation she will be able to rely on them, they will become her weapon. The princess thought, if it was a task, then the system itself will help with its implementation. It was not as difficult as with the task achievement. However, she also understood that if she could cure the emperor, then this was the best opportunity to take a position in the palace. Gurgis approached her and said that she was not forced to do this against her will as she was only 4 years old. Instead, he pointed at his brother and said that even though they were twins, Idris would definitely suck all the juices out of her. The prince said that if the sister did not want to do it, then they would not force her, because they were not so bad. As she expected, Gurgis turned out to be honest and fair. The princess thought that if he took her side, then she should have been more active. In a moment, she finally decided for herself to take on the task, so she asked Idris what exactly hurt her grandfather. He could not give an unequivocal answer. He couldn't really see it himself, but he knew that he had red spots on his body, itching and burning, as well as a headache and stomach problems. Having listed all the symptoms that her brother said, the girl thought about it, but it seemed that she already knew the answer to what it could be. She remembered how in reality there had been some news about the blossom allergy epidemic, so she thought that the emperor's symptoms were very similar. The princess asked if the emperor had tried something like holy water, which cured any infection. This water was endowed with the power of the temple and was insanely expensive. The brother said that because of the dragon's power, this water would not work. Charisse understood that the medicine used by ordinary people will not work if they do not know what an allergy is. If it was an acute allergic reaction, then you should first find out what caused it. The bee stings sounded strange, especially for someone who had the strongest dragon power. Dust or wool also immediately fell off, because it was impossible for such a thing to be in the room where the emperor lived. It suddenly occurred to the princess that it could be food poisoning and an allergic reaction to one of the ingredients. The princess immediately asked the twins if they knew what grandfather had been eating for the past few days. Idris said that the secretaries might have written it down, but they wouldn't just say that information. The brother also emphasized that if such information were to be leaked, who knows what could happen. Because of this, Charisse thought that she had most likely hit her target. She thought she should check the emperor's diet first. Idris said that there was only one option to do it. The prince announced that he would be able to bribe the emperor's secretary to question him on Sintobur. The girl thought about an interesting name. The princess recalled that this was a measure introduced by the emperor himself 50 years ago. He looked like a young man, but he was actually an old man who was more than 200 years old. He was also a fan of collecting rare herbs and elixirs. The emperor collected everything, even if he did not use it himself. That is why people, in order to attract the attention of the emperor collector, collected various rare things all year long and waited for Shintoburi Day. It was the only day they could see the emperor, so it was almost a holiday. Idris added and said that Shintoburi Day followed the harvest festival a month later. At this moment, the festive atmosphere is raging and everyone is relaxed. It was the best moment to get information. However, the girl almost did not listen to him because she thought about her own and paid attention to the fact that the holiday would be in a month. She immediately wondered how long it would take to finish making the calendula ointment. Charisse realized that she needed exactly a month. If this ointment is useful for the emperor, then he will certainly take it. Then she can give him a sample of this cream. The girl wanted to give the ointment to ordinary people for free and was sure that they would definitely bite. For the imperial palace, it was a great opportunity to raise its reputation above that of the temple. The new medicine, tested by the emperor himself, will surely spread among the people. It will definitely be a substitute for poppy seed ointment. The princess realized that in this way she would be able to complete 2 tasks at the same time. Shintoburi Day was her chance. All this time, her brother tried to call her, but she did not pay attention to this. He asked her if something had happened, but the girl assured that everything was fine. The princess almost revealed herself. However, the most important thing was to find out how serious the emperor's allergy was, because the stronger it was, the faster something had to be done. Nevertheless, she understood that even if she admitted that she could heal the emperor, no one would believe it, especially a 4-year-old child. Charisse realized that there was nothing else left but to wait for Shintoburi Day. Suddenly, Idris asked his sister if there was anything else she would like, because he thought that the girl would refuse him at least once, so he was amazed that she agreed so easily. The prince said that he would give her anything she wanted as a thank you. The princess was a little surprised. She did not expect that this could be true, but after thinking a little, she still said that there was one thing. Idris smiled like a fox and asked what it was. The princess smiled back. If there was anything she really wanted right now, it was nothing else. After talking with her brothers, the princess immediately started preparing the ointment and went first to the kitchen, where she asked for a lot of sunflower oil. When the cook heard that enough butter was needed to fill the container, she immediately understood that the princess wanted to prepare some kind of medicine again. Charisse looked around and noticed that the kitchen staff were still finishing off the remains of the plum tea she had made. She knew that when you work in the kitchen, you taste a lot of spices every day, which can cause bloating. The girl did not consider it something special, but she was glad that she was able to help, and everyone liked it. When the oil was poured, the cook noticed that the container was too heavy, so she said that she would carry everything herself. The princess asked to take the container to the backyard. The woman told the girl to wait a little while in the backyard. The princess agreed and went away enjoying the sunny day. In such good weather, the butter should cook quickly. While she was waiting, she decided to go pick some calendula flowers. When she came to the clearing, she began to look at the flowers to find the best ones. Suddenly, Grandpa Tomby came up behind him, bringing a basket of calendula flowers. The princess joyfully looked back at him. She was amazed that he managed to collect so much. Grandfather said that he was a gardener for a reason. The man asked the girl if her back hurt from the long picking, to which she pointed to the boys who were helping her pick flowers all the time. However, noticing these young men, the grandfather, on the contrary, began to rage, defending his rightful place as a gardener. But the knights assured that they did not want to take the place of the gardener. They only wanted to repay the debt to the princess, because she had helped them. But when one of them said that the princess was very cute, the grandfather got angry and prepared for a fight with the knights and shouted for them to immediately go to work. Grandpa Tomby apologized for the boys and said they weren't bad, they just wanted to help because she was a princess. The gardener admitted that although they worked for His Majesty, the other members of the imperial family always looked down on them because they were just ordinary people. However, the prince never oppressed them because of their status. Other than Baikal, there were no more such people in the royal family. Now the girl understood where such zeal for the work of these people came from, so she also decided to work more productively for the sake of the prince. Now it was necessary to prepare the ointment. To make it, it was necessary to place freshly picked calendula in sterilized jars. After that, add orange flowers to give the ointment a pleasant aroma. Add enough oil to cover all the calendula, then throw in a few needles and close the infusion. At this point, the preparation of the medicine was completed, and the jars with the finished tincture were left on the street. Shami also joined in the cooking. When they finished, I asked the princess if the medicine would come out of it in a month. Charisse said it would become a salve and could be used as medicine. The maid assured that the imperial family would definitely like these medicines. The princess blushed a little because she was preparing this ointment for the maid but forgot to tell about it. Therefore, the girl decided to inform about it now and told the maid that she prepared this ointment personally for Shami. The girl was unusually impressed that the princess was personally preparing such a surprise for her. Charisse explained that it was because the maid used not very good medicine before that, and besides, she couldn't go to the doctor's office all the time. Of course, it would be nice if the maid didn't injure her hands anymore, but no one could have predicted that, so she thought it would be better to at least use a good ointment. Shami got emotional. It was difficult for her to believe that the princess cared so much for an ordinary maid and promised to serve her until the end of her life. The girl could no longer contain her emotions and threw herself into the arms of the princess and said that this is the first time she received such a gift. Meanwhile, the cook and the gardener were talking about the princess's new medicine. Both were wondering what would come of it. However, they were still amazed that the girl was able to prepare that delicious medicine from Urslam plums. Nevertheless, Grandfather Tombi wanted to come to the princess as soon as possible to continue helping her, until suddenly they came across the maid who would not let the lady go. The cook thought that she should have intervened, but in a moment she saw that the princess was beaming with joy, so she decided not to interfere. While they were cleaning up the empty containers, Shami decided to ask the princess why not use fermentation magic to speed up the preparation of the salve. The princess thought about whether it would be better to explain that long insistence and fermentation were different things, because if you use such magic now, it might not be what you want. She chose to avoid a direct answer and only said that she herself did not know what could happen if she used such magic. At this point, the maid offered to try one jar. The princess decided that this was not a bad idea. The cook joined the conversation and said that this situation reminded her of her grandmother. The princess was interested. The woman said that every house had recipes for her grandmother's medicine, but it was a long time ago, even before it was forbidden to make medicine yourself. Charisse knew it had started back in her mother's time, when the Temple of Hafnius was beginning to gain strength. At that time, all those who made medicine were called witches. The girl understood that issuing licenses for permission to sell medicine and provide medical care was good, but treating people like witches was too much. However, the woman calmed the princess down and said that the days of witch hunting are slowly disappearing because people have come to consider life without the wisdom of the past as natural. The cook made a flower wreath for the girl and after wearing it said that it looked very cute. The princess asked to teach her to make such because she wanted to make for her father. While she was watching how to weave a wreath of flowers, she thought that if her ready-made ointment was accepted by the program, then it could be considered a boost in the medicine of this world. Meanwhile, His Majesty was preparing a surprise party for the little princess. He wanted to decorate the garden in a magnificent way for this event, but the nanny said that even if the decoration is not magnificent, it should be done beautifully. Sophia said that such a party, in case of adoption, happens only once in a lifetime, so it was worth trying. Baikal agreed with her. The prince was sure that Charisse loved parties. Making a small wave of his fingers, he made the surrounding trees bloom with incredible flowers. The nanny was also pleased. She also said that now was the right time to invite the young princes to the celebration, and in a moment they immediately appeared. Baikal was happy to see his sons, and Idris said there was no way they could be late for his sister's party. He also said that they could not come without a gift. After casting a spell, a lot of packed boxes fell out of it. Sophia came closer and started counting the gifts. She said, that this is the most number of packages ever received by the princess. The prince knew that most of them were sycophants under him. But in the end, he decided to accept them this time because he was in a good mood, and now it's time for the main character of this celebration to take the stage. His Majesty launched magical fireworks into the sky, which could be seen even from the field where the princess was. Noticing them, the girl drew attention to it. The cook understood that this was the signal for the completion of cooking, and informed the princess that Baikal had prepared something for her. Charisse exclaimed with interest. When they were walking across the road, the girl noticed how beautifully the trees were blooming. She liked it very much. She also saw a huge cake on the table and was shocked that it was just for her. Continuing to look around, she realized that all these preparations were made secretly from her, but she was pleasantly surprised by this. Suddenly, the twins came out to meet her. Hergis made a little joke about the fact that she was walking so long because she was still small. The princes noticed that she had a crown on her head and said that it suited her. The girl was happy with this compliment. Idris approached and asked if she had another one for him. Hergis was shocked that his brother wanted to wear it. The princess had a wreath for her brother, but first she wanted to give one to her father, so she immediately approached him. Smiling, the girl handed the crown to the prince, thinking that she could not give it to her brother at first. Baikal accepted the wreath and immediately put it on, which sent one of his sons into a stupor. After that, she immediately ran up to the brothers and handed them wreaths for them to wear, but Gergis was somewhat surprised by this. Idris wanted his sister to wear the wreath herself, until his brother believed that the twin agreed to it. The prince was a little surprised by his brother's behavior and said that it was a gift from his sister, so there was nothing wrong with it. Charisse agreed. Gergis began to assure him that he did not want to do it because he did not like it, to which his sister told him that if he wore it, he would be a good brother. This caused a certain effect, and the prince began to think about it. The girl said that she was short, so she did not hear what her brother wanted to say. In the end, they smiled slyly and said that if he didn't want to, he could not wear the wreath. She would give it to someone else. Stuttering, the brother finally explained that he could not bring himself to wear something so girlish. The princess was very surprised by her brother's conclusion. She didn't even have anything to say about it. Idris just laughed. In the end, Hergis took the wreath from her, saying that she had promised it for him. Charisse said now he has to wear a wreath because that's the rule. The prince did not understand where such a stupid rule came from, but gave up and put on the wreath. The princess consoled herself and said that her brother was cute. Gergis immediately began to deny that he was not cute, but handsome. Idris rushed to his sister, asking her if he was cute. While the brothers were fooling around with their sister, the girl was called and she immediately paid attention. Her father approached her and took her in his arms and announced that the adoption process was completed. Still holding the baby in his arms, he said that no matter what anyone says now, she will always be his daughter. Charisse smiled. She couldn't even put into words how nice it was to hear those words. The little princess looked at everyone who was nearby, and although the family was not complete, it was still a family. In a moment, the joy seemed to be lifted by hand, and she immediately started asking where her mother was. Hearing her question, Idris bowed his head a little, hiding his gaze, not knowing what to say. Charisse noticed that the brothers somehow immediately turned pale and thought that their mother had really died. She came to this conclusion because it was a common cliché in all romantic fantasies, but in a minute the brothers started laughing and said that everything is fine with Mom, they just broke up with Father. Idris continued and said that Mother was too bright a person to live only in a palace. He also reported that the mother was endowed with a brilliant mind, which is why she became the dean of the Civilized Academy of Yen's. The girl was amazed. Yen's Specialized Academy is the academy that the twins attended. However, the princess could not even imagine how erudite the brothers' mother could be if she was the dean of geniuses among geniuses. The princess was quite happy with this idea, so she immediately announced that she also wanted to meet her. Baikal suddenly drew the children's attention and turned to Gergis and said that he had not received his certificate. The prince was wary, but did not say anything yet, but his brother began to laugh at him. His Majesty said he would turn a blind eye to it on a day like today, but the document was supposed to be on his desk tomorrow. The son wanted to say something but remained silent. In the end, the lord turned to the princess and told her to open one of the gifts. The girl immediately agreed to do it, not believing that it was all hers now. Sitting down next to the gifts, she thought that before all the time she was only thinking about the task and how to avoid ending the game, but today she could relax. But suddenly she realized that if the game ends, she can lose everything. At that moment, a message with hints popped up in front of her. The program reported that there were 4 pieces left, but was able to purchase them again. The heroine realized that she was offered to spend the remaining tips to buy new ones. Looking at the message, she began to think that on such a joyful day, the clues should definitely contain something good. The girl decided to pretend to peck at it and ask to show her a hint. In the message, the heroine was given a recommendation to go to the Street of Dragons and purchase save point data. The princess was quite surprised by this, but she understood that even if the game ended, she could continue from the right place. She stood up sharply, realizing that in this case, she would not be able to continue the game from the moment Alexandra stepped on her. However, not everything was so simple, because only the entrance to this street cost 1,000 stones, and the treasure chest at least 50 million. The princess calculated that she would be able to get to that street only when she completed the task with the salve, but by then she would definitely get used to the feeling of a real family. Without even noticing, the girl called her dad, and he immediately followed behind, slightly scaring her. The prince wanted to show her something. Cherise asked what exactly, and the father only answered that it was one tree. She became interested. The prince took the little one in his arms and carried her to where the place was hidden from all eyes. When they arrived, he placed her in front of 2 small trees named after his sons and said they were planted 12 years ago. Baikal said that when the bearers of the Win surname were born, trees were planted in the alley in honor of this. This was usually done by the father. The prince said that he would also plant a tree today. The princess jumped for joy, realizing that it would be for her. His Majesty called Soliba, and he immediately came holding a very small tree in his hands. The girl silently began to watch how the men chose a place to plant a tree and thought that if they had used magic, it would have taken much less time. But almost immediately, she understood that by such an action her father showed considerable sincerity towards the process. Her heart fluttered from this. After some time, the prince announced that he had finished. The girl looked at the tree on which hung a sign with her name. Father said the tablet was made of gold. He specially ordered it for this day. Cherise was in awe of how brightly her name glowed. Smiling, the prince turned to the girl and said that although he was not her biological father, she definitely inherited the Win surname. Baikal told her not to forget about it and wear the family name with pride, and from now on, Cherise will always remain his daughter first and foremost. For a moment, the girl sank a little, because she did not know whether she could call herself a real princess. Alexandra was more suitable for this. Everyone else came up to them, and the girl thought that even in spite of everything, first of all, she would remain herself. When her brothers called her, the girl ran to her relatives without thinking, and she was sure in her mind that she no longer wanted to leave the game. The princess finally realized that she wanted to live in this world for a very long time, even eternity. Meanwhile, in another palace, someone was shouting angrily at the whole room, smashing the dishes at the same time. The maid almost cowered in the corner, clutching the affected area until she was ordered to repeat what she had already said. When Alexandra heard that Prince Baikal had adopted Cherise, she became even more angry and began to blame the girl for such an insult. Around her, the whole room began to sink into a fog, and the princess shouted that she would definitely take revenge for this disrespect. The maids brought gifts to the palace, and one of them asked if that was all. The other just shrugged her shoulders, saying that it was a long time, just like last time at the harvest festival. The girls began to talk among themselves, and one of them took care not to catch the eyes of the princess today, because she was very angry and even beat one of the maids. Meanwhile, the unfortunate maid was still in Alexandra's room and was listening to her reproaches. Now the princess was even amused by the thought that after the imprisonment, the prince adopted Cherise, who was, in her opinion, worse than a beast. The princess asked how many presents her rival had received. The maid just thought that she wanted to go home, not daring to answer. She couldn't say that the princess, who had been bullied recently, had received about 3,000 gifts. The maid was glad to be able to serve Alexandra, but she did not expect that it would be so difficult. The maid did not answer for a long time, so the princess began to get annoyed, demanding an answer to her question. She threw a bowl at the maid to make her hurry up. In the end, Desika said that the gifts that were meant for the princess were given to Charisse. At that moment, a boy entered the room and finished for the maid, saying that he heard that there were about 3,000 gifts. The unexpected guest drew attention to the maid, and she immediately turned away, hiding her face. Every time she saw him, she felt goosebumps. How he managed to walk silently and cast strange shadows caused a certain fear. She was somehow uncomfortable with him, and although she was told that all this was just a dream, the maid was sure that something was wrong with him. The boy was amused by the maid's reaction, but turning away, he turned to Alexandra and said that the cage of pearls and the ruby birds had also been sent there. And he also said that rumors began to circulate that Charisse's biological father was the dragon himself. The princess was wary. She did not like this information, although she began to say in her voice that all this was a trick of her rival. The boy leaned over to her and whispered that he had also heard that Charisse was making drugs illegally. Also, the high priest died 5 days ago, and a new one will be elected soon. Alexandra was very happy about this, and said that the new priest would visit their palace, and then she would report that the rival was making medicine. The princess ordered the acquaintance to go to the ministry and find out when the new priest will arrive. The girl angrily thought that she left Charisse in her house out of kindness, and she repaid with revenge. No one had the right to touch her, especially Win, so she wanted revenge Jen style. She stood up and also told them to contact Genovia. Instead of presenting something on Sintobor, the princess wants to draw everyone's attention to Charisse and wanted to follow her. A month has passed since those events. In the palace of Prince Baikal, everything was going smoothly. The princess rushed to her brother, falling at his feet, and shouted that it was dangerous. However, Gurgis did not understand what could be dangerous in the fact that he did not want to show her his familiar. She, in turn, was sure that the danger was that she would die from curiosity because she thought that the same rabbit could be her brother's familiar. But the prince was adamant in his decision. He only forced his sister to let go of his leg because he already had to go to training. The princess finally decided to stop asking her brother to show her the familiar for the time being because in a few days, Shintoburi would come. Besides, she still thought the rabbit was the emperor's familiar. Having calmed down, she paid attention to how Gurgis was training and thought that it was an impressive sight. In the end, the princess decided to end it for now. Besides, the calendula tincture should already be ready, so it was necessary to check it. When the princess came to the kitchen, she was immediately met by Shami and informed that the girl had come just in time. Looking at the medicine, which had just finished cooking on the fire, the girl was satisfied with the assessment because now the ointment should be enough for everyone. After smelling the medicine, she jumped with pleasure. If only calendula was added, the smell might not be too pleasant, but the pine needles and orange did the trick. In order to completely finish the preparation of the ointment, it was necessary to add geranium oil. Finally, the ointment was ready and poured into individual jars. Calendula cream helped well with skin problems, atopic dermatitis, and rashes. Charisse suddenly thought that it would be interesting to test how effective the ointment turned out to be. Immediately after that, a message popped up in front of her, as if the system had guessed about her worries. She was offered to buy special lenses through which she could see the effectiveness of the ointment, and the system gave her a huge discount, but the princess distrusted her a little. But most of all, the girl was outraged by the fact that the system called her a charlatan, although in fact the charlatans were those who sold poppy ointment. While she was thinking, the system started a countdown by which she needed to make a decision about the purchase, and she finally agreed. She was asked if she wanted to wear them right away. The princess agreed, and after that it was as if she found herself in another world. However, everything was not so smooth. Of course, she understood that the lenses needed to be worn, but she still expected the system to tell her how to use the purchase correctly. Charisse came to her father's office. She asked if he was busy, but he was. However, the girl wanted the prince to spend some time with her. In the palace of the 100 Knights there was a wizard who created some small magic here and there, but her father came. The prince told his daughter that if she needed his magic, she should ask. The girl only sighed at this because she knew that even then he would be busy. Tired employees entered the office, who were glad that today was an important meeting, so it could be finished sooner. The princess saw these people tired to death. The father saw that his daughter did not look at him, and thought that the girl did not want to see him often, but Charisse was worried about his employees. She decided to draw attention to it in her own way, but she also did not want to offend her father. His Majesty was impressed by his daughter, so he smiled at the girl. The workers were also happy with the little princess, but Baikal instantly interrupted their admiration and ordered to enter the office first. The princess asked for some help with the medicines. Having put them on the table, the prince realized that these were the ointments his daughter was talking about, and asked if they were for him too. She understood that she could not answer something like that. Her father was already strong, so he didn't need it. So she replied that she had something better. But she quickly turned away and asked to wait, because she really couldn't think of anything better. Meanwhile, His Majesty used magic to cause the salve to cool and become viscous. The girl thanked. As she approached the ointment, a message popped up in front of her. She was told that in order to apply the lenses and check the quality of the ointment, she only needs to look at the medicine and blink 3 times. The princess did so. The program reported that the ointment was done perfectly. Charisse found these lenses to be very comfortable. The girl gave the first ointment to Shami. The maid promised to keep it as if it were a family heirloom, but the princess warned that the medicine only lasted a year, so she had better make another one. The girl also thought that before giving the ointment to people, it should be indicated the expiration date on the package, because she was sure that people would keep this ointment for many years. After she gave the ointment to Shami, the system immediately notified the girl that she was awarded 100 million stones for successfully completing the task. Charisse remembered that the treasure chest required 50 million, so she decided to open the thing and informed the system. However, nothing happened. The maid and the old man standing nearby did not seem to notice anything. The princess did not understand what the matter was, so she asked for a hint. The program immediately informed the girl that opening the chest is possible only on the Street of the Dragon, which annoyed her. Suddenly, the prince called his daughter and said that it was time for him to go to work, because according to her, he looked better at work. She was startled for a moment because she thought he might have seen her looking into the game window. Her father told her to contact him if she needed anything. When he turned to leave, she quickly rushed to him because she still had one question on her mind, which interested her greatly. The princess asked if she could also use magic, because she was impressed by her father's abilities. Baikal thought for a moment and carefully looked at his daughter and asked if she really wanted to learn it, and the princess immediately answered in the affirmative. His Majesty said that she can use magic. The dragon heart will help her in this, although she probably won't be able to use strong magic. But if she learns to draw a circle, then everything will work out. He said that Idyssus had a nap break, but if she went to the ministry now, she should be there before he woke up. She wanted to take this question to her brother, but the prince said that Idyssus was more competent. Without asking anything else, the princess prepared for the trip. On the way, her father gave her a pendant and told her to always wear it, because it was very important. Shami also offered to take a jar of ointment as a gift. Charisse calculated that if she learned magic, she would be able to go to the Dragon Street just in time. It was perfectly timed. Hergus came out to meet her. He was a little unhappy that he had to be distracted from his business, but he knew that he had to accompany his sister, as she did not yet have her own knight. When her brother helped her get into the carriage, the girl asked when she would have a knight. The prince replied that not before she turns 10, because until then, her life was safe. The princess pretended to be deliberately indignant when she saw her brother sit down beside her, to which he replied that he must watch her lest she fall out of the window. The girl was a little offended and asked not to treat her like a child, but Hergus laughed at this because she was still a child. While they were driving, Charisse did not notice how she fell asleep. The prince woke her up and told her that they were almost there. The rest of the dream seemed to have been removed by hand, and the princess, filled with curiosity, looked out the window to see everything. The girl smiled with delight as she looked at the huge building in front of her. It must have been the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Arriving at the ministry, the princess looked around a little while, admiring the local landscape. The children started to get out of the carriage, and the sisters secretly looked at her brother and asked why he suddenly started behaving like a jerk. Giving her his hand, he said that this is how you should behave when you go outside. The girl was a little indignant and said that her brother should have warned her about this even earlier. When they went inside, the girl immediately began to thank the servants for taking such care of her brothers and began to give gifts. Charisse handed out samples of her ointment to everyone, saying that it could be applied to wounds, and besides, it smelled good. While the satisfied employees were examining the gifts, the girl thought that in this way it would be possible to sway others to her side. The princess promised herself that she would take care of the people who took care of her brothers. In this way, the girl caused the effect she needed because the workers were fascinated by her cuteness. The workers began to praise the little princess, using her brother Idris as an example, from whom the workers had the impression that everything around was dim. After that, they immediately returned to the girl and asked her to visit them more often. While the workers were enjoying the princess, they accidentally made some noise, to which someone's voice threatened to stop. Idris came out of the room and repeated in an eerie tone that during his rest he had told them to be quieter. In order to relax the atmosphere, the princess decided to divert attention to herself, so when she saw her brother, she immediately threw herself into his arms. The prince was surprised to see his sister here, so he asked what she was doing here. The girl replied that she wanted to learn magic, so she asked him for help. The surrounding employees were surprised how quickly the prince's face changed, wearing a smile instead of a scary one, and invited the guests inside. Gergis was not at all interested in what his brother and sister were doing, so he immediately announced that he was going to take a nap. Charisse gave her brother a gift. The brother was surprised, and the princess, in order to calm him down, opened the package and showed the pendant, saying that it had been given to him by his father. Idris began to consider the pendant thoughtfully, but was in no hurry to put it on. Instead, he put the jewelry on his sister, and when the girl asked why, he said that she would need it more. The prince just looked at the pendant with a somewhat sly smile. He didn't expect his father to follow them because of the decoration. While the children were in the office, Baikal watched over them all the time. The man thought about how cute his daughter was. The rest of the workers were present in the office and exhaled somewhat dejectedly, pretending not to notice anything. Jackal told the prince that if he was so worried about the girl, then he should have gone with her, but His Majesty repeated his daughter's words that he looked better when he was working. The prince mused aloud that his daughter had just arrived at his brother's house and had left somewhere. He was afraid that she might fall and injure herself. The workers listened to everything in silence, but they all wanted to finally start work in order to finish it faster. One of the workers couldn't stand it and said that he always thought the princess was stupid, but now this feeling intensified. He was sure that the prince was giving Charisse such protection because he was still attached to Kina. Not paying any attention to the workers, His Majesty continued to follow his daughter. The girl wanted to go pick a flower. The man thought it was cute, but the next moment his smile turned to anger at what he saw. Even the jackal was wary and immediately went to the mirror to see what had caused the prince such anger. In the mirror, the prince saw a strange boy. The man noticed that the stranger deliberately made a painful appearance and fell in front of the princess. After taking a closer look, the assistant nevertheless concluded that the boy was really not well. His Majesty made no reply to this, only saying that he had to check it out. Baikal had a bad feeling about this, and Salib helped the prince search for information, but there was no word about this child anywhere. From the external appearance of the boy, the assistant assumed that he was from a noble family, but the colors of the clothes were strange. The prince realized that not even the assistant knew anything about this boy, and he himself had never seen him, but what bothered him the most were his purple eyes. Hearing about purple eyes, Jackal immediately stopped, not believing that this information could be true. The man still did not believe it, because he knew from the books that the family of this strange boy disappeared after the battle on the Great Plains. The elder brother began to teach knowledge about circles, so the girl learned that the type of person depended on which magic circle suited her. The brother confirmed and added that studying magic circles is also a good way to understand the essence of people. They also borrowed magic from the dragon, so theoretically anyone could become a magician. The brother told the girl to imagine what kind of magic she wanted to see. The princess asked for the wind to blow, and the brother, taking a drawing with a circle, clarified which one it was. The paper with the circle began to melt in Idris's hands, and he continued to ask exactly what strength the sister wanted the wind to be. In a moment, the piece of paper completely disappeared, and a small breeze blew around the children, spreading golden ash. Contemplating magic, the prince said that magic is primarily about imagination, so you should not forget about it. Charisse was very impressed by this little miracle, so when her brother finished, she rushed to hug him, thanking him for teaching. Idris said that he should be grateful to her, and also asked if she was going to hug everyone like that. Her brother's words made the princess blush a little, and letting him go, she began to prove that she didn't do this to everyone. Suddenly, she turned to the second brother, who had been sleeping all this time, covering his head with a book so as not to see anything. She was a little surprised that Gurgis was not woken up by what was happening, and she even felt sorry for waking him. The girl thought that she wanted to walk a little and look around and asked permission from the prince. The boy let her go wherever she wanted, but warned her not to leave the palace. When the sister came out, Gurgis, who turned out to be feigning such a deep sleep, immediately asked the twin why the younger one answered like that. He clarified what he was asking about his response to the hug. Idris said that this means you can't hug anyone, because it's easy to poison a person that way. But the prince could not believe that someone could commit such a crime with his younger sister. Nevertheless, the brother believed that it could be done by anyone, and, sending some document to the twin, told him to read it better. Looking at the writing with only one eye, the boy immediately understood that it referred to the death of the previous pope. Gurgis read aloud that while serving several gods, including Hafnis, the holy pope, who ruled all the temples, died secretly. Idris said he thought the pope would die soon after coming of age. It began to seem to him as if someone deliberately wanted to change the generation. He also said that a new pope was found among 8-year-old boys. The brother was not surprised by this information. The prince also thought that the new pope might propose to Charisse. In a moment, the brother confirmed the twins' guesses, exhaling somewhat heavily as he did so. An 8-year-old child was chosen as the pope, and in 10 years he was sacrificed to the god. A pope who sacrifices himself for the welfare of the empire gets the right to marry one of the princesses. Politically, in this case, the status of the princess, as the wife of the pope, is quite high, so much so that other people can poison her. At this, Idris said that if Charisse becomes the wife of the pope, then when he starts to claim the throne, it will definitely help overtake Jen. However, Gurgis was sure that his brother would not let this happen. Of course, the twin agreed, because the princess was his younger sister. After weighing everything, he also thought that there were only a few girls among the 5. Jen's family includes Alexandra and Lizabel, but the latter was not exactly a princess. Although she had imperial blood, she was still a member of Count Organ's family, and there was only Helga in the Chin family. In the end, the question was Charisse, Alexandra, or Helsa, but among them all, the sister was not the heir to the throne. Gurgis intervened in his thoughts and said that the papacy might try to get an heir to the throne, so they needed to protect their sister. He approached his brother, hoping that he too supported his idea of protecting his sister. Idris was silent for a while, and then said that the twin wanted to have a younger brother. The brother was a little indignant and replied that it was a long time ago, and now Charisse has become a full member of the family. Bliznyuk said that soon there will be a reception in honor of the ascension of the new pope, and he will personally come to say hello. Gurgis asked what if the sister does not go to this appointment. The prince was also interested in what his father thought about this, but Idris replied that it did not matter, because despite his strength, His Majesty could not resist the will of the Pope. The brother was somewhat afraid of the situation, that the death of the Pope could lead to a war, but the twin calmed him down, saying that there were many applicants for this post, so if one died, another would be chosen. Gurgis assured that if the situation cannot be resolved diplomatically, then he will intervene himself. Suddenly, Idris let out a heavy breath, and his brother calmed him down by saying that if they ruined all the plans, they wouldn't have to worry about the wedding. To which the brother said that he was sure that the emperor himself was watching the situation in the papacy, so Gurgis could hardly do anything in such a confused situation. He said that the brother had better go and train more. The prince agreed, but immediately asked what the pope looked like. The brother replied that he had black hair and red eyes. After that, Gurgis said that in that case the boy who was now sitting opposite his sister was not the pope. Idris realized that his sister had come across a rat. The prince's ability is see-through. No matter how many walls were in front of them, he could always see through them. It was the prince's special ability to see what he needed, so he noticed the same situation their father had seen. At this, Gurgis got up and decided to leave. Finally, he asked his brother to keep Charisse away from the papacy, because he himself did not understand politics, so he was of no use in this regard. Idris said that his brother should also take care of himself because now he won't be able to be around. The prince wondered why his brother was concerned about this at all, because they had sworn to save Charisse at any cost. After saying that, he jumped out the window. When Charisse looked around, she was pleasantly surprised, not expecting that there would be such a beautiful garden in the vicinity. Suddenly, she heard a sound and began to spin around looking for who could have made it. Noticing a small forest, she realized that he was definitely coming from there. The princess began to make her way through the branches of trees and bushes, and finally came to a place where she noticed a strange boy. The young man sat leaning against a tree and holding his mouth. It seemed as if it was difficult for him to breathe. Charisse herself did not pay attention, as she thought that the boy was handsome. After this thought, she regained consciousness in an instant, because now was not the time to think about it, because the boy's symptoms indicated that he was hyperventilating. She immediately rushed to him, telling him to breathe through his nose. The girl began to look around for something that looked like a straw. In a moment, she remembered that she had a bag that would be perfect to help. Holding it to the boy's mouth, she began to teach him to breathe through the bag. After a few minutes, the boy's breathing returned to normal, and the princess asked if everything was okay with him. The stranger thanked for the help and said that he was fine now, just a little surprised. The boy came a little closer, looking into her eyes and recognizing by their color that the princess was in front of him. She said her name. He thanked her again for the rescue and introduced himself as Pavel. Charisse was a little charmed to think that this name suited him very well, as white and fluffy as an Arctic fox. After that, the boy asked if this bag was sometimes enchanted, because before that, nothing helped him. The princess thought about how best to answer. She couldn't tell the whole story, so she just told him to keep doing it, and it would help. While she was talking, she noticed that Pavel was looking at her intently. She wondered what the reason was and thought that something might be on her mind. The boy said that a cricket got tangled in her braids. The girl was startled and started chasing away the bug, asking if it was gone. The boy said that if he saw it again, he would help to remove it. The princess immediately thanked him and drew attention to his kindness. She did not have time to finish when someone's hand grabbed her sharply away, pulling the princess away from the stranger. Gergis immediately rushed at Pavel, asking what he was doing in their house even with his sister. Charisse calmly said that it was her brother. The prince did not want to calm down and began to accuse the boy of deliberately falling in front of his sister. The princess tried to calm her brother down. In a moment, she again turned to her new acquaintance, worrying about his well-being and whether he was in pain. Pavlov felt a little funny that a girl who had just been frightened by a cricket was trying to protect him, but he thanked him for his concern. Gergis immediately intervened and said that the sister was naturally kind, so let the stranger not take it at his expense. At this, the prince took the younger sister and carried her back to the palace. The girl looked around to say goodbye until the next meeting. The new acquaintance smiled back and said that he would look forward to meeting again. Gergis finally turned around and gestured that if the stranger tried to make fun of his sister again, he would regret it very much. When the brother and sister disappeared into the trees, Pavlo couldn't hold back tears from laughing, because in the end, he met the one who harmed Alexandra. He liked the image of this tiny and little girl. If not for the contract, he would have taken Charisse to his palace. He came to find out when the Pope would arrive at the palace, and he got something interesting. Pavel Igor Aximus was a count from the world of demons. Along with him, the demon king rules the demon army. However, for unknown reasons, he was now serving under Alexandra's contract. Demons could use their power in the human world only if they signed a contract and passed through the gate. Otherwise, certain restrictions were imposed on the demons. The count had heard that in the human world the air was so dirty that it was difficult to breathe. However, he could not even think that this could happen to him because of an incomplete contract. In a moment, he made a paper airplane and, breathing life into it, ordered to follow the princess. Origami quickly flew into the air and caught Charisse's carriage, which she followed all the way to their house. It was already deep night on the street, but the girl woke up. She got out of bed remembering today's events. However, she quickly forced herself to come to her senses and not think about unnecessary things, because if she wanted to get to the Street of Dragons, then now was the most optimal moment. She had no idea when the game might end, so she had to quickly buy darts to save the game. Charisse came up with something to make the maids think she was still asleep. Opening the closet door, she told the program that she wanted to visit the Street of Dragons and wanted to get the key. The program immediately warned that despite the late hour there would be no discount, but the girl still agreed. After that, she was told to draw a heart in the air. The princess thought it was a little strange, but she did not argue and immediately began to repeat the necessary movements, and in a moment a heart was formed in front of her. The heart was a kind of portal to the street she needed. After finishing, the girl only looked at the portal for a moment and almost immediately entered it. After getting to the market, the girl began to look around. There was a market around, and there was a crowd of people and sellers. She noted about herself that she was delighted every time she got here. She kept looking around, surveying the new race. Suddenly, behind her, she heard an announcer inviting her to try to retrieve an object for 100 stones. The princess was interested. It was a machine that gave out little needed items for a low price, but sometimes something expensive and rare fell out of it. Charisse approached the man and said she wanted to try it once. The most valuable item that could drop from this machine was a dragon staff, an item that would appear like a bat. Many players spent all their stones on it to get it. Once she also fell into this trap and spent all the stones on this game, but never got the desired staff. However, this time she was sure that she could extract something useful. She had a good feeling. But this premonition failed her, and she fell awkwardly to the ground in front of the machine gun. All she could get was only the strongest ladder, eternal bread, and fire seeds. How useless these things were made her want to cry. But she knew she still had to activate the chest in the hope that someday the things she won would be needed. The program sent a message and indicated the price for the chest, asking if the heroine was ready to buy it. After counting everything, Charisse confirmed the purchase. After purchasing the chest, she still had 50 million left, which she planned to spend on conservation darts, so she headed to the store. The girl opened the door lightly, making herself known. She was immediately met by the seller and was a little surprised that a person had come. The dragon smiled slightly and said that the princess was the first person in such a long time. The girl paused for a moment because she knew that dragons were strict about etiquette and also believed that the most important thing was to be polite to elders. When these settings were released, people even began to call them the Confucian dragon, so the heroine, adhering to it, immediately happily fulfilled herself. After that, the girl immediately announced that she had come to pick up a gift for her grandfather. The dragon was genuinely impressed by the actions of the princess because her grandchildren did not even visit her and asked what the girl would like. Charisse began to examine the shelves with goods, among which there were many different goods. However, she was most surprised by the fact that various medicines were actually sold in this market, even without a prescription. There were even antihistamines. She thought that if all went well, she might be able to give them to her grandfather. Taking a box of medicines, she approached the shopkeeper and asked what it was. The dragon replied that she brought it from afar, but no one bought it. She wondered why the girl asked for this, but the princess understood that she could not show the seller that she was interested in the product, otherwise she would raise the price. She decided to distract herself from the medicine box for the time being, because she had to find the darts first. There were none below, so they were most likely upstairs, but the princess was still short. The woman was amused by the fact that the girl tried to reach the goods and said that if she needed to look higher, she could use her magic because she had a dragon's heart. The dragon also said that they were an advanced race. The girl immediately understood that this was what the dragons called the royal family. Approaching the girl, the dragon lightly took her face and began to examine her. Without really saying anything, she just announced that she found something interesting, so this time she would help. With a light wave of his finger, the dragon told the girl to fly up, and a magic circle immediately appeared under the girl, which lifted her into the air. The girl was amazed that she could be raised with the help of magic, but did not expect anything else from the fantasy genre. In addition, she saw that the most expensive goods were at the top. She drew attention to the fact that some card was worth 500 million. A message immediately popped up telling her that with this card, she would be able to teleport to any building. These things could be used once, but living creatures cannot be moved. The princess immediately imagined that she could move an entire pharmacy here. However, now she was not determined to buy this card, and there was no money. Having flown further, the princess finally noticed the save dart. The system said that if the girl inserted this dart in the right place, she would return to where she was saved if the game ended. The cost of the dart was 50 million. The girl was shocked because it was very expensive. A little shyly, she turned to the dragon and asked for a discount. The woman asked how much. The girl quietly asked for a discount of 4,000 stones. The dragon looked somewhat shocked at the princess. The dragon did not immediately want to give in, but the girl promised with a pleading look that she would visit more often to buy more things for her relatives. The saleswoman could not resist this look, so in the end she agreed to the girl's persuasion and also gave the little girl a box of medicines. Looking at all this treasure, she could barely contain her joy, but still forced herself to calm down so as not to express it. Out of nowhere, a loud explosion was heard, echoing outside. The dragon and the princess immediately turned their heads at the sound. The impact was so strong that the store was cracked. The owner of the store began to rage because of this. Opening the door, she spoke angrily to the stranger who had treated her property so impolitely. There was a lot of smoke and dust in the street. Nothing could be seen except for a faint shadow. When the dust settled a little, a black-haired boy with red eyes stood in the middle of the street. He almost lost consciousness, holding on to the affected area. With the last of his strength, he spoke Yun's name, then called Sherry. Forces finally left the boy. He fell unconscious in front of the store, which greatly surprised the princess and the dragon, but they were in no hurry to approach him. However, there was something that shocked the girl even more, because this unfamiliar young man called her by her name, in addition to her real name. She could not understand how the stranger knew her real name, but now it was not enough and she rushed to the boy. The princess started calling to him, and he barely opened his eyes. The boy smiled slightly, glad that he had finally found her. When he called her Charisse, she calmed down. Nevertheless, she noticed that even without any emotion on his face, the stranger was handsome. However, almost immediately the boy fainted again. The princess understood that his condition was very bad and he needed immediate treatment. The dragon approached the princess and immediately covered her nose with her hands, trying to find out what the terrible smell was. The girl asked for help treating her. The dragon wanted to do it, but she couldn't because of the unbearable smell. Charisse was surprised because it was just the smell of blood, but the woman replied that it was not because of that. In a moment, the woman said that this horrible stench was the smell of sacrifice. The other dragons had also already come in and began to whisper that the victim had been forgotten in this place. The princess could not utter a word. She was in despair because she understood that no one would help her here. While she was trying to come to her senses, the system sent a message that tasked the heroine to cure the stranger, but Charisse would have done it anyway. Realizing that help cannot be expected from the dragons, she decided to solve this problem herself. Taking out a box with medicines, the princess quickly examined the boy's wounds and decided to start with disinfection first. Next, it was necessary to stop the bleeding and bandage the wounds, so she took out a bandage and began to unwind it. While she was unrolling the bandage, the owner of the store approached her and said she would help. The woman had previously covered her nose with cotton wool, so the smell was not so noticeable now. With the help of magic, the dragon began to bandage the boy's wounds, so she was sure that then the smell would become even more invisible. While the bandages were working, the boy, despite being unconscious, began to cringe a little from the pain. Charisse understood that he was in pain, but asked to be patient a little longer and continued to bandage the wounds. Suddenly, the girl noticed that some changes began to take place with the stranger, and after a moment, a young man was lying in front of her. Even the dragon noticed that the stranger looked noble. Charisse couldn't help but agree with her. While the princess was admiring him, she noticed that new wounds began to appear on him. If she didn't try to work faster, but instead of old wounds, new ones appeared, and there was no end to them. The dragon noticed that it looked as if the stranger had become confused in time, and his fate had begun to distort. The princess did not immediately understand what was meant. Then the dragon explained that something happened to this boy's future, so he went back in time, and in the process a problem with time appeared. He seemed to merge with himself in the present tense, and what happened to the young man in the future affected his body now. In addition, the healing magic did not work on him. The woman said that all this was because he had a god. The blessing did not work on those under the dragon's protection. The girl hopefully asked if there was a doctor here, but the dragons didn't need him. In addition, the woman said that this boy did not come with the help of a dragon, which made the princess think, and the dragon looked at her strangely. Charisse had a bad feeling because of this, but the dragon said, without concealing, that the stranger had most likely come to meet the princess. While she was talking to the dragon, the stranger spoke again. The princess noticed that he began to return to his previous form and wanted to change the bandages. He took her hand lightly and said that he had finally found it. The girl was surprised. She continued to look at him in astonishment while he spoke, but the girl did not understand a word. The princess began to explain to him that she did not understand what he was talking about and began to ask if he had a house and what was his name. To her question, the boy only replied that he couldn't, because if they get caught. However, he did not have time to finish and began to slowly fall to the ground again. Charisse caught him at the last moment and began to worry that he had died. But when she examined him, fortunately, the boy was still breathing. The princess began to think what to do with him. She couldn't leave him, but she couldn't wait until she came to her senses either, so she decided to hide him in her closet. She did not know who he was, but she definitely understood that the boy was familiar with her in the future, so she continued to heal. The girl continued to give him medicine for the fever and also considered him a friend, and she still had many questions for him when he regained consciousness. When she was about to close the closet and go to sleep, she finally whispered to him that they would meet again when he woke up. It was morning outside. Despite his wounds, the boy had already woken up and went to the bed where the girl was still sleeping. He sat down on her bed, trying not to wake her up, and said that the princess had shown herself since childhood that she would always start healing when she saw a sick person. The boy continued and said that he came back to this hell to meet her, because without her there will be no difference in the future. He looked out the window with some sadness. He would have liked to stay here a little longer, but it was time to move on. It seemed as if the princess had heard him, and through a dream she said parting words. The boy smiled and bent down to take out the flower, saying that he would leave a present for her. When she looks at him, she will remember. Leaving the flower, he quietly left, leaving no trace behind, as if he had never been here. Walking along the corridor, the maid noticed that the door to the princess's room was open and thought that the princess had woken up. But the girl was still quietly sleeping in her crib, and a little blue flower was lying next to her. Finally, the day of Shintaburi arrived. The princess could not contain her happiness that she would finally be able to see her grandfather. The nanny was just helping her do her hair. Suddenly, the girl looked at the flower in her hand, and all thoughts about the coming of the holiday seemed to be removed by hand. She kept thinking where this wounded boy had gone. However, she wondered how he knew she would be on the Street of Dragons. It seemed to her that in the future, Charisse could tell him about it, so she assumed that they were in close communication. She wondered what could happen in the future, but she hoped that nothing too terrible. But then she thought that the boy didn't come just like that. These thoughts did not give her peace, but in the end she thought that if they were acquaintances in the future, they would still meet. In order not to think about anything else, she asked Sophia what dress to wear. The nanny said that they had selected the best options for her today and immediately called the maids to bring the dresses. The first is an elegant blue dress, and the most important thing in it was a tiara with sapphires. The second was a cute dress with a floral pattern, and the bright colors should have attracted a lot of attention. The princess saw how excited the maids and nanny were while they dressed her, but that's why the girl decided to choose the dress herself. When the princess finished choosing her outfit, she asked when the brothers would come. The nanny replied that they would come soon, and in the meantime offered the girl to eat cookies, to which she agreed. In a few minutes the brothers already came to her room, and Gergis, in his style, even flew into the room, tearing the door open with his foot. The twins paid attention to their sister's new outfit and noticed that she was again wearing something unusual. The princess, in turn, began to quarrel a little with her brother and told him not to break into the rooms like that because she was even scared, relying on the fact that he acted like a child. The prince did not agree with her and said that he was older. In addition, he noticed that the girl's mouth was full of liver, to which she said that her brother could help wipe it. Gergis laughed, saying that he was told to wipe someone's mouth so big it was funny, even his ears stopped. The princess pretended to be offended and wished her brother to stay with his plugged ears, while she herself would go to Idris for his help. A devastating blow to the twin was dealt by the fact that the princess corrected his pronunciation. Gergis thought maybe he was really wrong, so he asked his brother if his sister was right. I'd told the twin to relearn the language he speaks. Shami paid attention to how the little princess spent time with her brothers. She told Sophia about it and noticed that the twins had become more caring, because earlier there were rumors that the princes were indifferent to everyone. The nanny assumed that the twins also fell in love with the princess. While the servants talked among themselves, the children meanwhile heard their every word. Turning away from her brothers, the princess asked Shami to bring the first aid kit bag, which she had asked Sophia to make a couple of days ago. In that purse, the girl put calendula ointment of her own production, as well as the maid's old ointment to prove that her cream was better. She also put antihistamines for grandfather there. Having finished all the preparations, it was time to leave. She called her brothers and went outside with them. Driving in the carriage, the princess noticed that today was Shintoburi Day. Idris answered in the affirmative, and Gurgis asked why talk about such obvious things. However, the girl wanted to ask why the brothers did not prepare a gift for the emperor. The boys quieted down a little. They were pleased that their sister was taking care of them, but they had prepared a gift. They just didn't want to reveal the cards yet. It looked suspicious to Charisse. When they entered the palace, the princess immediately began to look around with excitement. Of course, she expected that the palace in which the emperor lived would be luxurious, but not so much. She approached one of the vases and thought that she wanted to try this precious thing on her teeth. The brothers immediately guessed what she was thinking. The family moved on, and the brothers announced that they were now going to the residence of the royal banquet hall, and the sister would sit between them. Charisse exhaled, but did not object. The twins offered her their hands, but the girl was in no hurry to accept them. Idris asked if she was going to take their hands. The girl was a little surprised that the twins had reached out so suddenly, but immediately rushed to them. Gurgis told the sister to hold on tighter, because such a weak child as her can faint as soon as she sees her grandfather. The princess got a little scared, and her brother continued to scare her. The brother said that the grandfather ate those who fainted in front of him. Idris denied this, but confirmed that there were those who fainted in front of him. The twin said that the sister had done well to wear the veil. The princess didn't answer that because she didn't wear it because of that, but the truth was that she was nervous. The children almost reached the hall, where before the entrance they saw a huge portrait of the emperor. The princess also knew the story of how the emperor confronted the dragon with his bare hands. He was neither a human nor a dragon and had lived for over 100 years. Everyone just talked about how great the emperor was, but the girl thought that if she were in his place, she would be lonely in a world where there was no one close to her. Finally, they entered the hall and immediately announced their arrival. There were already many guests inside. The girl began to look around with admiration, almost without being surprised by what should be expected from the action in the imperial palace. Suddenly, the princess noticed that someone from the table was looking at her angrily and began to slowly approach. Genovia Wynne Castalia approached her family and tried to speak, but the twins ignored her and dragged her sister along. The boy tried to draw attention to himself again, but Gurgis pretended not to hear him. The princess knew that joking with her brother was dangerous. Her brother was the character she played most often. She thought she knew everything about his character, but he turned out to be more picky than she thought. The twins said that the sister should also ignore this weirdo. Genovia, in turn, said that he came to them because he thought they would be glad to see him. He continued and said that he was worried because he heard that Gurgis was calling an unnecessary thing in their house a sister. The prince began to slowly get angry at these words. Idris also heard how Genovia verbally abused her younger sister and her adoptive father, but outwardly remained calm. But when he had already said too much, Gurgis could not stand it, and with a sharp movement forced the scoundrel to shut up. The boy flew away for a good couple of meters, and the twin in an angry voice told him not to dare to say something like that again. Genovia was undeterred by this blow and tried to taunt those who were born later than him again. This whole circus was interrupted by Charisse because she said that she was bored by it, but she did not expect herself to say it out loud. The opponent immediately got up and, looking angrily at her, told her to repeat her words. He called her trash, insulting the Wynne family name. The princess saw this animalistic look that Genovia gave her and began to back away slowly. Idris immediately stood between them, covering his sister. In a calm tone, he said that his brother would soon leave the imperial palace to take the exam, but that did not give him the right to talk to his sister like that. Genovia could not understand why they called her their sister, but the prince was tired of this conversation, so he was not going to explain anything to him. However, he decided to say that he just cares about Charisse, so he won't offend her. Gurgis approached his sister, hugging her by the shoulders. The opponent told Idris that he really thought that this junk, in the form of a sister, would help him in the battle for the throne. The twin only smiled at this and said that he recently heard news that some aristocrat was stealing inventions, buying them from common people. He also said that someone could use it to test the qualifications of members of the royal family. A few days ago, Gurgis had one invention registered. Leaning right into Genovia's ear, Idris said that he didn't even know who would actually disgrace the Wynn family. At this, the prince told his opponent to continue living like a rat. It was not a difficult request. The opponent quietly grunted something at this and turned and walked away. Idris returned to his brother and sister and offered to take a seat at the table, as the emperor was due to arrive soon. When they sat down at the table, the princess realized that it was not worth joking with Ida. She was glad to have such a brother. Charisse didn't even believe when her brother intervened, because she always thought that he was too sensible for that. Therefore, she assumed that they really wanted to protect her. A fanfare suddenly sounded in the hall. Gurgis asked his sister to get up with everyone. The herald began to praise His Majesty the Emperor before announcing his arrival. People began to gather even more to look at the emperor. The princess also wanted to see, but her view was blocked. When His Majesty sat on the throne, he said that now everyone can sit down. The princess was glad that now she could look at her grandfather, but she was quite surprised by what she saw. Although the emperor was already many years old, Charisse noticed that he did not look like a grandfather at all, more like a middle-aged man. Before she had time to admire the emperor, a window with a message popped up in front of her. The system gave some information about Leo Cord. The program also noticed that the emperor liked beer with peanuts, but was allergic to it. The princess could not believe that he, having an allergy to it, continued to eat them. The message window changed, and this time she was told to come up with a suitable recipe to take away the allergic reaction from the emperor. She thought it was strange. The princess thought that giving an antihistamine would be enough, but she was not sure that the emperor would believe what the girl said. Meanwhile, His Majesty announced the start. After the call, the guests began to get their gifts. A man came out first and approached the throne of His Majesty. He presented the product from the distant Republic of Barak. He was also called Wild Ginseng and showed a picture with a root drawn on it. The brothers and sister immediately realized that it was a scam because the picture showed an ordinary ginseng root. The emperor looked at the swindler in silence for some time, but the next moment he ordered the next one to come. At this, the guards came and took the strange man away from His Majesty's eyes. After the first failure, the rest of the guests began to approach the emperor one by one. The princess noticed that the grandfather was quick to detect fakes. The goods paid off quickly, and the charlatans were kicked out. Those who brought something really worthy of attention, the emperor rewarded with blank checks. Charisse herself did not expect that grandfather would be so generous because she knew how much could be bought for this thing. Idris noticed how his sister had changed while looking at these gifts. Genovia was next in line. The prince tried his best to look cute and also presented a gift. Sheriz and his brothers looking at this funny sight, which made you want to gouge out your eyes. However, the prince's attempts were still in vain because the emperor said that he could not accept a gift from him. The next turn was the brothers and sisters. Idris got up and said about it, which made the girl a little surprised. The brothers said that they wanted to present to the grandfather something that he had never received before. And actually, it is her. The brother announced this, which made the girl a little confused, not knowing where to turn. The princess was quite surprised by this turn of events and did not expect that she would be the special gift of the brothers. The twins turned to the emperor and said that this child might help their grandfather get rid of what was bothering him. His Majesty did not interrupt the grandchildren and allowed them to continue, being interested in their proposal. The princess understood that there was nowhere to turn. Descending from the chair, she approached the throne on which the emperor was sitting. Now, having no choice, she understood that she had to do everything in order to charm her grandfather, and turning to Genovia, she showed with her eyes that he should learn how to do it. After greeting and introducing herself, the princess said that she had come today as a daily pharmacist. not to say that it had any effect on the emperor. Nevertheless, he did not expel the girl and decided to listen to her. The princess continued and said that the emperor had been suffering from allergies for a long time, so she had come to help with that. After what she said, a window with a hidden task immediately popped up in front of the girl. The program told the girl to offer the emperor another drink instead of beer. She will be paid 100 million for this task. Charisse was quite surprised at such a reward. At such rates, she will be able to repay the debt faster. Approaching, the girl only noticed for a moment that the emperor seemed to be looking at the status window, and not at her. However, she did not notice anything like that in front of His Majesty, so she decided that she had only imagined it. Suddenly she heard the voices of the other aristocrats talking among themselves, in shock about the poison. No one could believe that it could be true, because they even began to accuse the girl that she had completely lost her mind if she came to such a conclusion. The twins also heard how they began to complain about their sister, but Idris restrained his brother until he did something stupid. His Majesty silenced everyone with a single gesture and said that he would make the decision himself, after which he ordered the servant to take the princess. Meanwhile, he turned to the princess and asked if she was ready to take responsibility for the words she said. Charisse immediately agreed without thinking. At that, the emperor approached her and said that this time he would trust her. When the princess and her brothers were taken to a separate room, Gergis, being alone, began to cry in shock, not believing that the cause of his grandfather's illness was poison. Besides, he couldn't believe that the sister had taken on such a great responsibility to heal the emperor. The prince began to assure that the sisters simply did not understand how strict their grandfather was, but the princess did not care about it. Idris said that the princess had learned something from the dragon. Charisse didn't try to convince them otherwise, so it's better to let them think so. While the brothers were huddled with her, the girl noticed that the number of tasks had increased a little. First, there was still the task of distributing the ointment to ordinary people. The second was the task of finding medicine for the emperor, which she had already done, but had not yet handed over. Now the search for another alcohol to replace beer for His Majesty was added. She calculated that for the completion of all these tasks, she would receive 210 million stones as a final result. However, there was no need to worry, because for all this she took ointment and antihistamines today, but she did not know if she would be able to quickly prepare the necessary alcohol. After that, she remembered that she still had some plum syrup that she had prepared earlier. The princess was sure that the emperor had not yet tasted plum wine. While she was thinking about this, someone's voice was heard outside the door, which assured her that the princess had found a means to relieve the emperor of his symptoms. The emperor's servant declared that he was inclined to believe the girl that the cause of His Majesty's illness was poison. His interlocutor was not so sure about this and did not think that a 4-year-old child could be trusted in this matter. The princess heard every word of the interlocutors, so she firmly decided to end their conflict. The servant did not understand what the interlocutor wanted to prove with these words, because the princess personally received knowledge of the dragon itself in a dream. The princess did not want to listen to these slanders directed at her anymore, so without any hesitation she opened the door to have everything told to her face. However, in a moment the girl's determination disappeared, because she did not expect to see the emperor outside the door. Leohord said that there was no need for her to go out to them in person. For several minutes, she silently looked at her grandfather, trying to think of something to answer. The princess thought that the emperor deliberately stood still to see if she would come out. Charisse deliberately pretended to be a little confused and immediately replied that she just wanted to see her grandfather as soon as possible. In the end, they entered the room and the emperor told the princess to sit opposite as it was convenient for her. He started the conversation first and said that she probably already knew about his problems from Idris, so he asked what her decision was on this matter. In the meantime, her brother gave her a list of foods that the emperor had been eating lately. The imperial doctor just exhaled, not understanding what the girl would do with these records. Charisse was starting to get annoyed by this, but she remained silent for now. However, she still couldn't argue with his opinion, because she herself thought that she looked like a child trying to play doctor. If she were in his place, she would think the same. After reading the records, the girl was really shocked, because no matter what the emperor ate, peanuts always appeared there. At this point, she clarified when exactly grandfather started liking peanuts and asked if the symptoms worsened every fall. While His Majesty was trying to remember when exactly he started liking peanuts, the girl noticed that a rash had appeared on his neck. To help the emperor, the doctor informed him that he had started liking peanuts and macadamia about 3 years ago, but asked how the princess learned about it. To this, the princess immediately replied that she had learned about it because now was the season for collecting peanuts. The doctor and the servant were surprised at this conclusion because they did not understand why this product could be here. The girl replied that the peanut was the poison that struck her grandfather. She said that certain foods can be like poison for different people. At this, the emperor assumed that no one personally tried to poison him. The girl confirmed his guesses. The doctor repeated the girl's words, but immediately asked how she knew such information. The princess replied that it was the dragon who taught her. His Majesty was somewhat amused by the girl's reply, for she remembered a dragon that had not given its name. The princess began to assure that everything was just like that and described the dragon from her dreams. The emperor looked at the princess, and the way she gestured trying to show the dragon made him laugh a little. In the end, he said he believed her words. Hearing this, the princess was sincerely surprised that the emperor trusted her. The doctor, in turn, said that the princess thus insisted that peanuts be completely excluded from the diet of His Majesty. Charisse said that this is necessary to find out for sure whether the allergy was specifically to peanuts. The emperor's servant wanted to give the appropriate orders already, but Leo Horde himself was in no hurry to do so. After that, the girl immediately took out the previously prepared medicines from her bag and handed them to her grandfather, saying that they would help him right away. Taking a jar of pills, the emperor began to examine them. In a moment, His Majesty looked a little creepy at the princess and asked where she got these medicines, but immediately cut off the possibility of an answer by leaning on the dragon. The princess expected such a turn of events because she understood that everything would not work out so easily. However, Charisse knew that this could happen, so she prepared an answer in advance, so she did not feel any anxiety. The princess began to tell how in one of her dreams she got to the dragon, and he asked why she had come. The girl said that her grandfather fell ill and did not know what to do. The dragon answered that the princess would not cry and gave her medicine. Returning from sleep, she saw a bottle of pills on her bed. The dragon told her exactly how to use them. After finishing the story, the girl pointed to the pill, saying that it was the same medicine. She thought in her mind that the dragon had really given her the medicine, so her story was almost true. Adults listened all the time without interrupting. The emperor thought about her words. Suddenly, the servant said that he did not think that the princess could harm His Majesty in any way. Nevertheless, he noted that it would be better to test the effectiveness of the medicine first. However, the emperor was determined to take the pill because the girl was able to identify the cause of the ailment. After Leo Horde drank the medicine, the princess immediately approached him and asked him not to drink alcohol anymore. The grandfather did not immediately understand what she meant, so the granddaughter explained that she had a better option because she had alcohol that she made from plums herself. Patting her on the head, the emperor said that he had recently been told about how the princess had made medicine from the fruits of Urslum. The princess was shocked that His Majesty even knew about this, to which he replied that there was nothing in the kingdom that he knew about. Idris came closer and asked how the emperor felt after taking the medicine. Grandfather said that he felt as if the fever began to subside and the unpleasant sensations disappeared. After that, the girl immediately received a notification from the system that she managed to help the emperor, so she received 1,000 stones for this. Suddenly, a doctor turned to her. Although the man was uncomfortable talking about it, he apologized for doubting the princess. He said he made a mistake because he had to talk to her first. The princess began to assure that everything was fine because the doctor was worried about the emperor's condition. The princess asked the doctor's name. The man introduced himself as Isaac Miorden. At first, the girl was very surprised and asked if the doctor was sometimes a relative of Salep. He confirmed and said that they were cousins. Then Charisse asked if it was true that the doctor had a mentor because a license could only be obtained from the temple. He confirmed, but added something. Isaac said that first of all, to get a license, you need to graduate from a medical university approved by the papacy. However, he had a different situation. At first, he studied with a mentor, which helped him finish university early. The girl understood that in this case he might have a talent for it. Approaching her, she told him that when she grows up, she also wants to become a doctor, so she wants to study with him. The boy began to deny that he was a genius, although he himself listed the things that proved it. However, he said that this was the first time he heard that food can be poison and asked if it depends on the individual. The princess thought about whether she could tell him everything as it is, but in the end, she decided to choose the right words. The girl said that water and the sun can also serve as poison. It was called allergy, but she knew that allergies became known only after 1960, and the events of the game were in the Middle Ages. She also said that there were people who could get sick from eating crustaceans. The doctor began to carefully write down everything, because the girl's words could save many lives. He also asked her to tell in more detail what the dragon told her about, but the princess stopped there, not wanting to reveal her secrets. Instead, the girl asked him if he wanted to help ordinary people. The doctor confirmed that he had come to the palace for this purpose, because in other places the temple strongly controlled everything. The princess decided to inquire why the doctors recommended poppy ointment. She took it out of her purse and showed it to the doctor. The princess said that ordinary people used this ointment and learned about it from her maid. After looking at the jar, the doctor said that this ointment for wounds was prepared in the temple of Hafnis. The girl did not understand why, because poppy seeds were not at all useful for wounds. Isaac couldn't help but agree. At this, the princess looked into her bag once more and in a moment took out her calendula ointment. Idris confirmed that the sister did everything herself and put a lot of effort into it. He also said that the kitchen workers can also confirm this because the ointment helped well with burns. The prince was sure that in the future the sister would greatly help the common people. The boy also said that after proper training, it would be interesting to see what the girl could actually achieve. The emperor listened to the words of his grandson and would also be glad to know what could come of it. The emperor asked the little princess what she planned to do with this ointment. The girl replied that she wanted to help ordinary people together with her brothers in the clinic. From the beginning, she wanted to ask Id to help her get there, but she wasn't sure she could make it on her own even without him. Grandfather said to this that the temple would not like it if she went there alone. However, the girl assured that if they distributed the ointment, the lives of ordinary people would improve significantly. She also knew that this was the fastest way to deal with the task, but of course she didn't say anything in her voice. Charisse also assured that her brothers will always be by her side to stand up for her. In the end, the emperor gave in to the princess's arguments and even praised her for her persistence. After that, he turned to the doctor and ordered him to help the princess. He also told Miordan to test the princess's story about allergies with an experiment and write down the results. The doctor immediately said that he accepted His Majesty's order. The princess noticed that everything was going much better than she had first thought. The emperor gave permission to the princess to do everything as she thought was right, and in case of which she could turn to Merton and Heighton. The princess was glad for the permission she had received and immediately thanked her. Now she won't need to finish medical school. She looked at her brothers and thought that now it was their turn to ask them to show their familiars. When Charisse returned to the palace, the maids immediately met her and began to question how she had spent the holiday. The girl said that after meeting with the emperor, she gave him an ointment that she prepared herself and also decided to issue a medical certificate together with Dr. Miordan. The maids knew about this doctor and unmistakably considered him a genius, so they wanted to ask more about him, asking if he performed surgeries. While the girl was telling some news, Shami meanwhile was charming at her hairdo. When the girl finished, she stepped back a little to look at the result, which of course pleased both maids. The princess was given a mirror, and looking into it, she was pleasantly surprised. She was uncomfortable because the hair got into her eyes, but the maid coped well with the task. Hannah brought the princess a piece of cake, saying that she had done a lot today so she must be tired, but Charisse said that everything was fine. While the girl was spinning near the mirror, her father came into the room. The princess did not pay attention to anything else, but immediately threw herself into the arms of the prince. His Majesty lifted the girl in his arms and said that he heard the conversation, so he also asked if everything was okay with her. The girl immediately replied that everything was fine, and also said that the grandfather was not as strict as they said about him. The prince carried his daughter to bed, glad that the girl was not afraid of the emperor, although he himself did not know why everyone was afraid of him. Covering the girl with a blanket, he was surprised when he heard from her that, in her opinion, grandfather looked very lonely. When the princess saw her father's surprised look, she said that he only looked a little like that, but she knew in her mind that he looked like a man who had nothing of value left. Baikal smiled and said that this was the second time he had heard that the emperor looked lonely. In a moment he admitted that Kina had said the same thing. The princess knew that it was her heroine's mother, so she rushed to her father and asked him to tell her more about his sister. The man smiled at this and said that it was already time for the girl to go to sleep, but the princess did not give up and promised to go to sleep after he told. Baikal was a little amused by the girl's behavior, and he remembered that his sister was also so stubborn, but when he insisted, she always obeyed. Finally, he admitted that Kiena liked to ride horses, but with some sadness in his voice he said that they had only managed to ride once together. The girl noticed this sadness in her father's eyes, but told him that she would also like to learn to ride a horse. His Majesty said that at the moment it would be difficult to do, but as soon as she grew up, he would teach her himself. The girl accepted the promise. But the prince thought for a moment and thought that it would be possible to ask Gurgis about it. The prince said that it would be safer to learn on a familiar than on a horse, because a familiar would never fail, but he said that it was a lion. Charisse was somewhat frightened. At this, Baikal leaned over and kissed his daughter and told her not to forget, because no matter what she does and no matter who stands in her way, he will always be by her side. In total, there were 28 gods in the empire, but the strongest of them was the god of love and faith Hafnius. The pope who presided over all the gods and their temples was called the incarnation of Hafnius. While imprisoned in one of the dungeons, the boy looked around but realized that nothing had changed here. Among the 8-year-old children living in the temple, one was chosen. The chosen child became the pope, but died before becoming a saint. The boy smiled and thought that the reason this stupid tradition still existed must be because he was still considered human. In the basement of one central temple, a unicorn lived for more than 100 years, whose blood was poisonous and was able to curse people. The child from whom divine power emanated at the approach of death became the pope. While the boy was looking around in the cell, he accidentally came across a plate with a piece of bread. Taking the bread in his hands, he reproachfully thought that he could not do anything about the fact that he had turned 8 years old, but in order to change the future, he must do something before the demon approaches Charisse. The guards were talking to each other behind the door. One asked him if it was normal for the future pope to be locked in a cell, to which the other replied that the pope was only a tool. Angry at his friend, who would only interfere, he said that he would take care of everything himself, and in his thoughts decided to feel sorry for his colleague. The warden entered the cell and, turning to the boy, said that if he had finished eating, then it was time for the evening lecture. When he saw the child, something inside him seemed to switch, and he even began to shake. The child looked completely calm. The overseer did not understand what was happening because even yesterday this boy was very frightened and trembled at the thought that he would soon die. A child who is tired of being a dad because it turned out not to be what was expected. The boy who lived in a nightmare. Without even saying hello, the boy approached the man and only asked if he was leaving. The overseer was angered by the child's impudence. Without another word, the boy bypassed the supervisor and went to his designated place for the lecture. In this world, he promised himself that he would definitely change the future, no matter what the cost, so he was looking forward to meeting the princess. The sun was shining brightly on the street, and the sky was bright blue and someone's shadow was floating on the clouds. A red horse that broke through the wind and flew in the sky. Only it wasn't a horse, but a lion, and the princess was clinging to him with trembling hands. The girl clung even more tightly to her brother, asking her to lower her to the ground. The brother mocked that the sister was scared. In a moment, Sophia came up to them and hugged the girl, feeling how she was shaking like a leaf. She quarreled with the prince, saying that he had gone too far because the princess was more delicate than them. Gurgis did not understand his sister's fear because it was just a flight. The girl took offense at her brother and pretended not to hear him. After calming down, the prince said that he didn't want to bring his sister to tears. He just wanted to show how cool it was to ride a lion, so he didn't expect her to be offended. Approaching his sister, he began to apologize. The girl pursed her lips and looked at him. Gergis saw that his sister still did not answer, so he tried to make her laugh, but it came out a little carelessly. The princess did not understand what her brother was trying to do, and said that if he fulfills her 10 wishes, then she will forgive him. The prince was a little indignant, thinking that his sister had planned this from the beginning. The girl objected but said that he had better agree. The boy thought. Charisse thought that her brother was really kind because he didn't even have a reason to play with her. She is just his younger sister. If you choose Gergis in the game itself, then the most difficult thing was to make him want to become the emperor himself. Due to the fact that he is not interested in the role of emperor from the very beginning, he will make every effort to help Idris win the throne, and she had no reason to interfere with them. However, even after the day of Shintaburi, his brother's attitude towards her did not change, although he could perceive her as a threat after meeting the emperor. The princess decided to directly ask her brother why he was so kind to her. Gergis rushed to her, saying that she should call him brother. Besides, what reason was there to be kind to her younger sister? After that, she asked what if she wanted to take the throne. The prince was a little surprised by this question. She was worried about the main task number 3, which was unknown. It was interesting what would happen if she paid back all the debt and became the heir to the throne. To her question, her brother replied that if she wanted to take the throne, he would not be able to do anything about it. The princess was frightened by his answer because she thought that he meant to suffocate her, having no other choice. Approaching Gergis, he said that if she wanted to become the heiress, he would first need to kill everyone except her and Idris, so he had to change his plan and asked if it was necessary to expel the grandfather. Charisse immediately told him to put aside such terrible thoughts and said that she might not become empress. He asked her if her desire had already passed. The girl did not want to answer this question and replied that she was going to say hello to Du. The prince was glad that his sister was no longer offended by him. She had once heard that familiars are really similar to their owners. It was said that at birth they received a piece of the soul. Without any fear, the princess approached the lion and lightly touched his face in greeting. She also wanted to have her own familiar. She knew that her heroine also had a familiar at birth. The girl thought that he disappeared when his soul changed. The girl asked her brother what would happen if the owner died. The prince replied that the familiar would also die because this creature was a part of the soul, and after death it was united. The princess thought that she would like her kittens, which she left behind in reality, to become her familiars. She hoped that one day such a day would come. It was already late outside, and the temperature was already getting lower and lower, signaling the approach of the cold season. Shami surveyed the area. Suddenly there was a sound, as if lightning had struck somewhere. The maid began to look around in search of a place from where she could hear this sound. The girl knew the story that there were ghosts in this dark imperial road, but she didn't believe it before. Shami thought that these rumors might be true after all, so she decided to hurry back to the palace. A few minutes before, the twins met with Genovia. The prince still couldn't believe that Charisse had been accepted into the family and resented being treated so badly because of her. The prince told the brothers to think carefully about whose side they were on when he became emperor. Idris only laughed at this and said that he would not even want to have a vassal like him. Genovia continued to assure him that he would become emperor, but his brother had a different opinion and said he would not allow it. Suddenly, golden flames began to swirl around Ida. The twin wanted to teach the upstart, but for his own sake. The older brother covered himself with his hand, but did not back down, calling his opponent a monster. The prince did not pay attention to this insult, saying that let them think about him as they want. Jeremiah did not want to back down, not wanting to obey the will of the twins and suffer somewhere on the sidelines. While the prince was talking, he did not even notice how quickly Idris approached him, holding a light ball in his hands, which he aimed at his brother. The boy did not have time to dodge. The forest immediately glowed with light magic that formed a magical hue. Even the palace lit up from the bright light. The prince pressed his brother to the ground, preventing him from getting up, and told him to apologize to his sister before it was too late. Jerome had no choice but to agree, to which the twin immediately beamed with a smile while holding the stone that recorded their entire conversation. Gergis approached his brother and said that it was time to go back. Eid did not object but wanted to check everything first. He once again approached the prince and, taking him by the hair, warned him to come tomorrow and apologize to Charisse. He also hinted that Jeremiah should not come empty-handed, hinting that he should bring some kind of gift. After this incident, the prince was left alone in the forest and was angry at the injustice because the twins were so strong from birth. He was angry, not understanding why he did not get such power. Suddenly, a voice came to him from somewhere, offering help. The prince immediately stood up looking for the invisible woman. An unfamiliar voice, throwing a black pearl, told the prince to eat it, after which he would get everything he wanted. Instead, the invisible man told Jeremiah to give him his soul after he died. The boy looked shocked at the pearl in his hand. Pavel looked at the boy, whom he easily managed to deceive, waiting for an exciting show. The twins returned to the palace, but Idris was not in the best condition and nearly passed out from exhaustion. The prince had managed to endure similar symptoms before, but he understood that all this was due to the fact that the body was still small. His brother asked him to take some time to rest before starting work. Gergis also told them to continue following the plan but without killing. Idris said nothing but understood what he was talking about. The prince asked his brother when his father would return, even though he knew the answer. The brother said that he would return later because he had other things to do. The twin led his brother to his chambers and immediately went to his room. Ascension to the throne of Idris was a well-considered decision, which was made based on the capabilities of all family members. His mother also agreed with this, because if there was someone better, she would have said so. They wanted to take a peaceful path because the people did not like tyrants, and if he became one, there would be an uprising. He thought it was a good idea to be nice and friendly to everyone, but he didn't know how his sister had guessed that. When they first met, Charisse immediately ran to Gergis. She is always friendlier with her brother than with Idris, which annoyed him a little. He even felt offended, which worried him, because he had never felt this way before. A small quarrel between a brother and sister was suddenly heard from the neighboring rooms, which drove the prince out of his thoughts. They did not calm down in any way, and Idris began to feel even stronger fatigue from this noise. Fortunately for him, however, he already knew how to use the sensor lock, so when the room fell into silence, he began to fall asleep. Plunging into his memories, he began to remember when exactly he learned that skill, because in his childhood, everything that made sounds annoyed him, because his hearing was too sensitive. Once he even killed a bird to make it shut up, even though his brother tried to stop him. The mother began to comfort her son by saying that she was the same. She asked him if he would like Gergis to stop crying, to which the boy answered in the affirmative but did not want to force his brother to shut up. Then his mother told him to watch his brother, then he would quickly learn to distinguish between good and bad. When his mother explained everything to him, he realized that he could learn everything through analysis, which finally calmed him down. The father also came closer and told his son that there was one thing he never forgot: always protect his family. If he remembers this, he will never become a monster, and he, as his father, promised to protect him. Idris thought of his brother as the sun, when he was the place that reflected his light. Charisse has become a star for him and the first creature he can protect. That is why he would never harm his younger sister. Through his sleep, he heard Charisse calling him, so he slowly began to wake up. The girl said that she was going to a party today, so she asked him to help her choose a dress, which Idris was happy to do. The brother agreed to help, and the princess was surprised. He promised himself that he would protect what was dearest to him. After putting on the dress, she asked if it fit her. The maid and nanny immediately approved the choice. However, Idris took a quick look and immediately said that he did not like it very much because it looked too simple. Then she asked what he thought would be better. He said that Alexandra wore a golden shade and she prefers crimson for contrast. The girl was impressed that her brother approached this issue so seriously, so she decided to be a sweet sister for him. Sitting on his lap, she thanked him for his help. The prince was somewhat surprised by her touch and could not even say anything. The princess was no less surprised by her brother's reaction. It even seemed to her that he wanted to stroke her lightly. Idris asked why the princess's clothes were so tight, to which the nanny replied that the coat was still being sewn. The prince said that it was necessary to hurry, because the hunting season for Aemon, which took place in the first year of the new pope's reign, was about to begin. Aemon is a huge snake that could breathe fire. It was so huge that it could even swallow a whole house. In the northern part of Castalia, on the border with the Babylonian Empire, there was a gate where exactly this snake appeared and came to the human world to find a cooler place. When she asked if Aemon was scary, the brother said that he was, on the contrary, cheerful, which shocked the girl because she understood that this beast caused considerable damage. Many players finished the game just trying to pass this boss, but she was sure that the brothers would easily defeat this snake. Idris told his sister that this snake would be dangerous for her, so she should not leave the camp. The girl approached her brother and asked if he was busy, because they had already chosen the dress, and he was in no hurry. The prince said that he wanted to wait until his sister put on the dress to take a look. He said it suited her. The girl noticed that her brother was in a good mood, so she decided to ask about the familiar. The brother easily agreed, to which she was even surprised, but in return he said that she would owe him one wish. The sister begged so much that he couldn't stand it and laughed and called the animal called Boo. The princess was surprised that her brother's familiar was so cute. The squirrel immediately rushed to the girl. Charisse asked her brother if he could show his familiar to everyone while looking at the babysitter, but Id refused, saying that it can't be shown to anyone. The princess did not object, because she understood that her brother might want to use the little creature to help in winning the throne. The girl sneezed, and her brother came to ask her if she was okay, to which she said that she might have caught a little cold in the cold. The brother covered the sister with a blanket and said that the winters here are coming soon and last quite a long time. Idris said that the plum blossoms meant the coming of spring, to which the girl asked if it was a bad sign for him. She knew that her brother did not like noise, so the winter silence was the best for him. The prince asked his sister how she knew that he liked winter, because he had never told her about it. The girl said that she easily guessed when she saw the expression on her brother's face when he told the story about winter. A maid came into the room announcing the arrival of Prince Genovia. The princess wondered why he had come, but after looking at her brother she understood that he was up to something. She wanted to hide, but her brother stopped her and told her to sit down. Cerise knew that she had better send the maid somewhere. The princess thought that Genovia had come to insult her again, but she did not expect to see him with such a strange complexion. They were already sitting at the table together, and Idris asked why his brother had come here. The guest tried to say something, but the princess looked at the color of his face, because he did not look healthy. Suddenly he started coughing, and the girl realized that these were symptoms of hyperventilation. But when he looked at her, she definitely began to feel that something was wrong, so she began to draw her brother's attention to it. Idris did not let her finish, because he himself saw that something was happening with his brother. Genovia quickly stood up and screamed as a whirlwind of sorts began to swirl around him. The prince understood that it was dangerous, so without another word he pushed his sister away. She felt like she was about to fall, but at the last moment, Boo caught her. She mentally thanked the creature, but more than anything she was worried about her brother. For now, the brothers were left alone among themselves. Genovia kept pushing for the right to be emperor, but Idris was not impressed. The prince released some smoke in the direction of his brother, which also affected the princess. The girl tried to cover herself, but she smelled a strong smell of sulfur. Looking at the devastation around her, she was sure that Id should be fine, but she didn't know about the babysitter. At that moment, Sophia came out from under the smoke and immediately covered the princess with herself. Charisse has already lost consciousness from everything. The nanny tried to wake her up, but in the end she fell unconscious herself. They began to knock on the room, but the door did not open and no one else could answer. With a hazy look, the girl tried to stop those who were outside because if oxygen is let into the room, then an explosion will occur with this smoke. The system issued an urgent message stating that something was wrong with the player's health. The girl did not want to die like this because she had just received such a desirable family. She quietly called her father. In a moment, Baikal appeared and instantly dissolved the spell and took the girl in his arms. Looking at him with barely seeing eyes, she said about Sophia, and her father reassured her by saying that everything was fine with her. After hearing the good news, she calmed down and closed her eyes, and the system informed that the heroine fell into a coma after being poisoned by carbon monoxide. Pavel contemplated the situation and became somewhat upset because he did not expect that everything would end so quickly. It was his thanks for treating her. He thought that if he was having fun, she wasn't bored either. When he sent that demonic plane, he expected Baikal to visit him. After that, he met Genovia and decided to take advantage of him with the help of a fruit from a wish tree that only grew in the demonic world. Nevertheless, Pavel was satisfied with the result, because now he was able to check how strong Idris was. In addition, he managed to get completely out of breath from Genovia, who was somewhat annoying him. However, he was somewhat disappointed because he did not want to leave Charisse alone. He liked her surprised face. If he could take her to his palace, he would show her something interesting every day. Therefore, he hoped that one day she would fall into his hands. Alexandra was again unable to find a place for herself due to her anger and demanded from the maid to quickly find out what Charisse was wearing. Until her rival ceased to be blessed, Alexandra was the most influential princess. Helga Wynne Castalia was sent far from the palace, and Lizabelle was a member of the ducal family in general. Charisse wasn't the best either, so it's no wonder Princess Jen always got all the attention. He understood why the princess was so angry, but he couldn't help but admit that the other girl was quite cute. However, because of the contract, Pavel had no choice but to side with the host. He asked the princess why she was angry again, and she pointed to her rival. Pavel assured that he would see to it that Charisse died and let the princess think about what to wear. When Alexandra asked what he himself would wear, the boy quickly answered something, and he himself thought that Wynne should wear it. While the boy was helping the princess to do her hair, he accidentally spoke out, wondering how soon Genovia would be detained. Alexandra asked in shock. He did not pay attention to the princess's questions. The demon was not at all worried that he might be caught, because the fruit of the wishing tree could not be determined. The girl, in turn, got angry and, stopping Pavel, ordered him to tell everything. The boy said it was nothing interesting, but the princess said that Genovia was her chess piece. He said that he just wants to get rid of competitors, and unnecessary figurines are thrown away and fill the board with something new. The princess did not understand why Pavel decided to act on his own, and was even mentally indignant because her father had promised her that he would become her servant, but it was not like that. A year ago, she received a letter from her father, but she did not expect what was written there. Even then, the father allowed Pavel to do whatever he wanted because a contract was signed with him. The princess was then unpleasantly surprised, not knowing what kind of contract it was, but she did not like Pavel even then. She had a mark on her leg since birth. The same one was on the hand of the servant, but she did not know that it was a sign of connection. She understood that he had no choice but to be respectful, but he always looked at her as a useless object. The princess asked if they would not suspect her in everything. The boy replied that this would not happen, because no one knew that she had him, but told her not to change maids so often. To her question, he explained that this would intensify the battle for the throne, and was surprised that the princess did not understand such a simple thing, which infuriated the girl. However, looking at the maid, the princess said that she looked as if she did not like something, so she would soon clean her up. The maid began to shake with fear, but Pavel did not contradict her, saying that he should do as he wished. Walking along the dark corridor, Jessica kept thinking about the words that they wanted to clean her up and what it meant. Hearing someone's steps, the girl got scared and Pavel came out from behind. Approaching her, he asked if the maid was tired of living like this, assuring her that he could improve her life if she signed a contract with him. The maid did not want to continue this conversation and, looking at the boy's eyes, began to run away holding a cross in her hands. The count just laughed at this and assumed his true form, preventing the girl from escaping. The demon wanted the maid to entertain him as best she could, because she only had one life. The girl could not say a word because of fear. Pavel went on to say that there was only one type of contract they could make, one where she would give him her soul and he would give her whatever she wanted. For demons, contracts were vital, but the girl was in no hurry to sign them. In the end, she said she wanted to be a princess. 18 years ago, Alexandra's father, Rick Raj, met Pavel for the first time, promising to give him his child. The emperor asked to divide the contract into 2 parts. He will take what he wanted, and in exchange he will give another person's soul. However, this contract was not formally recognized because not all conditions were fulfilled. Nevertheless, the demon became interested. At the time, it seemed like a good idea to him, but in the end he realized that it was not worth believing the emperor's words. Now he wanted to start making a contract with Jessica. Gergis asked the priest why the sister still hadn't woken up, to which he was told that she didn't want to. He could not remain calm about it. Not only doctors, but also priests were called to treat the sisters, but none of them could tell what happened to the girl. The priest assured that he did everything possible, but he was not believed. Idris knew that the reason for the priest's indifference was that he had already occupied his place for a long time, so he had managed to accumulate a lot of money. The priest was indignant, but the prince told him the facts about the thefts from which the priest could not escape. It was no secret for the prince that the high priest, as soon as he started his work, became known for always crossing the line into corruption. The priest began to get angry because he even used holy power, and he was treated like that. In anger, he even turned to Baikal to calm his sons. In a moment, Idris showed what the priest really was and how greedy he was for money, and he did not believe in gods at all. Baikal warned that this record would be made public, to which the priest asked to wait and offered to bring the pope. The priest hoped that they would believe him, because he assured that the pope would be able to wake up the girl. The prince thought for a while and finally gave an hour. When the servant left the palace, Idris sighed regretfully, blaming himself for this situation. His brother tried to support him. However, Gergis will also miss his sister. He promised to teach her to ride horses if only she would wake up. The twins, together with their father, sat by her bed. Everyone was afraid that the princess might not wake up again. Jackal entered the room and informed that Sophia was again asking about the condition of the princess. He also left today's reports. Fortunately, the nanny regained consciousness a couple of days ago. The high priest was able to help her. The assistant became sad because the princess was able to revive this palace with her presence. Baikal took his daughter's small hand and, hugging it with sadness, said that he did not want to lose her too. When he remembered that he had lost Kina in the same way, the memories rushed into his head with a searing pain. His sons immediately rushed to him. The man did not understand why these memories popped into his head now and thought that it must be because Charisse had fallen ill. The memories came only in bits and pieces and he couldn't even remember who exactly spoke, but he remembered the last words. Such memories were for the first time. However, the most important thing now was that the daughter woke up and mentally began to ask for the girl to return. Looking around, the princess noticed that she was among the clouds, but she did not know what kind of place it was. While she was looking for a way out, a system window appeared in front of her, which warned that the heroine was physically injured and had 2% health left. In the end, she remembered everything. But she did not expect that such an attack would happen now because the game started at the age of 15, so this elimination was supposed to happen only after 10 years. However, she now began to worry about her family. The system, meanwhile, prompted the heroine to enter emergency healing, otherwise it would be game over if all health was gone. She immediately agreed to pay 100 stones because she did not want to lose her progress. The girl has not yet managed to use the dart to save the game. While she was healing, the program warned that the heroine could not move. Dismissing bad thoughts, the girl calmly laid down. She was a little bored lying idle, so she began to think about the past situation. The girl knew exactly what had happened to Genovia. When she played for Gergis, Alexandra's side often sent hired assassins who had eaten the fruit of desire before. She didn't expect the game to start using such dangerous things so quickly and didn't want to take part in it, but she understood that she would have to become an heiress, so it might be for the best. By the time she turns 11, the number of opponents will decrease. Suddenly, a window from reality lit up in front of her. Her cats were lying on the bed. She almost cried when she saw them. The system announced that before leaving this place, she should choose a familiar from one of the cats. However, she did not want to choose because everyone was close to her, so she began to think how to take everyone away. The cat seemed to hear her talking. While she was trying to think of something, her heart suddenly stopped filling. The girl decided to go where she was directed. She found herself in front of the door, realizing that it was the way out, but she couldn't go out until she chose a familiar. The girl decided to use the hint to find out what will happen to the animals that she cannot take away. The program replied that they will remain in reality. She could not allow this, so she asked if it was possible to take everyone. The program began to think. In a moment, she was informed that by taking them all, they would become kittens and receive the power of mercy. The girl was a little upset that they would not be able to be like the brothers' familiars. Nevertheless, she wanted the system to take at least all the stones she had, if only to give her cats. Hearing her request, the system took cats from reality and began to change them. Out of joy, she began to hug them, but when she began to count them, she noticed that there were 4 of them, not 3. She could not understand what was happening and where this little white cat came from. The princess wanted to report this to the system, but the cat prevented her from finishing by covering her mouth with her paw. In the end, she decided to take this animal with her. Looking at the heart, she noticed that her health had already completely recovered. Behind the door, she heard her parents' voice, which motivated her to leave this place even more. Having completed all the tasks here, she went out the door. Papa bent over the girl. The boy reported that the princess's consciousness was responding. The high priest began to elaborate on this, although he himself thought that even the Pope would not be able to do anything. The boy asked everyone who was left to leave the room, because he could not concentrate on the matter. The priest wanted to resist, because he was afraid that the Pope might reveal that he was badly treated in the temple, but he did not even have time to say a word when the twins grabbed him. Gergis turned to the Pope, begging him to help his sister. The boy reassured his relatives and said that Charisse probably still had some things to do in the dream. Baikal promised the Pope to give him everything he wanted if he could wake up his daughter, except for marriage. Papa thought for a while, but in the end he said that it would be difficult because he fell in love with the princess at first sight. Instead, he assured that he was not going to die early, leaving the papacy in this state. In addition, he understood that the prince would not want a son-in-law who would need the help of his wife's relatives. At this, the Pope refused the prince's proposal, which angered Baikal a little. The boy understood that he had not done anything special for the princess to wake up, but he knew that she would soon come to her senses. He didn't know how to use his power before. Then the high priest stood over him, ordering the boy to demonstrate his ability. But while he stood not knowing what to do, the princess opened her eyes herself. Then she rushed in saying that he was handsome and asked what his name was. He immediately liked her, but Baikal then spoke about the boy with some disgust because he did not feel even simple magic, let alone sacred. After that, he lost all confidence in the papacy, and Charisse did not come to the papal coronation party, nor was she at the hunt for Aman. In his past life, he remembered the first time he met Charisse. Then almost everything disappeared from the face of the earth. She was then the head of the imperial nurses. His feelings at this meeting were something of a coincidence. However, love slowly began to penetrate him from that moment. Because of no fear, she saved all possible lives of the soldiers and did not even seek to take advantage of the privileges of the imperial family. In 3 months, she became indispensable on the battlefield, because there were many wounded. However, after that they finally found out who was the cause of the start of this war: Pavel. It broke her heart, because Charisse considered him a friend. At the moment when the war almost came to an end, the princess folded her powers and disappeared, saying that she perceives this world as a game. However, a year after her disappearance, something happened that led to even more deaths. That is why he must now do everything to prevent this from happening again. He quietly called Charisse to wake up. In a moment, the princess opened her eyes and spoke the same words as once in the past. The princess looked around, not understanding where she was. Papa smiled at her and asked if she was able to choose a familiar. Hearing this, she was surprised and asked how he knew. The boy showed her a sphere through which he could see everything. The father did not like how the children communicated, so he ended the communication by taking away the father's sphere. However, the Pope did not want to give up so easily and said that he would still come to visit Charisse. The girl noticed that something happened between these two. The girl did not immediately understand why the stranger said that they would see each other soon, but she understood that it referred to the coronation holiday. After examining him, she realized that the Pope himself was in front of her. Baikal gestured to make it clear that the time for the meeting was already passing, and the Pope told the princess that it was time for him to go. Charisse wanted to stop him because she didn't even ask his name. In the evening, the maids visited the princess. They were glad to see her alive and began to apologize for not being able to help. She asked where Sophia was now, and the girls replied that the nanny was still in the hospital. The princess immediately jumped out of bed to visit the nanny. The maids did not let the girl in and said that it was better to wait until both of them felt better. The twins also came to the room to visit their sister, and the princess heard out of the corner of her ear that they wanted to thank their father somehow. While she was eating the soup her brothers had brought, she kept thinking about her father and how they would interact in the future. Suddenly, Hergus started talking about a night guard for his sister again. The brothers thought that it would be possible to choose one from the palace and asked their father's opinion about it. The prince said that the reason why the children were not accompanied was the law that forbids it until she turns 10. Idris said that Hergus could bring someone who could be hired to guard outside the palace, but introduce him as a friend. The girl paid attention to the fact that her brother, who is constantly busy, visited her today and concluded that he had changed. She thought he felt guilty about that incident. Charisse took his sleeve and said that now everything is fine with her and thanked him for saving her. Gurgis reminded them that in 2 days they had to attend the papal coronation party, but it would be difficult to find an escort for her, so he suggested that it would be better to skip the event. The princess immediately jumped down and said that she wanted to go to this party. She understood that she had no reason to refuse to meet a boy who knew about their future. In addition, she understood that the Pope is the most important person in the church, so with his help she will be able to distribute the ointment to everyone. The girl firmly stated that she must be present at the party. She assured that the dress was chosen for a reason, but almost immediately she remembered that it had burned. Then she turned to her father and said that she was afraid to stay alone in the palace. The prince didn't react immediately, so she pretended to be hysterical. When the princess began to say that if they did not let her go, she would love her grandfather more, even the twins were alarmed by her words. Bekal finally gave in, but gave the condition that one of the brothers definitely had to accompany her. She was given the task to find an outfit again in 2 days. When the family left the room, the girl was able to calm down. She was happy to be able to go to the party, but instead of sitting around, she knew she had to find a way to collect the stones again, and the system immediately informed her that she didn't have any stones left in her account. The program also told the heroine to choose new names for familiars to call them. The girl thought. The princess named them Ruru, Mimi, Toto, and Nana. After saying their new names, the familiars immediately appeared. Holding the animals in her hands, the girl was happy that now they were all together, but in a moment she realized that now it made no sense for her to return to the real world. Sitting in his cell, the Pope thought that the princess felt something strange in the other world. Besides, she had her cats now, so she had no reason to go back. Last time after Charisse left them, everything was left behind but the empire still collapsed. Therefore, Lord Dragon and Emperor Leohard sacrificed themselves to turn back time to make things right. He himself was challenged to become a time traveler, but before that he was warned that such magic had some limitations. He asked what would happen if he told Charisse that the game was actually reality and what would happen to her in the future. However, the young man himself understood that the princess had to find out the truth on her own. The voice continued and told the boy about the situation where the princess would lie unconscious for a week and get familiars. The voice said that the cats were like family to the girl, so if he brought them into this world, she would have no regrets. Familiars are parts of the soul, so if they were transferred, the young man was sure that the princess would quickly guess that something was wrong in this world. However, Pavel remained another problem. It was he who constantly told Charisse that this world is just a game. The creature warned that this time magic could send monsters into the past. The young man asked if it was possible to get rid of them. The voice said that it is possible, you just need to meet with Leocord and get rid of the particles from the future. And for him, as a creature that can see the past and the present at the same time, it is not a problem for him to leave everything from the past to himself, even after death. The emperor was sitting in the palace but felt that a guest had come to him. Baikal emerged from the darkness and asked whether His Majesty knew that demons had entered the palace. His Majesty said that he had known about it in his youth, but reproached the prince that he had better sit down before asking about it. The prince did not argue. The prince placed the plane in front of the emperor, which was imbued with demonic magic, and said that it caused quite a commotion in the palace. The emperor only replied to this so that the prince would not pay attention to it, which angered the man, because his daughter woke up only today. His Majesty said that demon had a contract, so he was not a threat. However, the prince did not understand why it should be safe and told about Genovia, who tasted the fruit of wishes. The emperor said that the grandson himself would be responsible for the crimes committed even in such a case. Baikal did not understand how grandfather could remain so calm. The prince recalled that Charisse had saved him from his illness. The emperor said that this was why he allowed the girl to do whatever she wanted and even allowed her to study medicine with Myrding. The emperor recalled that it was precisely because of the prince's temperament that it was closed and said that he could not interfere in personal affairs. Baikal suggested that it was because of his conclusion that Charisse was suffering. At this, the prince asked to be given permission to deal with the demon, but the emperor asked if there was any evidence that it was the demon from the palace who gave Genovia that fruit. The emperor took a glass of alcohol and immediately remembered how the girl had asked him not to drink any more and would send him the alcohol she had prepared herself. His Majesty changed the subject and said that he knew that the princess now had familiars, which surprised Baikal as to how the grandfather knew about it, accusing him of espionage. The emperor assured that he was not spying on the princess. Lord Dragon told him about it personally. When the lord told the emperor about it, he emphasized that it was for the sake of a bright future. Then Leonhard guessed that nothing had worked out for them in the past. He guessed that because of this, he and the lord turned back time, but dragons could remember the past after that, but humans could not. The exception was time travelers. Now this world had to go the same way again, but only two things can change: a princess and a time traveler who remembered the past. The emperor understood that even if time was turned back, he still had to do the same as before, so that the future would change for the better. Leonhard guessed that something was wrong because his health began to fail him. His Majesty again told the prince not to do anything with the demons, because it could only get worse. Of course, it would be better to deal with Pavel, but if fate decreed that a crisis was to occur in the country, then they should not do it, but the demon will live to the fateful day. Without saying anything else, the prince asked him to leave. Baikal stood up and said that he would never become a monster like the emperor. His Majesty wanted to object to this, but the prince did not listen and went away. Nevertheless, the emperor could be calm if he still had to leave this world, because he knew that his grandson would take care of everything together with his sons. However, he could no longer turn back time, so this time they had to do everything to win. In addition to his body, his mind was also aging. 2 days have passed. The princess decided that now was the best time to use the save dart, so she ordered the system to retrieve it. When asked about the system, the princess confirmed that she definitely wanted to use it, although she understood that there could be a better time for it. Nevertheless, now was also a good opportunity, because it is saved before completing quests with ointment and alcohol for the emperor. At this, she threw the dart. Shami entered the room and brought with her a whole bunch of gifts in honor of the princess's recovery. The maid said that in addition to the usual priests, even the Pope had sent a gift. The girl asked which of them was from her father. Opening the box, the princess saw hairpins. The maid said that they were bows for animals, but she did not understand why the Pope had sent them. The princess was pleased that he took care of her familiars, but she did not understand why there were 3 bows, because she had 4 cats and Papa should have known about it if he saw the future. Hana also reported that gifts had arrived from the emperor, and Hergis had prepared something. When she went out into the corridor, she saw her brother standing next to a pony. Grandfather sent the girl a lot of different herbs and medicines, but Charisse was not very happy about it, although her brother did not understand why. He even tried to give her some kind of pill, but the princess immediately tried to gently refuse, saying that she still had to send the Urslim juice to the emperor. With that, she went to the kitchen, where she met the cook. The woman was surprised at the appearance of the girl. The cook rushed to the princess, asking how she was feeling. The girl replied that everything is fine. Nevertheless, now she came for alcohol, which surprised the cook, and the princess explained that she had promised to send it to the emperor instead of beer. The cook was also very surprised to hear this, and then even wrote down that they would do something for the emperor himself. The princess only asked to be helped to get the juice from the Urslim fruits, and the cook immediately agreed to do it, being surprised that alcohol can be made from this fruit. The princess couldn't admit it, but in order for the alcohol to come out, she added something like vodka to it. It turned out even better than I expected. Charisse offered to bring this alcohol to the Pope's party to give it to the emperor there. In this way, she would like to show that she was close to her grandfather. This would help spread the ointment, because otherwise few would believe it. In this way, she also wanted to take advantage of the emperor's power, because she would definitely not be able to expect help from the Gen and Qin factions without the help of her grandfather. While the princess was eating the buns, she thought about the fact that if she followed the plan, she would quickly be able to collect precious stones. The day of the Pope's ascension has come. Gergis reminded his sister that she had forgotten her bag and helped her to pack it. The brothers also scolded her a little and said that at her age you can wear anything, no one will pay attention. Baikal came to them with the words that his daughter can wear whatever she wants. The father emphasized to the princess that she should always be close to her brothers and not leave for a moment, and took her word for it. While they were riding in the carriage, the girl said, "That will show his familiars." Gergis did not believe that she had them before, so he was surprised. She knocked on each of them and the animals immediately appeared. Each of the cats sat with one of the family members, but Idris immediately wondered why there were 4 of them, because no one had so many familiars. Charisse didn't even have an answer for that, just like the others, but now she had no reason to go back. She only wanted to repay the debt and was thinking about opening her own pharmacy. The only thing was that the 3rd task on the list was still closed. While they were playing with her familiars, they just arrived at the place. In the end, the girl thought that she did not want to return to reality because here she had more important people for her. Suddenly she heard a sound, but no one else paid attention to it except her. A system window appeared in front of the princess, where she was congratulated on her 60-day stay in the game. The princess was surprised why the system sent such a message, suspecting that they wanted to add difficulties to her. And this is exactly what happened, because they informed that after 60 days, interest will start to accrue. The family was called inside. While they were walking, the girl was a little angry at this sudden news, because before that no one had warned her about interest. The program informed that if the girl did not repay the debt, she would face a horrible death. She also showed the main tasks that have not changed. In her mind, she was ready to destroy everything, but there were many eyes around, so she tried to restrain herself. However, Charisse didn't understand just one thing, what exactly death horribly meant. A wide variety of options came to mind. The princess also blamed herself, because before that she did not pay a single stone for the debt, but the system also knew how to mock. She asked her father to let her go to the land, and while she was thinking about the fact that she should repay the debt before the age of 12, otherwise she would die, and she did not want to die. Nevertheless, the girl understood that the debt of 11 billion is too big for one life, even if she lives for 100 years. In order to return such money, it will be necessary to be reborn more than once. While she was thinking about it, she didn't pay attention to her condition, so her father began to worry and said that if she didn't want to be at the party, then they had better go back. The princess began to assure that everything was fine. She was just a little nervous because there were many people here, but Baikal felt that something was wrong with her. She would like to tell him everything, but she couldn't. Besides, she herself didn't know how it happened that now she would have to return 1 million more. She had to figure out how to earn such a large number of stones for a short time, because the pharmacy could now be forgotten. However, she had to pull herself together, because she could not go to the Pope's celebration with such a gloomy face. The realization that she would not be able to leave the game until she paid back the debt, even if she died, suddenly came over the girl, almost causing her to become hysterical. She forced herself to come to her senses, because she couldn't get herself together because she was constantly thinking about debts. Looking around, she paid attention to the rest of the guests and realized that she had to create a good image to win them over. She immediately rushed to the table with the lady. She greeted the lady, and the woman turned her attention to her and thanked her for coming to her. The countess introduced herself and then named her colleagues. The princess noticed that their names were similar to the names of composers in the real world. One of the ladies drew attention to why Gergis stopped attending music lessons. The prince pretended to think they had been taken off schedule. In fact, the prince did not like music lessons, while his brother showed extraordinary results in it. Countess Bachmann said that it was difficult to even see Gergis. The princess laughed a little, listening to everything, but understood that the teachers had a hard time with her brother. Suddenly, someone rudely complimented the princess on her outfit and the fact that she came to the celebration at all. It was Alexandra, but she was not alone. The prince immediately came to his sister's defense, saying that Charisse would look better even in a sack than these ladies. The prince began to tease Alexandra. The sister laughed a little because even teasing him was a little childish. However, it did not have the desired effect on other ladies. They said humiliatingly that such behavior did not befit a prince. In addition, they did not understand how the prince could be of the same blood as the one who had such a cheap bag. The girl didn't understand what her bag was for until the ladies started making fun of her for dressing so cheaply. Countess Bachmann came to her defense. However, the countess was not doing very well, and the princess realized that everything would not end so easily, so she decided to make her move and approached the girl, asking her name. Charisse said that Ciela Alistair's dress was the most beautiful of them all, even better than Alexandra's. The girl did not know what to say to this, and her mother came to her daughter's defense. With gestures, the woman showed that the princess would not anger Alexandra by involving her daughter in it. However, the girl was not going to stop and said that the dress really fit Ciel, but it would look funny on her rival. The woman understood that it was necessary to save the situation and said that the princess's dress was too luxurious because it was made in the Absinthe district. Charisse understood that they had managed to escape, but asked where that district was. She was told that the best fabrics and threads are made in this area, so such a precious thing really suited Alexandra. In the end, the girl remembered, but knew that these fabrics were made by children, and rushed to the princess clarifying this. Everyone knew about it, but the aristocrats turned a blind eye to it. The princess was shocked by what she heard. The little princess explained that the workshops deliberately select orphans and thus reduce labor costs. Girgis did not believe what he heard. The sister assured that it was true, bowing to what she had heard from her father. However, in fact, she had known this for a long time because Alexandra liked absinthe dresses. However, since this situation has happened now, there was a great chance to stop the exploitation of child labor. Alexandra pulled out her hand and asked how Charisse knew about this and tried to make an excuse that she did not know about it. That's why she wore the dress. The princess was satisfied with what she heard and also said that her bag was a first aid kit because she wanted to help sick children who might be at the celebration. Princess Jen only laughed at this, but the girl was only glad that she revealed her bad character to everyone present. On the contrary, in order to look better in the eyes of the aristocrats, the princess said that it is the job of the imperial family to take care of ordinary people. Alexandra did not understand what all this was for, but looking around, she felt that the attitude towards her began to change. From the oppressive atmosphere, the princess tried to explain everything, pretending that she did not know anything and that she was ordered to wear these dresses. Girgis approached her and wanted to make her feel ashamed because it was about exploiting someone else's labor, but Jen only got angry at that. It seemed that a big fight could start now, but when they heard that the prayer had begun, both of them stopped. The Pope and the Emperor entered the hall, and the girl noticed that light was coming from both of them. Noticing Charisse, the Pope smiled, and his smile made her heart skip a beat. Ciela and Alexandra were standing nearby, and the princess's friend noticed that the Pope looked at her and even gave her a smile. Music played, and Baikal approached his daughter, inviting her to dance. The girl fainted a little, and the enthralling voices of the guests began to sound around. They wandered a little with their father, and the princess accidentally ran into Idris. Her brother also invited her to dance. In fact, the prince just wanted to avoid the rest of the girls because they were watching who he would ask first, so he decided to disguise himself as his sister. Hergis was a little offended because he was the only one Charisse didn't dance with, but the princess promised that they would dance too. Papa began to approach them, and Ciela drew her friend's attention to the fact that he was approaching her to invite her to the dance. However, the boy bypassed the girls and approached Charisse, asking about her well-being. Girgis watched their friendly conversation. He endured for some time, but then he interrupted the Pope, wondering why he was getting close to his sister. Shihart replied that he was a pope, and besides, he helped the princess with his power, and now he is not allowed to just talk to her. The prince had nothing to say to that. The boy asked if he could hold the princess's hand. The girl agreed, and the Pope modestly said that he would like to invite her to the dance, but his body belonged to the church. Instead, he wanted to give her a blessing, which she was very happy about, because such an item was difficult to obtain even in the game. However, the high priest did not allow the Pope to do this and said that he had confused the princesses because he was supposed to give a blessing to Alexandra. Shikart was quite angry at this and said that it was the priest who took a bribe from the emperor so that the Pope would bless his daughter, but he himself did not want to do it. Baikal and his son approached them, taking the side that the Pope should bless Charisse, because that was what the gods wanted, so they could not contradict them. When the priest ran away, the Pope proceeded to bless and told the princess to look into his eyes, after which he leaned his forehead against hers. They ended up in some strange place, and the boy said he brought her here to talk, but they only had a minute. She had so many questions for him, but most of all, she was interested in why he came from the future and who they were to each other. Papa said that they were closer than just friends, he just couldn't say why he came back. There was no time. That is why he told them to meet again on the Street of the Dragon on the 1st of January, where he will be waiting for her. After returning home, Charisse and her brothers rested a little, but the twins were curious about what their sister was hiding, but the girl did not want to tell anything. In general, the celebration was the best. She gave her liquor to her grandfather and he liked it very much, for which the princess received her reward for the task. Thanks to this, she was able to make herself known to the rest of the aristocrats, so it became easier to complete the ointment task. This day with the ointment task was even more difficult, and it started with the fact that the father was a little offended when the daughter treated the grandfather to Urslim juice. Then, in order to make amends, she gave him an ointment that she had personally prepared for him and had not even given to his grandfather yet. This greatly impressed the rest of the aristocrats, and the prince praised his daughter's generosity and said that now the daughter will distribute the ointment to common people so that they too can try it. While the aristocrats admired the princess's skills, Alexandra stepped in, saying that it was illegal. One of the priests, hearing this, confirmed that in order to distribute medicine, a license was needed, and the prince had to take the ointment, but the prince looked at him angrily. Alexandra approached Charisse and began to accuse her of not being ashamed of her actions, even though she broke the law. However, Jen did not want to quarrel and made a generous look and said that if the younger sister apologizes and gives the ointment, she will close her eyes to everything. The princess hoped that now the grandfather would help, but looking at him, she noticed that he was just staring. She began to ask for help with a look. Eventually, he paid attention to her and asked her to sell him the recipe. The princess replied that she did not need money. Instead, she would prepare the ointment more often and bring it to him personally. The girl began to ask her grandfather to help pass the ointment to all ordinary people, proving that it is really useful. Hearing this, Alexandra became angry that Charisse so impudently wanted the emperor to distribute her ointment. Charisse replied that Mirdan had checked this ointment and given permission. When the aristocrats heard this, they immediately sided with the girl, and the rival had nothing more to say about it. The priest said that if it wasn't there, but people without a license couldn't produce medicine, that's why he wanted to take the ointment to come up with something. Baikal understood that this situation was not moving from a standstill, so he said that he would start his own Ministry of Health. He immediately appointed his daughter to be the manager of this department, but since she was still under 10, he took the responsibility upon himself. The priest wanted to object, saying that this is not possible, but the prince replied that since they mentioned the law, he was only acting according to it. He also said that healthcare specialists will check the ointment, after which it will be distributed to ordinary people. After that, the prince turned to his daughter and said that it would be good to present the new medicines presented by the Imperial Ministry of Health. At this, the girl immediately began distributing the ointment among the aristocrats and gave the first one to Countess Bachmann. The priest understood that everything was getting out of control, so he hoped that the Pope would be against it, but the boy did not understand why he should object to it. Baikal approached his daughter and, taking her in his arms, said that the ministry he had created was her birthday present. Her heart was about to burst from how loved she felt. The girl rushed to her father, thanking him for such a gift. Time passed and the end of December came. After the creation of the Ministry of Health, the creation of calendula ointment became possible on a huge scale. All employees of the Ministry of Magic were taken out and forced to conduct experiments. As soon as this ministry was created, Marden immediately resigned from the Ministry of Medicine, but thanks to his connections, he was able to bring many doctors with him, which allowed it to open earlier. In addition to all this, after completing the tasks, she increased her personal rank. She wondered how many more tasks she had to complete in order to get to rank C. The system has shown that for each level it needs to close achievements more and more. But for the last level she needed at least 30 achievements. Isaac interrupted his thoughts and said that now he could write about allergies and wanted to do it right now, but the princess replied that she was already tired. Then the doctor wanted to do it tomorrow, but the holidays started tomorrow, so she didn't know when she would have time. Now she had to go to her grandfather, so after saying goodbye to everyone, she dismissed the workers early. When she left the office, she was immediately met by her personal bodyguard. Sir Rebjamin didn't stand out from the other knights of the White Knight, but she was told that he had been chosen from the rest of the competition. In addition, hiring a bodyguard was a prerequisite to cut Hergus off from her. The knight asked the girl if she was going to wear it for a long time, pointing to the horn. She replied that it was necessary for hatching. The knight thought it was a game, but it was better for the princess because she had to meet Shihart, so she wanted to look like a baby dragon. Therefore, she asked her father to use magic to grow a horn for her and was glad that no one had heard of such a thing. They arrived at the palace, but the princess did not come empty-handed and brought with her a whole jar of Urslam juice. When she entered the room where the emperor was, she almost screamed from fear when she saw Amon's grandfather above her. The princess started to retreat and almost fell, but the knight managed to catch her. The emperor hastened to reassure the guests and said that it was only an effigy. Baikal led the raid on these beasts. Leonhard asked her if she knew Amon's weakness. The girl said no, but she actually knew. The emperor told her to approach the effigy and touch the skin. The snake's skin was harder than a diamond, so a simple sword could not pierce it. The emperor said that the monster's weakness was its eyes, for it could not see well, but had good hearing. The emperor emphasized that if you are quiet next to the snake, it will not notice anything. The girl knew about it, but through the eyes of a child, this snake looked scary. The princess hid behind her grandfather, saying that he would protect her, but the emperor did not go hunting for Amon. Then she said that her father would protect her. Grandfather took her in his arms and said that father fed her badly because she was light for the jar of Urslam that he brought today, so he offered to have dinner with him today. She agreed, but suddenly noticed that no one, except her, had visited her grandfather, although the festive banquet was tomorrow. She felt sorry for him. The emperor sat down at the table and told his granddaughter to join, pointing to the seat opposite, but the girl sat next to him, saying that her seat was next to her grandfather. The princess noticed how the emperor smiled slightly, because of which she was sure that he was really bored and lonely. She offered to play chess with him. The emperor was surprised that she knew how, and Charisse said that she learned from the dragons, because she often visited them. Leonhard ordered a board to be brought, and they sat down to play. It was 3 a.m. on the clock. Tightening her belt, the girl stepped towards the portal that led to the Street of Dragons. When she was on the street, she looked around a little because she and Shikart had not agreed on where to meet, but she was sure that she would find him near the store. The princess came to a shop she already knew, where she was happily met by the owner of the premises. The woman was glad to see the princess, but immediately asked why and called. Charisse immediately asked if there was a desire to invest profitably in the dragon. She said that the dragon had medicines for dragonlings who had not yet reached adulthood, but they did not buy them because they did not know how to use them. Therefore, she offered to conduct live broadcasts where she will show everything about herself that should raise the interest of the audience. Dragon asked what will happen when the orders start coming. The princess wanted 10% of the sale of gems. The dragon asked what would happen if she did not want to share the profit, to which the girl reminded her about debtors. In the end, the dragon agreed, because there was no point in deceiving the girl, so she offered to sign a contract. She also hoped that this venture would bring profit and said, which pays 300 million monthly rent for the store. The princess was shocked. Charisse did not come empty-handed, but brought the dragon a jar of Urslam juice. The woman was pleasantly surprised, because she had never seen anything like this before. The girl offered to sell this on the air if the dragon liked it, to which the seller immediately thanked her for the rare gift by giving the princess the key to enter the Street of Dragons. The seller already wanted to end the conversation and drew attention to the fact that the princess was already expected outside. She looked around and saw Shikart. The princess began to say that this was not her boyfriend, and it was too early to meet at the age of 4, and ran out of the store. When she came out, the boy immediately asked what they were talking about, but the girl could not tell the truth. Instead, she immediately asked how close they would be in the future. He said that time travel is a very dangerous thing, because you can even die, but nevertheless he still came to it. The princess did not know what to say to that. The boy offered to go for a walk to discuss everything. While they were walking, Charisse asked what happened to her in the future. He said that she simply disappeared, but could not say more. After that, she asked the reason why he still came back. Papa blushed a little, but replied that he missed her. She was quite surprised that Shihart risked his life for her. It was stupid. The princess accidentally said it out loud, and the boy began to assure her that she was everything to him. She asked if she used her name in the future, which started with Yoon. The boy answered in the affirmative and added that he also called her Shu. In the end, the boy asked if he could touch her cheeks, because when he saw her little, they seemed soft to him. Charisse didn't even believe that he really liked her in the future. The princess asked if he knew what she would do in the future. The boy could not answer that, but said that she could do whatever she wanted. However, the princess was worried that she would not be able to become as good as she was in the future. Shikart said not to worry about the future. When she disappeared, he lost the meaning of life. She blurted out that she eventually realized they were pretty close friends. The boy did not want to explain in more detail and finally agreed with her. On this, the princess realized that she was really very important to him. The girl offered to meet again. Charisse wanted to know if the Pope had a familiar, but he said that it was only available to a few members of the imperial family. She realized that he had not sent that rabbit. She received a notification that her father should wake up soon, so she quickly began to say goodbye to Shikart until next time. He said that the next time they could meet would be on Amon's hunt. Finally, the princess thanked him for the blessing, after which she no longer felt tired. After that, she wished sweet dreams. As he stepped out of the portal, he grimaced in pain and looked down at his injured arm, the price he paid for merging his future and present self, but it was worth it. After reporting corruption at a celebration in the imperial palace, life improved. He lay down and thought that he still had a lot to do, and first of all he would have to eliminate everyone who would stand in his way. He will also have to once again gather those scoundrels who will later be called the Holy Knights, but no one will be interested. He wished that this time everyone would be punished even more than before, but this time it was necessary to avoid what might happen. The next morning at the Palace of the White Knight, Idris began briefing his sister on the hunt for Amon, which was at the end of January. Her brother asked her if she studied the magic circle he taught her. When she objected, then the prince told them to try again now and began to draw a circle. She asked what would happen if she used a circle that did not suit her. The brother replied that then the sister would suffer and might even lose the ability to use magic. However, the prince immediately reassured her, saying that this had never happened to members of the imperial family. After calming down, the girl began to draw a circle. Concentrating, she tried to release a fiery tornado. However, it didn't work out very well. The girl tried another circle, but it did not want to work properly either, and Idris said that neither fire nor water magic suited her sister. He offered to try the magic of the tree. The princess clarified whether the magic of metal and earth still existed, to which the brother confirmed. The prince told her to try to draw a circle, but clarified that she should not forget to use her imagination, namely something concrete. The girl thought about a dandelion, and when she used magic, a yellow flower grew in place of the circle. Her brother praised her, which made her very happy, but she thought that as a member of the family, she should be able to use magic without circles, and hoped that she would learn such. The brother briefly told her what he did at the ministry and said that there they taught everyone as much as possible, at least the basic skills of circle magic. The princess was glad that her brother was engaged in such an important matter, but Idris was surprised that she praised him and not the other way around, because usually everyone thought so. To this, the girl said that her brother should not listen to fools, because they did not see the world as his prince saw it. She believed he was headed in the right direction. The boy was moved by the words he heard, but did not want to focus on it and decided to continue his studies. He began to tell her about the 3 rules. The first is to specifically imagine the desired. The second is to use the most suitable magic circle. While the brother was talking, dandelion flowers immediately began to bloom around them. The prince said that the magic was constantly changing, after which the dandelions began to turn into gold coins. He waved his hand once more, and the already falling coins turned into butterflies. The girl enthusiastically tried to catch one. The brother explained that making dandelions bloom was easy magic. Turning them into coins was practical, and turning them into butterflies was practical, and everything that followed was a miracle. At this, Idris brought up the example of his father's magic, which they had seen at the celebration, but it had a limit. The stronger the restriction, the better the magic. The girl decided to ask about time travel. The brother replied that perhaps he could go back a day. Charisse realized that Shikhard had returned for at least 10 years. She asked about it, to which the brother replied that even the father could not do such a thing, maybe the grandfather, but not alone. Her brother advised her not to think too much about the magic of miracles because such magic was expensive. The girl thought about what restrictions her friend had imposed on herself in this case. That was the end of the lesson, and it was time for Idris to get back to work. Suddenly, she heard someone cry out in pain and turned around to see 2 young men. One of them was injured. The girl approached them and asked what was the matter. The boy said that he was sharpening arrows and accidentally cut himself. However, the princess knew that such an injury could have dire consequences if not properly attended to. At this, Charisse received an unexpected task that told her to make band-aids and distribute them to 500 random knights. The girl agreed with the idea because if you stick an adhesive plaster, the bacteria will not get into the wound. On this, she accepted the task. The princess did not delay the task, and the next day went to her ministry to prepare adhesive plasters. Isaac helped her with this. Myrdin said that both animal and vegetable origin were suitable for the adhesive base. Animal glue was made from the skin and tendons of cows, but it had an unpleasant smell. There was also an option to make glue from the fish's swim bladder, but it would be difficult to produce in large quantities. In the end, the doctor suggested glue made of wheat flour, and to prevent it from becoming moldy, you could apply the magic of preservation. After everything was agreed, the doctor specified the name. The princess picked up and also said that the plasters will come in 2 forms, large and small. Isaac asked if she would take band-aids on the hunt. The girl agreed and asked to prepare everything. At that, she said goodbye because she still wanted to experiment in the kitchen with flour. Making glue turned out to be not as easy as it seemed because everything had to be done by hand, although it was not she who did it, but the cook. While the grandmother was making glue, the cook came and said that it was cold outside, and at such a time it would be good to eat a chocolate fountain. The princess loved him, but thought that it would not be a bad thing to bring to her father. Charisse asked the cook to prepare more chocolate because she wanted to treat Dad and the rest of the secretaries. Dexon said he would prepare everything. Meanwhile, in the prince's office, all the workers helped in choosing a pattern. In the end, they agreed to choose a pattern with strawberries, and His Majesty was satisfied. Everyone was extremely tired. Jackal hadn't slept for almost a day, when suddenly Charisse came to the office, which immediately attracted attention. The princess came to Solib and said that she had prepared delicacies and gave him to taste. The assistant was extremely impressed and immediately tasted the cupcake. The girl also brought one for her father. She did not expect that they would like it so much and regretted that she did not bring enough. A little time passed, and the day of the hunt for Aemon came. Shami and Kana helped the princess dress and gave various advice. Of course, the maids wanted to accompany her, but this hunt was dangerous for them. Sophia also came to see off the princess and gave her chocolate, which can raise the body temperature in any case. When the princess left the palace, 2 carriages stood in front of her, which surprised her. Approaching one, she discovered that one had definitely been prepared for Gurgis. In a moment, the brother came up, happy that his sister liked his carriage. He also said that she could still transform. Idris approached them and said that the carriage with strange magic was dangerous, so he offered to go with him because ordinary soap bubbles were flying in his carriage. Charisse was impressed that the brothers had prepared 2 carriages for her, to which Gergis replied that the hunt could begin as soon as they arrived, and she might have to wait in the carriage for hours. Nevertheless, she could choose any of the carriages, both were hers. Suddenly, rose petals began to fall from somewhere. The brothers and sister looked up and saw someone flying on an airship. Baikal began to speak through the loudspeaker, saying that he had prepared this gift for his daughter by inviting him on board. Talking in the airship, Idris began to tell that Skaranta is a tourist destination famous for its hot water and crabs. The princess was happy that now she could really taste crabs because she couldn't before. Charisse asked why the people of Skaranta still lived here despite the danger. The brother said that people loved their town, but there are always those who want to leave and then the imperial palace helps them. Finally they arrived, and the girl looked out the window and saw the huge mountains of Skaranta from below. Hergis and Baikal were the first to go down. Finally, they told the princess to be careful and stay close to Ida. But before the airship itself landed, my brother offered to draw magic circles on a sketchbook. The girl heard terrible sounds outside. The princesses said that the first battle was easy, and after it was over they went down to their shelter. When they were safe, the girl began to ask her brother how many Aemons there were and how many knights had arrived. Gergis wondered why the sister asked about this. The princess said that she had brought plasters with her and wanted to distribute them with Rabdmun or aid, but her brother wanted her to go with him. In addition, the second brother was now busy, and he assured that he himself was not so tired, but the princess saw that this was not the case. The prince asked where the plasters were, and the girl said that they were on the airship. The brother wanted to follow them and ordered the other knights to bring the sister's bodyguard. While they were waiting, the princess asked the knight if Amona was scary. The boy replied that very much, but Gergis handled them better than anyone. In a moment, Rabdmun ran up. He was alarmed, although he had heard that the princes were all right. The princess reassured him by saying that everything was fine and drew attention to the tents nearby, asking whose they were. The knight replied that those were Jen's tents, and a little further on, Chin's. Suddenly she heard a sound, and immediately aimed to go there. The guard followed her. A few minutes before Charisse heard the strange noises, in the tent, Jean Alexandra almost turned everything over, angry that she was not provided with the maid who always served her. Pavel got tired of hearing all this and went outside and said he would check the situation and come back. Meanwhile, he reflected on the fact that relations between the papacy and the emperor had deteriorated somewhat after the emperor had agreed to the establishment of a separate Ministry of Health. The demon even began to imagine what it would be like if some mercenaries came from the side of the temple and kidnapped Charisse, and then him. Being alone with her would be fun. The princess came out of the tent and started shouting at Pavel, accusing him of not obeying the order not to go anywhere. The demon only said that he wanted to go to the village to look around, and he would return in a week. The princess was indignant that he wanted to leave her in a place where there was this terrible smell, at which the boy smiled slightly, but it made Alexander even more angry. She hit him and said that none of her maids came with her, so he would have to serve her. Pavel asked the princess not to be angry, promising that he would make sure that she inhaled only a pleasant aroma. At that moment, Charisse came up and she saw how her sister hit her servant. The princess said that the girl should not mind her own business because the boy was her servant. The princess wanted to help an acquaintance without provoking Alexander. She imperceptibly drew a circle with her foot and summoned a snowman. The snowman immediately rushed at the princess, covering her with snow, but Jen could no longer forgive this. Charisse expected to receive a considerable blow for this, but suddenly Hergis appeared in front of her, protecting her sister. The prince did not understand why the girl was so angry at a simple joke, and reminded Alexandra when she did the same to her sister. The brother said that he scolded her not even for abusing Charisse, but because she disgraced the name of the imperial family by abusing the weaker ones. At the party, he acted foolishly, hoping that she would change, and said that she did not have the skills to become an empress. Alexandra said that he would regret his words. The anger of the princess was already beating over the edge, and Hergis added more fuel to the fire, and finally a fight began. While these two were fighting, the only thing Charisse could do in such a situation was to call her father. Fortunately, before they burned everything around, Baikal came and stopped both of them, giving a punishment. In their tent, the princess helped her brother heal his wounds. After that, the prince said that he would lie down for a little sleep. The princess wanted to say that Idris would return soon, but before the second brother had time to touch the pillow, he instantly fell asleep. While her brother was sleeping, she wanted to go outside, but she met the guard and asked him to bring Pavel, who was waiting near the tent all the time. He came in and the girl immediately rushed to treat his cheek after the blow with her ointment. The boy thanked her for her concern, but asked why she was so kind to him and said that helping strangers can be dangerous. The girl replied that there were not always reasons to help others. Rabjmun entered the tent and reported that Idris was returning. When the brother entered the tent, he asked her who she was talking to. The princess pointed to the place where Pivel had just stood, but there was no one there. She asked the guard if he had seen a boy with white hair, but the knight said that he had never met one. The princess was very surprised and began to assure him that everything was true, and she even helped heal his wounds. In the end, she decided not to explain and said that it would be better to return to the airship. The princess that I knew could be a magician if he could disappear so quickly. They decided to leave Gurgis downstairs, and the sister asked about the father. Idris said that he would not sleep for a couple of days, and the girl asked what he would do. The brother said that he would stay with the mercenaries he had brought, and the priests who were endowed with holy power helped with treatment and defense. The princess thought that the priests also treated, but in fact the doctors came for this. She wondered why they had come at all. The brother said that hunting had another feature. He said that this is one of the opportunities for the imperial family to meet with common people, and the sister will also meet with them. Cherise was glad that there were also educational goals in the hunt. At this, the brother took his sister by the hand, and together they climbed onto the airship. Pavel breathed a sigh of relief, because he had managed to avoid trouble if he had met Idris. He looked at the ointment the princess had given him, a little surprised that she was helping everyone just like that, because the demons needed a contract for that. It was difficult for him to understand her, but now he had other things to do. With a wave of his hand, monsters appeared near him. A fire suddenly lit up in his hand, and the demon said to his subordinates that he would share his power with them so they can do whatever